Things got awkward fast. I could tell Ruyan noticed their tension but shrugged it off. His eyes were locked on me. He just wanted to hold me. Ruyan pulled me to him, his hand around my waist. "Have you eaten yet?" he asked softly. "Not yet," I said. "I booked a flight and rushed here." I pouted, completely starved. Ruyan rested his hand on my flat stomach. "I will have Zuo Lin order us some food right away," he said. Right after Ruyan called, Zuo Lin showed up just a minute later with 5-star takeout. I was totally blown away by how incredibly fast he was. As Zuo Lin set the table, he caught my puzzled look. He quickly explained that he ordered everything right after my call, timing it to our arrival. I had to admire Zuo's insane attention to detail. Turning to Ruyan, I teased, "Zuo is so thoughtful, you seriously need to give him a bonus." Ruyan chuckled and ruffled my hair, always eager to spoil me. He turned to Zuo Lin. "Double your year-end bonus," he ordered. "Go tell finance." Zuo Lin looked ready to jump for joy. Anyone could see he realized keeping me happy was much easier than grinding out those boring financial spreadsheets. Once Zuo Lin left, I insisted on sitting next to Shu Qing to keep her company. That put Lu Hanxiao opposite Shu Qing and Ruyan right across from me. Throughout dinner, Ruyan kept putting food on my plate, while I kept passing it to Shu Qing. Judging by his face, Ruyan was getting pretty annoyed. Ruyan took out his frustration on Lu Hanxiao. He must have hated seeing me take care of his friend's girl, because he viciously kicked Lu Hanxiao under the table. Lu Hanxiao was mid-bite when it happened. Caught completely off guard, he choked on his food and started coughing hysterically. Lu Hanxiao shot Ruyan a baffled look. He hadn't said a single word since we arrived, so he probably had no clue why Ruyan was targeting him. Ruyan just shrugged it off, acting innocent. "Eat slower, nobody is stealing your food," he said. Lu Hanxiao looked like he wanted to snap back. But meeting Shu Qing's worried gaze, Lu Hanxiao just looked down, playing dumb. Watching him act like a coward made me absolutely furious. "Where are Qing Qing and I staying tonight?" I asked Ruyan. "Lu Hanxiao and I both have apartments here," he replied, wanting us to split up. They owned multiple places here, but these were the closest and safest. Both were massive penthouses with tons of extra bedrooms. Still, co-ed living can get pretty awkward. I knew Ruyan was convinced that the perfect plan was for me to stay with him, while Shu Qing stayed with Lu Hanxiao. But I threw a major curveball. "Fine, then you can go stay with Lu Hanxiao tonight," I declared. "Qing Qing and I are staying together." Ruyan looked completely shocked, and from what I could tell, he was furious at Lu Hanxiao. Now that I was mad, Ruyan wasn't getting any action either. He was the first to object. "I do not agree," he snapped immediately. "How can you not sleep with me tonight?" he complained. I looked up calmly, my voice icy. Objection overruled. He could only glare at Lu Hanxiao for help. Shu Qing looked uncomfortable too, not wanting to split us up, and started suggesting a hotel. Lu Hanxiao tried to play blind, but Ruyan kept kicking him. Clearly, he knew Ruyan would make his life absolute hell if he didn't speak up. "No need, go stay with Ruyan," Lu Hanxiao said. "I have an extra room. If Miss Shu doesn't mind, she can stay at my place." Calling her Miss Shu? That made me even more annoyed. But before I could object, Shu Qing spoke up. "I will stay with Mr. Liu then." "You and President Yan shouldn't be apart," she added. Wow, Miss Shu and Mr. Liu. After all these years, Shu Qing refused to be outdone. Lu Hanxiao was probably cursing internally. "Are you sure you are okay with this?" I asked Shu Qing, feeling worried. She just smiled. "Of course, I am not a child," she said. I finally relaxed, though I shot Lu Hanxiao a warning glare. Ruyan finally looked pleased with himself. We finished dinner, everyone lost in their own thoughts. Ruyan had zero interest in working now that I was here, dragging me back to the apartment. I still worried about Shu Qing, so I insisted she tag along. Since Ruyan and Lu Hanxiao lived right above each other, we all left together. Second we were alone, Ruyan pinned me against the door, his lips crashing down on mine. He cupped the back of my head tightly. His other hand gripped my waist, pulling me flat against his chest. I pressed my hands to his suit, trying to catch my breath. I tilted my head up, losing myself in his fierce, dominant kiss. He kissed me hungrily, trying to melt me into him. Time completely stopped. Just as I ran out of air, Ruyan felt me struggle and pulled back slightly. But he didn't stop, trailing hot kisses down my neck. He nipped at my collarbone, sending shivers down my spine. Feeling restricted, Ruyan reached behind my back, his fingers fumbling with my bra clasp. He was so impatient that he couldn't get it open. Losing his temper, Ruyan just gave up and shoved my clothes all the way up. My fingers tangled in his thick hair. A soft gasp escaped my lips. "No, not here," I gasped, my voice trembling. Ruyan scooped me up, kissing me all the way to the bed. Caressing my cheek, he whispered, "I have wanted this since the moment I saw you." "I have been holding back this whole time," he complained, sounding so adorable. Smiling, I leaned up to plant a quick kiss on his lips. Deciding to tease him, I smirked. "Not tonight." His face fell. "Why? We do not have protection. Can we just skip it?" he begged. Ruyan groaned in defeat, burying his face in my neck. His hot breath sent shivers down my spine. "Can we please skip it?" he whined. muffled voice sounded so pitiful. I actually thought about it but shook my head. No, I said. I already neglected Meng Yao too much. Having another baby means we would ignore Meng Yao again, and we are not ready. Ruyan lifted his head, his dark eyes staring intensely at me. Eyes held a whole universe. Ruyan never expected this was my worry. You want to have my baby? It was obvious he remembered begging me to let Meng Yao stay. If I was actually willing to have his baby, did that mean I'd stay forever? His intense, burning gaze made my cheeks fire up instantly. Blushing hard, I didn't expect Ruyan to be so blunt. Too embarrassed to answer, I rolled over, facing away from him. Fine, forget it then, I muttered. Ruyan just lay down next to me, gently rubbing my stomach. I want it. As long as it is our baby, I want it, he whispered. Kissed my forehead gently. In this cozy room, my eyelids grew heavy. Waking up early and running around all day had finally caught up to me. All I wanted was to sleep in his arms, but I still needed a shower. Feeling sticky was gross. I snuggled closer into Ruyan's chest. Carry me to the bath, I whined. Ruyan never said no to me. He got up to prep the warm water, then carried me in his arms. He sat me on the counter. His fingers slowly undid my buttons, 1, 2, 3. Judging by his tense expression, he was getting seriously turned on. His hand on my waist suddenly pulled me closer. Before I could react, he crashed his lips onto mine, completely wrapping me in his scent. One hand cradled my head, the other locking around my waist. The kiss left me so breathless, I barely realized when he carried me into the tub. Ruyan stood there, arms crossed. Suddenly, I felt super self-conscious. Can you go out? I stammered. I can wash myself. Seriously? You're kicking me out now that you're done with me? Ruyan teased. My face was completely flushed. Flushed from the steam. Or maybe just pure shyness. I muttered, that's not what I meant. Great, let's shower together then, he said before I could think. Ruyan stepped right into the tub. I instantly regretted my life choices, staring down at the bubbles, way too scared to look up at him. Chuckled, clearly finding my shyness amusing. I sat completely still, but holding the same stiff pose was starting to make me ache. Beck and I shifted. I accidentally bumped into something, making Ruyan groan. Before I knew it, he leaned over and pinned me down. Trapping me in his arms, he growled, I wasn't going to touch you tonight, but you just can't sit still. My eyes darted around, totally panicked. It wasn't on purpose, I argued. Twirling a wet lock of my hair, he smirked. Doesn't matter, you're not escaping me now. Hours later, I finally crawled out of the bathroom, too exhausted to even lift a finger. Meanwhile, Ruyan looked completely energized. He was like some energy vampire. He kept his word about not crossing the line, but he still found plenty of other ways to get what he wanted. I didn't know whether to praise his restraint or call him a total shameless creep. He pulled me into bed, locking his arms around my waist. I was too exhausted to keep my eyes open and quickly drifted off. Apparently, once I slept, he slipped quietly out onto the balcony. Letting the cold wind wake him up, he apparently texted Liu Hanxiao, warning him to control his person and keep them away from me. From what I gathered, Liu Hanxiao was chain-smoking on his balcony. His phone suddenly buzzed just as he was heading inside. Seeing Ruyan's text, Liu Hanxiao replied, he has his own legs. How do I control him? Why don't you keep Wan too busy to bother anyone else? Ruyan ignored the text, obviously annoyed. He must have cursed Liu Hanxiao for being so useless. Hanxiao sat outside for a little longer. Once the smoke cleared, Liu Hanx went inside to get water, only to lock eyes with Xu Qing, who had just stepped out of her room. Neither expected this late encounter. From what Xu Qing told me, she stood frozen, too awkward to even step forward or go back. Finally, Liu Hanxiao broke the silence. Why are you out? Thirsty? You're pouring it yourself? Xu Qing quietly got her water. From what I heard, Liu Hanxiao couldn't take his eyes off her silk slip dress. It hugged her tiny waist perfectly. When Xu Qing leaned over to pour, Liu Hanxiao quickly averted his gaze, clearly trying to stay behaved. Seemingly afraid of seeing too much, he snapped, "Don't wear that out again," and rushed to his room. Xu Qing just rolled her eyes. He actually wanted to control her outfits. Staying under his roof meant playing along, though. She texted me to ask if I was awake. Since I didn't reply, she eventually fell asleep. Meanwhile, Liu Hanxiao apparently took a long, freezing shower to cool himself down. The next morning, I woke up groggily, only to find the bed next to me empty. Sitting up, a wave of disappointment hit me. Ruyan was always too busy, leaving me alone. Exhausted from his antics last night, I put on slippers and went to find food. I was absolutely starving. But as I reached the kitchen, I saw a woman busy cooking. She turned around and smiled when she saw me. "You're awake, ma'am," she greeted. Looking at this kind, friendly Chinese lady, I asked who she was. "Just call me Li," she smiled. "Mr. Yan hired me part-time to clean and cook. I'm only here for that." I nodded, feeling a bit relieved. "Is there breakfast?" I asked. "Yes, of course," she said, ushering me to the table. "Mr. Yan insisted I keep it warm for you. Said you prefer Chinese breakfast, so I made mini wontons and tea eggs." I stared at the steaming hot food. A warm feeling washed over me. It felt amazing to be so cared for. Watching her wash dishes, I wanted to know how Ruyan had been. Do you always take care of Ruyan when he travels abroad? I asked. Drying her hands, she smiled. Not exactly. I just clean. He traveled here often. But he usually slept at the office, rarely staying here. You're the first woman he's ever brought back. Hearing that, my heart leaped. My cheeks flushed bright red. I quickly looked down, pretending to eat. From what Lee said, Ruyan was always incredibly cold to everyone else. Working here was a breeze, and my husband paid way above market rate. No wonder Li Shen loved his job so much. Li Shen obviously saw how differently Liu Ruyan treated me. My usually cold husband actually left a massive list detailing all my food cravings and dislikes. Li Shen knew I was my husband's absolute favorite. After eating, I finally checked my phone. I had missed Xu Qing's text because of last night's bathroom antics. Just thinking about last night made my cheeks burn. I smacked my forehead, trying to shake the dirty thoughts out of my brain. Seriously, hanging out with Liu Ruyan daily was ruining me. He was totally corrupting my innocent mind. I quickly texted Xu Qing to come save me. Soon the doorbell rang. I raced to open it and found Xu Qing acting all shady like a thief. She slipped inside the second the door cracked. What are you doing? Is anyone watching you? Xu Qing whispered, totally ignoring my question as she looked around. Is your man home? She asked. I told her he left for work, and Xu Qing immediately flopped onto my couch with a massive sigh of relief. I was terrified of running into Lu Hanxiao. It is so awkward. Spill the tea. I practically scrambled over to sit right next to her. I gave her the tell me everything look. Xu Qing chugged some water and explained that Lu Hanxiao just dumped her in the guest room and left. She was unpacking and waited until the living room was silent before creeping out for water. Naturally, she ran straight into him. Sparks fly, I teased. What sparks? Xu Qing mumbled, looking totally defeated. Apparently, Lu Hanxiao just left. Xu Qing only dared to sneak out of her room after he left for work, finding breakfast waiting on the table. He made you breakfast. He totally cares, I squealed. Xu Qing gave me a look. Please, one breakfast and you are already sold? Was probably just convenient, Xu Qing argued. Starving me looks bad for his reputation. I actually had to stop and think about her point. She was right. I shouldn't romanticize Liu Ruyan just because he ordered Li Shen to feed me. Xu Qing's heavy sigh suddenly broke my train of thought. I feel like a mouse facing a cat around Lu Hanxiao, Xu Qing whined. Honestly, Wanwan, maybe I should just fly back home. She looked so down, saying he didn't want her there. No way. Stay for me. Liu Ruyan is always working, and I am bored to death. I linked my arm through hers. I will call Liu Ruyan and tell him to sleep at Lu Hanxiao's tonight. You are staying with me. Xu Qing froze. Do not do that, she gasped. Your husband will literally deport me. To stop her from stressing, I decided to distract her. I grabbed her hand, determined to take her shopping. Once I got dressed, I called Liu Ruyan to give him a quick heads up. My husband had been working all morning, so he was probably thrilled to see my call. His voice was dripping with sweetness when he answered. Hey hubby, I am going shopping with Ching Ching. Send a driver, okay? I waited, but there was only dead silence on the other end. Hubby, you there? I asked. I am here, Liu Ruyan grumbled. So you only called to ask for a chauffeur? Nothing else to say to me? He pressed. I genuinely gave it some serious thought before replying with a very confident, nope. It was obvious my husband was totally exasperated. He had spent all morning resisting the urge to text me, just so I could sleep in. And my first call to him was just a shopping notification. Right after hanging up, he apparently glared daggers at a very confused Lu Hanxiao. Lu Hanxiao looked completely baffled, not having said a single word. Meanwhile, my husband assigned me a fleet of bodyguards and a personal driver. Still paranoid, he ordered his assistant Zuo Lin to tag along. Zuo Lin seemed to love the idea, desperate to escape his mountain of boring paperwork. Getting paid to shop, Zuo Lin was probably ready to quit his day job to become my permanent bodyguard. When we finally arrived at the mall, a whole motorcade trailed behind us. When we got out, our massive entourage marched into the mall, turning every single head in the building. So embarrassing. Why couldn't they just stay back and blend in? Xu Qing leaned over and whispered in my ear. Does your man always roll like this? I thought he was low-key. Xu Qing knew Liu Ruyan avoided the media and never attended public events. Nobody really knew what the powerful head of the Yan Group actually looked like. Wild rumors claimed he was either horribly deformed or wheelchair-bound. Some even said he was under 5 feet tall. Since Xu Qing had met him, she knew the rumors were fake. No, he is never like this, I replied. Things are just tense around here lately, so he is being extra protective. I can't complain, especially since I came to support him, not stress him. Xing smirked. Look at you, acting like a devoted wife. I shoved her arm, blushing instantly. Stop talking nonsense. We hit every luxury store. Things were so cheap compared to back home that I totally lost control, leaving our guards buried in shopping bags. I felt kind of bad. These elite mercenaries were supposed to protect me, not carry my bags. Meanwhile, my husband's phone was buzzing nonstop. My credit card alerts were flooding in. Judging by his face, my husband looked incredibly amused, though he probably didn't even realize he was smiling. Lu Hanxiao obviously knew it had to be about me. He peeked at the screen and rolled his eyes when he saw my massive shopping spree. Seriously? A credit card bill makes you smile? Lu Hanxiao scoffed. My husband shot back, she relies on me, unlike you who has nobody to spoil. Lu Hanxiao went quiet, unable to argue. I guess he actually realized my husband had a valid point. But when he and Shu Qing were together, he had handed her his black card, unlimited limit, no pin. Yet, Shu Qing never spent a dime of it. Even when he bought her gifts, she always found a way to repay him. Thinking about that, saw Lu Hanxiao's face go totally dark. Judging by her sigh, Liu Ruyan noticed too. He obviously likes her but gets triggered after 2 seconds. Meanwhile, I saw Jiang Wan and Shu Qing dragging their feet after shopping. They hit up a sushi joint to grab food before heading home. The second Jiang Wan sat down, she started rubbing her sore calves. She complained about her aching legs, and Shu Qing looked just as exhausted. Slumping onto the sofa, Shu Qing groaned in agreement. Jiang Wan offered to send her bags home. It was obvious to me Jiang Wan knew Shu Qing was down. I knew Jiang Wan bought those because Shu Qing is obsessed with bags. Jiang Wan dragged her shopping, buying tons of limited edition purses to cheer her up. Shu Qing's eyes lit up seeing those designer bags. From what I could tell, her sadness completely vanished. Suddenly, Shu Qing looked dead serious, saying, "Wan Wan." Jiang Wan looked worried, asking what was wrong. Shu Qing blurted, "Elope with me and Meng Yao, we can live together. Who needs men anyway?" Jiang Wan was speechless. She reminded Shu Qing that Liu Ruan's money paid for those bags. Elope and they starve. Shu Qing just pouted. Shu Qing couldn't argue with that. After a second, Shu Qing muttered, "Wait, is this bad? Spending your husband's money to buy me stuff?" Jiang Wan snapped back, "Who cares? His money is joint property. That means it is my money. What is wrong with buying my girl some bags?" Jiang Wan shrugged it off. Based on her expression, Shu Qing realized Jiang Wan was totally right and stopped overthinking it immediately. When they returned to the company, Liu Ruyan and Lu Hanxiao told them to wait in the parking lot. Shu Qing took that chance to act. I watched Shu Qing load her shopping bags into Lu Hanxiao's car and slump in the passenger seat. She was completely wiped out from shopping. She scrolled on her phone for a minute before her eyes got super heavy. She couldn't keep them open. Right then, things got interesting. Lu Hanxiao hopped into the driver's seat. Feeling the car shake, a half-asleep Shu Qing opened her eyes for just a split second. Lu Hanxiao started the engine and eyed the mountain of bags in the back. "Bought all this today?" Shu Qing just gave a sleepy groan. Then Shu Qing muttered, "Wan Wan bought them." Lu Hanxiao scoffed. He was obviously remembering how smug Liu Ruyan looked about that credit card bill earlier. He rolled his tongue in his cheek, furious. Anyone could see Shu Qing felt the temperature drop in the car immediately. She was too tired to care and passed out. Lu Hanxiao drove in dead silence, clearly stewing in his own anger the entire way. He was ready to pick a fight, but turned and saw her sleeping peacefully. She looked so defenseless, like a sweet sleeping kitten. Her long hair fell over her chest as she slept. I could tell Lu Hanxiao was frustrated, but he just stared at her eyelashes. He didn't wake her. Instead, he stepped out to smoke a cigarette. Once he calmed down, he climbed back inside the car. After watching her sleep, he gave in and scooped her up. He carried her toward the apartment while she drifted in a daze. She must have felt safe in his arms because she snuggled closer into his chest, finding a cozy spot to keep sleeping. Her trust seemed to melt his anger. I noticed his lips curl into a tiny smile as he held her even tighter. Carried her in, took off her shoes, and gently tucked her into bed. He just sat there, quietly staring at her face. He caressed her lips, whispering, "Ching Ching, what am I going to do with you?" Then he quietly leapt out of the room. I saw him head back down to haul all her shopping bags up. He had to make 3 full trips to grab everything. He could have hired someone to carry them, but he wanted to do it himself. It was clear he was feeling incredibly conflicted. Does things she'll never know, yet won't make a move. I got the feeling he wanted to sort out his feelings first. He wants to be responsible. Meanwhile, Jiang Wan was back at her place, excitedly showing off all her shopping haul to Liu Ruyan. From bags to jewelry, Liu Ruyan listened patiently to her chatter. Then, Jiang Wan held up a small box. "Guess what is inside?" Liu Ruyan guessed jewelry, but Jiang Wan shook her head. He guessed a shawl, and she shook her head again, grinning. Realizing he would never guess, she opened it. "Ta-da! I bought you a necktie!" Liu Ruyan looked completely stunned. He didn't expect a gift. I knew Jiang Wan wanted to buy him something, even though his designer clothes are always custom-made. He had spotted a sleek black tie. Jiang Wan knew it was his style since his wardrobe is basically just black and white. She bought it, but Liu Ruyan just stared at it blankly, which evidently made Jiang Wan a little nervous. She watched his face, asking if he liked it. Liu Ruyan snapped out of it and pulled her into a tight hug. I love it. Anything you buy me is perfect, he whispered. Zhongwan smiled. Glad you like it, he added. Tie it for me. She blushed, probably remembering how he once whispered that she could only tie his ties. Liu Ruyan looked down at her tenderly. Her soft hands worked around his collar. Liu Ruyan seemed totally distracted, but she was too focused to notice his gaze. She kept adjusting until it looked flawless. Stepping back, she smiled proudly. All done. It matches your black shirt perfectly. Liu Ruyan smirked playfully. Actually, it is not good. She frowned. She looked worried she messed up, checking the knot. Seriously, this is the best one I've ever tied, she insisted. That meant, I am bad, he murmured before kissing her. The next morning, Liu Ruyan actually skipped his early work routine. He waited for me to wake up so we could eat together. When I opened my eyes, I felt his arm wrapped around my waist. Realizing Ruyan hadn't left yet, I turned around in surprise and met his smiling eyes. Why aren't you at work today? I asked, my voice soft and sleepy. I probably sounded like I was whining. Ruyan smiled, pulling me closer. I have to stay and keep Mrs. Yan company, don't I? He teased. Bit. I didn't want my wife getting sad if I slipped out without saying anything. I was so happy that he cared so much about my feelings. After playing around, we finally got up to wash. After breakfast, Ruyan insisted on wearing the tie I gave him, demanding that I tie it for him. Holding the tie, my mind flashed back to last night. My cheeks burned at the memory, and I forced myself to stop thinking about those wild moments. I focused on tying it. Ruyan looked down, watching my face change colors. It was obvious he knew exactly what I was thinking, and he decided to tease me. Just as I finished, he leaned in close. The tie you bought is really high quality, Wan, he whispered. His warm breath made me shiver all over. My face, ears, and neck instantly flushed bright red. Fearing what other wild things he might say, I quickly pushed him out the front door. Assistant Zuo Lin had been waiting outside. Before he could even greet me, I slammed the apartment door shut, leaving him staring at a wall. From what Zuo Lin told me later, he thought I kicked Ruyan out. Fearing a bad workday, he carefully checked Ruyan's face, only to find him smiling happily. There wasn't a hint of anger on Ruyan's face. Zuo Lin looked baffled, probably wondering if this was just our weird couple's foreplay. Chapter 73. When they got to the office, Ruyan saw Lu Hanxiao was already there. Lu usually set his own hours unless there was an emergency. Usually, Lu showed up whenever he wanted. Ruyan was shocked he arrived so early, but judging by his sour face, it was easy to guess why. Apparently, earlier that morning, Su Qing woke up and found Lu eating breakfast. When Su Qing went to get water, Lu invited him to join. Once Su Qing sat down, he barely ate. Anyone could see he had something to say but didn't dare, and Lu noticed every single nervous glance. Lu casually told him to spit it out. Su Qing stopped hesitating and asked, "Did you carry me home last night?" Lu replied, "No, you grew wings." "Can you be serious?" Su Qing snapped. Lu put down his spoon, slowly wiped his hands with a towel, and drawled, "Let's put it another way. I didn't carry you, did you fly back?" Su Qing then asked if Lu carried his shopping bags too. Lu just stared at him in silence. For a brief standoff, Lu broke the silence. Or did the bags grow legs and run back? Su Qing was completely speechless. Stayed quiet, but after a moment, Su Qing reluctantly mumbled, "Thank you." Lu raised his eyebrows, looking totally caught off guard. Lu smiled teasingly. "What was that? I didn't hear you." Su Qing rolled his eyes and snapped, "If you missed it, too bad." "I'm not saying it twice." Su Qing stormed back to his bedroom, leaving Lu alone at the table, staring at the closed door. Lu was so mad he laughed. From what Lu complained later, he felt Su Qing was ungrateful, especially after carrying everything last night. The more Lu stewed over it, the angrier he got. He grabbed his coat and left for work, carrying his terrible mood right into the office. He ordered Ritos for the tiniest errors. By noon, his staff had revised a single report 5 times, leaving the entire department walking on eggshells. Everyone feared Lu. Normally, Ruyan was the terrifying, cold-faced boss, while Lu was the easygoing one. Today, Lu seemed downright terrifying. Dark energy put Ruyan's to shame. By the 6th time, Lu ordered a rewrite. Even my husband couldn't watch anymore and stepped in. "Go grab some lunch," Ruyan told them. "Finish it this afternoon and show it to me." The manager nodded quickly, relieved. Clutching the papers, the manager fled as if he'd just been pardoned. Terrified Lu might change his mind and call him back. Lu ran a hand through his hair and lit a cigarette. Ruyan sighed, muttering about love-struck fools. From what I could tell, he thought I was much cuter. Meanwhile, back in his bedroom, Su Qing must have realized he had been too harsh. Since Lu had helped him, he really did owe him a proper thank you. Su Qing came to find me, hoping to get my advice. But the moment we met, his eyes locked onto the marks on my neck. Face went full smirk. "Ooh, looks like things got pretty wild between you and your husband." My cheeks flushed hot instantly. I hadn't even had time to cover the marks before he arrived. "Su Qing, stop teasing me," I whined, but he just laughed. "Let me see if there are more." he teased, reaching for my collar. I slapped his hand away and pulled my clothes tight. I will kick you out. Finally stopped playing around and told me everything about Liu. After hearing it, I told him they really needed to sit down and talk. He hides his feelings and you're like a little porcupine, poking anyone who gets close, I said. He sighed. He's the one who won't talk. He won't share anything. I know he still blames me. I looked at my best friend with pure heartache, knowing how tough his life had been. He had survived on his own while paying off his father's gambling debts. Seeing how Liu treated him, I was totally on Shu Qing's side. Still, Liu clearly had his own pride, making things painfully awkward. That evening, when Liu finally got back to the apartment, found Shu Qing sitting on the sofa watching TV. Liu raised his eyebrows. He probably expected Shu Qing to be hiding in his bedroom like a turtle. Seeing him in the living room was shocking. Still, Liu walked straight to his bedroom without speaking. He was no doubt still mad about this morning. Qing caught him walking away, panicked, and yelled, "Wait!" Liu stopped in his tracks, but he didn't turn around. Stood with his back to him, waiting. Shu Qing slowly stood up, walked over behind him, and whispered, "I'm sorry about this morning. I knew I'd been a jerk, especially since he'd helped me. But honestly, I could tell Lu Hanxiao wasn't even that mad anymore. Once I actually apologized, it was obvious he was secretly thrilled. I saw him trying so hard to force down a smirk before turning around. Finally faced me, acting all smug. "Since you apologized, I guess I'll forgive you." His arrogant attitude made me want to scream. I wanted to snap back, but I chose peace instead. Before I could even say a word, Lu Hanxiao asked if I'd eaten dinner yet. "No," I admitted. Lu Hanxiao instantly frowned, looking incredibly tense. "Why not? You know your stomach is trash." His concern actually caught me off guard. I couldn't believe he still remembered my stomach issues after all these years. Softening my voice, I murmured, "I just wasn't hungry." "Not an option," Lu Hanxiao insisted. "Eat some porridge, anything to coat your stomach." With that, he headed straight for the kitchen. I followed him right into the kitchen. He swung the fridge open, frowned, and muttered that we were completely out of rice. "I'll have the housekeeper bring some tomorrow," Lu Hanxiao said. "For now, I'll make you some plain noodles." My eyes practically popped out, totally shocked. The spoiled rich young Master Liu, who never lifted a finger in his life, was actually going to cook? I leaned against the doorframe, watching him wash, chop, and prep. From what I could tell, his movements were surprisingly smooth and practiced. He definitely wasn't a beginner. It hit me then, we'd been apart for so long, and so many things about him had changed. A wave of sadness hit me. Lu Hanxiao stood there in a black apron, carefully stirring the noodles while frying an egg. The vibe was so cozy it felt surreal. For a second, all our messy history faded, making us feel like an old married couple. Plated the noodles and caught me staring. "Do I look that good?" he teased. Still spacing out, I blurted, "Yeah, you do." My face flared hot instantly. Desperate to cover my embarrassment, I rubbed my stomach and snapped, "Are they ready yet? I'm starving." I bolted to the dining room before he could mock my bright red face. I heard him chuckle as he topped the bowl with egg and ham, brought the steaming bowl over with some chopsticks. Looking at the food, my stomach finally realized how empty it actually was. I'd been so stressed all day that I'd barely eaten. Forgetting my embarrassment, I grabbed the chopsticks and took a massive bite. My eyes lit up. "Wow, who knew the pampered prince could actually cook?" Lu Hanxiao smirked. "Is that a compliment or an insult?" "Totally a compliment. I just assumed you couldn't cook," I said. He untied his apron and tossed it aside. Slouching back in his chair, he shrugged. "I didn't. I had to learn when I lived alone after we broke up." My hand froze. Neither of us had dared to bring up those lost years since we reunited. Mentioning it now made the room turn dead silent. Suddenly, the noodles tasted like cardboard. He stared at me intently. Judging by his heavy gaze, he was waiting for an explanation. The past was a massive wall between us. I desperately wanted to go back to how we used to be, but I was too stubborn. I couldn't bring myself to share my family's shameful secrets. I wished we could just restart without questions, but that was a fantasy. We were both too stubborn. If neither of us took the first step, we were doomed. A heavy silence stretched between us. He looked defeated and started to stand up. Panic hit me and I blurted, "Lu Hongxiao, can you just give me some time?" It was clear he knew I needed space to figure things out. I had to face my own demons first. Without a second thought, he agreed. Anyone could see he was willing to wait for me forever. I let out a huge breath. I'd been terrified he'd shut me out completely, but I knew he just didn't want me running away again. If he had, this would have been the end of us. Losing my appetite, I put down my chopsticks and stood up to go upstairs. Stared at me, then eyed my half-empty bowl. "Finish it before you go," he ordered softly. It was getting late. I sensed his worry about my digestion. He'd barely made any noodles, yet I hadn't even finished half. Skipping meals always trashed my stomach. From his protective look, I knew he was remembering that night my stomach flared up. I'd been sweating from the pain, and he'd rushed me to the emergency room, staying up all night. I could barely stand then. He seemed determined to never let me feel that pain again. Sighing, I picked up my chopsticks and finished the rest of my noodles. I had no idea his mind was racing like that. Once I finished, he cleared the dishes and we headed to our rooms. Now that we'd finally cleared the air, a massive weight lifted off my chest. Things felt lighter between us. I actually slept like a baby for once. Over the next few days, eating breakfast and dinner together felt totally natural, not awkward. Our trip was wrapping up and we finally flew back. Stepping off the plane onto home soil, I let out a massive sigh. Finally home, Ruyan muttered, wrapping an arm around Zhang Liu Hanxiao and I trailed a few steps behind them. Zhang yelled back at Liu Hanxiao to deliver me home safely, winking playfully at me. They were already way ahead. She obviously noticed we were on better terms and was trying to play matchmaker. Hey, if you're busy, you don't have to drive me, I mumbled. I can grab a cab, I added, not wanting to force him. Lu Hanxiao just stared at me, his expression unreadable. I could tell he caught my signal. He agreed to drive her, obviously not wanting to waste my matchmaking efforts. He even claimed he was free. He reluctantly offered her a ride. I heard that once they arrived, Xuqing didn't even say goodbye, just slammed the door and left. She didn't even invite him up. From what I was told, his face went completely dark as she walked away, and he just slammed on the gas. Maybach roared off. Xuqing later told me she watched him drive away and sighed. Honestly, those two are both ridiculously stubborn. Both are too proud. I doubted their relationship would ever recover. Meanwhile, Liu Ruyan and I picked up our son and headed home. Once home, I opened my suitcase and pulled out the toys. Meng Yao saw his dream RC car and Lego, squealing as he hugged me tight. Planted a wet kiss on my cheek, shouting that I was the best mom ever. I held my little boy close so he wouldn't fall. I gently ruffled his hair and told him I was glad he loved it. Chen Ma watched us, beaming at the sweet moment. I handed Chen Ma a shopping bag, telling her I bought her a scarf and hoping she would like it. She looked completely shocked, never expecting a gift from me. She kept thanking me over and over, calling me madam. She insisted she loved anything I bought. Liu Ruyan wrapped his arm around my waist, reminding me I was tired. Chen Ma agreed, urging us upstairs. She told us she would watch Meng Yao. My sweet boy even chimed in, telling us to rest while he unboxed his new toys. I smiled and followed my husband upstairs. After taking a shower, I walked out to find him already waiting in his bathrobe. He must have showered in the guest room. He looked up, set his book down, and patted the couch, signaling for me to sit. He grabbed the hairdryer and stood behind me, gently running his fingers through my hair. I knew he had dreamed of this moment forever. He wanted us to love each other and live a simple life. Now that it was real, he seemed to find it completely surreal. But he trusted me now. It was clear he finally felt how deeply I depended on him, even if I never said it aloud. Recognizing how exhausted I was, he finished drying my hair, tucked me into bed, and switched off the main lights. Only the nightstand lamp glowing, he wrapped his arm around my waist, pulling me close. Sleep, he whispered. I rested my hand on his shoulder. Good night, hubby, I whispered. Judging by his sudden beautiful smile, hearing me call him that had absolutely made his night. But suddenly, my fingers brushed against a rough scar on his shoulder. I had never noticed it before. Did he shield me right before I fainted during my kidnapping? I faintly remembered him standing in front of me. Sensing my hand tracing the scar, he panicked and quickly pulled my hand away. Panic made it obvious he was hiding something. I immediately sat up and switched the bedroom lights back on. Let me see, I demanded. The powerful, fearless CEO actually looked guilty. He just rubbed his nose nervously. He turned around agonizingly slowly. Annoyed, I shoved him around myself, only to freeze at the sight of a nasty knife scar on his shoulder. My eyes instantly welled with tears. Sensing my silence, he turned back, and his face fell when he saw me crying. Panicked, pulling me into a tight embrace. I'm fine, Wanwan, it's healed, he pleaded. I just didn't want you to worry. Please don't cry. I hated when he did this, keeping secrets for my own good. Didn't he realize I wanted to be there for him too? From what I could tell later, he secretly hoped my guilt would keep me bound to him forever. He would gladly bleed for that. He tried to wipe my tears, but they kept flowing. Giving up, he just gathered me in his arms and held me close. I got tears and snot all over his chest, but he didn't care. Still, I knew I had to teach him a lesson. He needed to stop carrying everything alone. I wanted to share his burdens. Pulling back from his embrace, I looked him dead in the eye. Since you keep secrets and shoulder everything alone, you are sleeping in the guest room tonight. Don't come back until you learn to share. No way, he protested instantly. I will change right now. Besides, we can't sleep apart. What about giving Meng Yao a normal childhood? I was determined to teach him a lesson. A week in the guest room, I declared. Wife, please, he whimpered, looking like a kicked puppy. Seeing I wasn't budging, he tried to negotiate. Just one night? I swear I learned my lesson. I will never do it again. When I stayed silent, he hesitated, clearly pushing his absolute limit. What about 3 days, please? 2 weeks, I countered coldly. 1 week, deal, he snapped. Fine, I smiled. Starting tonight, Mr. CEO, enjoy the guest room. Good night, I said, rolling over to face the wall. He slowly backed toward the door, staring at me with pure desperation. Wife, I am really leaving. Wife, I am opening the door. Wife, keep warm tonight. Wife, I am closing the door. I kept my eyes shut, pretending not to care at all. The moment the door finally clicked shut, I slowly opened them. Honestly, I missed his warmth already. I had no idea if I could sleep alone, but this bad habit of his had to stop. My eyelids grew heavy and I drifted off to sleep. Late that night, once he was absolutely sure I was asleep, he quietly tiptoed back into our bedroom. Unable to sleep a wink without me beside him, he had timed my deepest sleep cycle. Gently slid under the covers and pulled me close. Only then did he close his eyes. The next morning, he woke up early. I guess he snuck back to the guest room on tiptoe. From what I could tell, he was terrified I'd banish him forever. When I woke up, Ruyan wasn't there. I actually slept great, except for this weird nightmare where something heavy, like giant metal claws, was pinning me down. I couldn't move a muscle. The more I thought about it, the more I panicked. What if this place is actually haunted? That thought gave me serious chills. I scrambled out of bed, did a rushed wash-up, and practically bolted downstairs. But I couldn't stand being alone in that room. It seemed like Ruyan was listening closely, because the second my door clicked open, his flew open too. Seeing him step out instantly calmed my racing heart. Before I could even react, he marched over and pulled me tight into his arms, buried his face in my neck, whining. Wife, I couldn't sleep at all without you. Anyone could hear how pathetic he sounded. No. Rules are rules, I said, staying firm. You need to learn. Ruyan lifted his head, leaning down to lock his eyes with mine. He gave me a tragic look. It is fine, babe. So what if I have dark circles and have to run a company on 0 sleep? Even if my body collapses, I still have to listen to you. I stared at him closely, trying to read his face. He was not faking. Dark circles stood out glaringly against his pale skin. Honestly, my heart totally melted, but I had to stay strong. I still had to teach him a lesson. 3 days I negotiated, no less. From what I could tell, a flash of pure mischief crossed his eyes. Deal, he whispered, pulling me back in. After a long hug, we headed down. The nanny brought Mengyao down and we ate breakfast together. I took our daughter to school while Ruyan headed to the office. As I later learned, his assistant, Zuo Lin, had some major updates. Apparently, Uncle Yuan was totally breaking down. He claimed he only knew the mastermind was in the country, and they only spoke over the phone. So he had no clue what the boss looked like. I bet Ruyan narrowed his eyes, telling Zuo Lin to keep him in the dark. No light, 1 meal a day, Ruyan ordered. He paused, a dark look probably crossing his face as he continued. If he's near death and still silent, leak his location. It was obvious Ruyan wanted to bait the mastermind out of hiding. He also ordered tighter security for me and Mengyao. Staring out the window, Ruyan must have been incredibly tense. I knew he didn't care about their petty tricks or his business. His biggest fear was anything happening to me or Mengyao. That afternoon, Ruyan called me. Zhou Jiao was throwing a baby banquet and wanted us to attend. Normally, Ruyan avoids these events like the plague. He usually just sends Zuo Lin with a gift. But it seemed he finally realized that ever since we got back together, we had never appeared in public together. The rumors about our fake, miserable marriage were constant, so he wanted to take me along. He wanted to crush those rumors and mark his territory. Still, judging by his hesitant tone, he was terrified I'd say no. I could tell he had to mentally prepare before calling. He probably thought I'd reject him and say our whole reconciliation was just an act. He was likely scared I'd abandon him and Mengyao to flee abroad. But he still wanted to try and show off our love story. To his absolute surprise, I agreed instantly. But then I hesitated, and I could practically hear his heart stop through the phone. Probably terrified I'd back out and mock him. After a pause, I added, "But I don't have a dress to wear." I heard him let out a massive sigh of relief. He chuckled. "Don't worry, I'm sending Zuo Lin to pick you up. Dress and stylist are already arranged." "Great," I said. "Have the driver bring Mengyao after school too." "Mengyao's coming?" he asked. "Yeah, otherwise she'll be lonely. Let's take her." Thinking about it, I felt this sudden heavy wave of guilt wash over me. Because of me, she never had a proper baby party. I agreed and we chatted a bit more before hanging up. Honestly, she didn't have to come, but we had never publicly announced her. This was our chance to debut as a real family. Zuo Lin dropped me off at the styling studio. The makeup artist immediately gushed about how flawless and poreless my skin was. She kept raving about my long, thick eyelashes, saying they looked like little fans that could steal anyone's heart. "No wonder the cold President Yan is so obsessed with you," I blushed, giving her a shy smile in response. We chatted the entire time. Judging by her smile, she really liked me, which was rare since she usually styled stuck-up celebrities. But she mentioned that most of them were spoiled and threw tantrums. But she told me I was totally different, super sweet and down to earth. No attitude at all. By the time Ruyan arrived, I had just changed into my dress, a strapless soft pink mermaid gown. Showed off my collarbones and hugged my curves perfectly. My waist looked so tiny, it was honestly a total showstopper. My custom necklace and earrings, which Ruyan handpicked, sparkled under the lights. Looking at him, he seemed completely breathless. Stood there, totally frozen. Seeing no reaction, I turned to the mirror. What is it? Do I look bad? Ruyan finally snapped out of his trance. He walked up and wrapped his arms around my waist from behind. Kissed my cheek, burying his face in my neck. Zuo Lin had already cleared everyone out, leaving just the two of us. Warm breath tickled my skin, making me giggle. I pushed him away. Stop it, let's go, we're going to be late. No rush, we can go back later. Just let me hold you. Then Ruyan leaned in, I gasped, pushing him. Stop, you'll leave a mark! He obviously wanted to mark me so the whole world knew I was his. But he also knew I'd absolutely lose it if he did. He gave ape up. Suddenly, he smirked at my reflection in the mirror. Fine, I'll just find another spot. Liu Ruyan smirked. Anyone could see he loved his masterpiece. My face was burning hot. I scrambled to fix my clothes and punched his chest. Bastard, I snapped. Liu Ruyan just laughed, catching my hand. He pulled me flush against his chest and softly kissed the corner of my lips. Chest vibrated. Babe, you're too tempting. Chapter 77. I was so mad I shut up. I could never win an argument with him anyway. I turned away, ignoring him. It was obvious he knew he went too far. His voice softened. Don't be mad, baby. I just couldn't control myself. He leaned down, showering me with soft kisses. It tickled, but I kept my face stone cold. Stop it, I warned. Keep this up and I'm done. Stop being mad and I'll get up, he mumbled. I was ready to explode. When it came to being a total shameless jerk, I could never beat him. I decided to play nice for now and settle the score once we got home. I gritted my teeth. Forced a sweet tone. I'm not mad, now get off me. He finally looked up, cupping my face and studying every inch of it. You sure? He whispered. My face heated up under his gaze. Yeah, totally fine, I lied, trying to push him away. Let me go first. He let me go, his dark eyes full of mischief. Kiss me, and I'll believe you. No way, I snapped, but he threatened to collapse back onto me. I quickly blocked his chest. Fine, fine, I get it. He stood up straight, watching me playfully. I had to build up my courage. I wrapped my arms around his neck, pulling him down for a quick, soft kiss, but he instantly sensed I was trying to pull away. His hand locked behind my head, completely taking over. He kissed me until I was dizzy and gasping for air, my eyes stinging. Stared at him with watery eyes. Judging by his face, he realized he was being a jerk. He stopped, patting my head. Okay. No more playing. Fix your lipstick and we can leave. I gave him a death stare, already debating between the couch or the bathroom floor tonight. I caught my breath. No way was I letting the makeup artist see my messy face, so I fixed my makeup myself before we finally left. When we reached the banquet hall, my little boy, Mengyao, was already waiting in the car. He looked up from his teddy bear and saw us. Bolted out of the car, shouting, Mommy! I squatted down, wrapping him in a tight hug. Did you miss me, baby? Chin on my shoulder, his sweet voice tiny. Yes, so much. I missed you too, my sweet boy. Want me to sleep with you tonight? Yes. He jumped up and down, finally noticing my soft pink evening gown. Blushed. Mommy, you look so pretty. Having my own little boy call me pretty made me melt. I beamed. Thanks, Mengyao. You look super handsome too. That made him even more shy. Mengyao hid in my arms, refusing to show his face. Ruyan stood there, completely ignored. From what I could tell, he was seething, barely holding back. Ruyan finally snapped. He marched over, grabbed Mengyao by the collar, and tossed him aside like a helpless little chick. Ruyan grabbed my hand, forcing it onto his arm and wrapping his palm over mine. Mengyao just stared, while I disgustedly brushed Ruyan off. But Ruyan gripped tighter, making it impossible to break free. Fine. I had no choice but to grab my little boy with my other hand. I gently ruffled Mengyao's hair as we walked into the banquet hall. The servers threw the doors open. Inside, Zhoushan was busy being toasted by the crowd. Second Zhoushan saw us. He set his glass down and rushed over. Naturally, the entire room turned to stare, wondering who we actually were. Ruyan had always avoided the media, so nobody knew his face. But anyone could see his arrogant, wealthy vibe. He was definitely a big deal. Nobody was sure who he was until Zhoushan greeted him. CEO Yan, you actually made it. I thought you had other plans tonight. Those words echoed through the silent room, causing an instant uproar. The crowd immediately started whispering, trying to figure out which CEO Yan he meant. Wait, is that Liu Ruyan, the genius who built the Yan Empire? No way. I thought his family was a mess, but they look so close. They look so happy. Didn't he get a divorce? Who is that girl next to him anyway? And whose kid is that? Shut up. Look at their eyes. The kid is a carbon copy of her. Definitely her son. He looks about 5 years old. Didn't CEO Yan get married 5 years ago? Maybe they never divorced. The rumors swirled, but Ruyan completely tuned out the noise. He didn't let the gossip get to him. With a calm smile, he shook Zhushan's hand and smoothly introduced me as his wife. Zhushan beamed, gushing about how my rumored beauty was totally real. Honestly, the compliments just made me feel awkward. You're too kind, I replied. Zhushan glanced at Mengyao. Is this your son? He's adorable. He has your exact eyes, Mrs. Yan. Mengyao looked up with his big, sweet eyes and said, Hi, uncle. I'm Mengyao. Zhushan smiled. Well, hello there, little guy. We have desserts over there. Why don't you take him to grab a bite? Ruyan nodded, clearly not in the mood for small talk. His only goal tonight was showing me and Ming Yao off, and now that it was done, Ruyan led us straight to the dessert table. Second we stopped, people swarmed us with drinks. Spotting Ruyan at a party was rare, and they weren't about to waste the chance. Ruyan couldn't escape the crowd, so he sent me and Meng Yao to eat first. Those vultures just wanted to use him for a tiny slice of profit. Even a crumb would be a massive win for them. He stood trapped in the center, drowning in fake flattery, looking completely bored out of his mind. His eyes were half shut, totally checked out, though his gaze kept drifting back to me and our little girl. They kept hyping him up as some young prodigy. Ruyan barely reacted, just giving dry one-word answers. But the second someone mentioned how perfect we looked together, he actually looked up and offered a faint smirk. He even downed every drink they offered. Naturally, the crowd caught on and started hyping our relationship. By the end, he had polished off way too much. Yet, he didn't look drunk at all. He strolled right over to me, gently messing up my hair and muttered softly, Tired? Can we actually go? I asked. Ruyan smirked, leaning in. Of course, we leave whenever you want. My legs were killing me, so I nodded. I grabbed Mengyao's hand and followed him out. Once we got home, I tucked Mengyao into bed. I was just starting to drift off myself when I heard the door click open. Ruyan crept in, tucked our daughter in, and scooped me up to carry me to the master bedroom. I thrashed in his arms, but kept it quiet so I wouldn't wake Mengyao. The second he shut her door, though, I started hitting him. I hadn't forgotten how he teased me in the dressing room earlier. Sadly, my punches felt like kitten scratches to him. He didn't even flinch. Ruyan tossed me onto the bed and leaned over. I reacted fast, slamming one hand over his mouth while grabbing his wrist before he could touch me. He raised an eyebrow, silently asking what my deal was. I told you, I snapped, glaring. You are banned from my bed for the next few days. No cuddling. Ruyan pulled my hand away from his mouth and held it, looking incredibly smug. I never said I was staying tonight, I snapped. I'm leaving. Before I could move, Ruyan leaned in for a kiss. I gasped, turning my head, but his lips just brushed against my earlobe as he chuckled. He leaned in, his lips locking onto my earlobe. I froze, then thrashed violently to break free. After all this time, he knew my body too well. Ruyan knew exactly how to make me melt. My earlobe was my ultimate weak spot. In the heat of the moment, one kiss there always did it, and I would lose all control. Now, Ruyan swirled his tongue over my skin, grazing the soft flesh with his teeth, teasing me. Then he traced my entire ear, a sharp shudder ripped through me. I melted into mush, completely powerless to stop him. Ruyan started sliding the buttons off my pajamas. The cold air hit my chest, snapping me back to reality. I shoved him off, stumbled back, landing on the bed with a dark, frustrated glare. He looked absolutely starved. I scrambled to button myself back up. I sat up, smirking down at him. Day 2, husband. For the next 5 nights, you are banished to the guest room. With that, I bolted. I did not give him a chance to argue. I ran straight for the bathroom. From what I could tell, he was absolutely seething. I waited in the bathroom until I finally heard the guest room door slam shut. Only then did I dare to creep back out. I slipped into Mengyao's room. I promised my little boy I would stay, and I was not breaking that. I had to make them feel safe again. I had to make up for the pain I caused them. The next morning, we had breakfast together before sending our boy off to kindergarten. Ruyan went to change. I lounged on the couch, scrolling through my phone. Suddenly, a trending headline caught my eye. It was about our unstable marriage. Rumors about us having a kid. Suddenly, Ruyan's real motive clicked. No wonder he dragged us to that party. The host was not even worth his time, let alone bringing me and our son. Most comments called us a power couple made in heaven. I smirked, reading through the praise. Of course, the haters chimed in. They called us a fake contract marriage, said we had zero chemistry and were probably hooking up with other people. I did not care. Haters just vent online because their own lives suck. I logged into my alt account to like every supportive comment. I reported the nasty ones instantly or clapped back myself. Then I clicked on our son Meng Yao's name. It literally stood for Ruyan misses me. Netizens were losing it. One wrote, I knew it. Thought it was some dark tycoon secret, but they are all about pure love. My heart swelled. Reading those words sent shivers through me. I always suspected the origin of Meng Yao's name, but seeing the whole world talk about it hit different. Knowing everyone knew it hit me hard. Suddenly, warm arms wrapped around me from behind, smelling like fresh pine. Ruyan kissed my ear. Skin flushed. I shivered as his deep, smooth voice whispered in my ear. What has got you so hooked? I shrugged. I shoved the screen in his face. Look, our party video got leaked. We are trending. He did not even glance at the screen, staring down at me, reading my face. When he saw I wasn't pissed, he finally breathed. I narrowed my eyes. Tell me, I demanded. Did you take me and the kid to that banquet just to parade us in front of the media? To go public? He froze. Heart seemed to leap into his throat. Judging by his panic, he was terrified I'd hate his guts. His arms around me started to tremble, tightened his grip, resting his chin on my shoulder. We never killed those rumors, he mumbled. We've never even shown our faces to the media. Just wanted to use this chance to tell everyone. He looked up, his eyes searching mine. Wan, are you mad at me? If you're unhappy, I'll have Zuo Lin kill the stories. He grabbed his phone to call her. I couldn't help but laugh at his dramatic ass. Snatched my phone, gently patting my hand on his waist. I'm not mad, he muttered. You just had to tell me. We're literally married, of course I wouldn't say no. I shoved my phone in his face. Look, everyone says we are a perfect match. A match made in heaven, he teased. From what I could tell, he was thrilled about the love. He was mostly relieved I wasn't mad. Instead, I was hyped to share it. It was obvious his heart melted. He kissed me breathless, only letting go when I gasped for air. Stared down at my swollen, flushed lips. Anyone could see his massive satisfaction as he gently brushed his thumb over them. Good thing you're not mad. He paused. I admit, I had an agenda. The rumors never stop. I was sick of it. Since you came back and we patched things up, I couldn't let those lies slide. Yesterday was just the perfect shortcut. As for Zhou Shan, he's not worth my time, but he's one of Yan's suppliers. He's been loyal to us for years. A favor doesn't hurt business. I nodded, but inside I shivered. Judging by his expression, every single move was under his control. It made me wonder, if he timed our reveal so perfectly, are my daughter and I just chess pieces for his business? Anger flared inside me. I iced him out. Got it. Aren't you supposed to be at work? Get going before you're late. I snatched my phone back and ignored him, giving him the cold shoulder. He seemed to sense my mood, sliding over to sit next to me. He grabbed my phone again and yanked me onto his lap. I thrashed around to get down, but his arms locked me in place. Unable to move, I glared as he casually twirled a lock of my hair. What's wrong, Mrs. Yan? You were fine a second ago. Why the attitude? I'm not mad, I snapped. I heard him chuckle. He clearly found my tantrums adorable. I glared right at him, my voice dripping with attitude. What's so funny? He let go of my hair. Fingers brushed up to caress my cheek. Just that my wife looks gorgeous when she's pissed. I rolled my eyes hard. I looked away again, though I was softening. He leaned in, kissing my cheek. So, tell me why you're mad, babe. I ignored him, dead silent. It was clear he was desperately replaying our conversation. Did you want a press conference instead? Like, it wasn't official enough? I didn't budge. He obviously realized he guessed wrong and kept digging. Or do you just hate Jushan? I'll cut ties with him. I turned to him, completely speechless at his stupidity. He looked like he knew he missed again. I realized if I didn't speak up, he'd dream up some wild conspiracy. I looked at him. Ruyan. Calling his full name startled him. He immediately sat up straight, ready for a lecture. You're a businessman. I get that you maximize profit and hate losing money. I do. But calculating our marriage reveal down to a science? Using me and our baby as a business favor? I hate it. He nodded, apparently realizing he messed up. He clearly knew he shouldn't treat his family like assets. Leaning down, he pressed his forehead to mine, kissing me softly. I'm sorry, baby. I completely screwed up. I'll fix this. Give me 2 days. And I'll host a formal press conference to announce us properly. I nodded. And another thing, they can know about Meng Yao, but keep her face off the internet. She's too young. I want her to have a normal childhood. I could see he'd only focused on the reveal, forgetting the details. He quickly agreed. I'll have PR scrub all her info right now. I nodded. Now go to work before you're late. Relax, I'm the boss. Let me hold you a bit longer. And by hold, he meant making out and getting handsy. He touched me everywhere before finally letting go with a smug grin. Once at the office, his first move was scrubbing our daughter's face. Afterward, he checked Weibo. While most comments were sweet, some haters claimed I used dirty tricks to trap a billionaire. They said I'd get dumped soon, calling me a trophy wife. His mounting anger made it obvious he couldn't stand the slander. He seemed terrified I'd see those nasty posts, so he tweeted, Hi everyone, I'm Ruyan. My wife and I married 5 years ago. She actually rejected me at first. I had to chase her relentlessly before she finally agreed to date me. To address the rumors, my wife and I are deeply in love. No divorce, no contract. We are the real deal. Our daughter's name means I miss Jiangwan. I'll sue anyone defaming my wife. Please protect our child's privacy. We want her to have a normal childhood. Thanks. He attached a photo of our marriage certificate. clearly dated 5 years ago. Within 10 minutes, his post went viral. When a fan called him an absolute simp for his wife, he replied, "Always. I love my wife." One fan wrote, "They're the ultimate couple." He thanked them. Another asked, "Is it just me or is she stunning?" "She's a talented jewelry designer, beautiful, and has a devoted husband." "Total winner," Ruyan replied. "She's all mine. She's way prettier than those fake caked-up celebs." Another added, "Mr. Yan, you stole my dream girl." "This is a blood feud." Ruyan replied, "Keep dreaming." He spent his entire morning ignoring work to reply to comments. From what I heard, his assistant walked in, saw him typing next to a mountain of files, sighed, and quietly backed out. He hadn't even looked up at the guy, completely ignoring his existence. Meanwhile, I was busy scrolling through the absolute trash fire of hate comments on Weibo. I reported every single troll I found, but slowly the hate started vanishing. I could barely find any. I was literally so confused. Then a notification popped up. Hashtag Liu Ruyan posts. Hashtag Liu Ruyan replies to me. He'd spent his entire morning personally replying to every single congratulatory comment. Petty, childish stuff did not fit a powerful CEO. Yet my heart melted. I knew he was insecure. He'd been walking on eggshells since yesterday, only bragging about us after I gave the okay. I wanted to show him I'm all in. I logged into my main account. It was totally blank, except for some boring jewelry show retweets. I typed out a quick caption, "I love my husband too." I attached our marriage certificate photo. My camera roll had 0 pictures of us together. Literally none. I sighed, saved the draft, and closed the app. Ben. I planned to ambush him at his office for a quick photo shoot. Checking the time, I dragged myself up to whip him up some lunch to deliver. Chen Ma was prepping ingredients in the kitchen. Seeing me walk in, she quickly dried her hands. "Ma'am, what are you doing in here?" she asked. "I want to cook lunch for my husband. Teach me?" She looked thrilled that we were finally getting along, quickly nodding. "Of course, absolutely." With the lotus root prepped, I whipped up 3 dishes and a soup. I tasted everything. Honestly, they looked like a hot mess, but whatever. Flavor was actually decent, way better than my usual toxic waste. I packed everything into containers and drove straight to Yan Group's headquarters. The receptionist didn't block me. Thanks to the morning news, the entire office knew our CEO was completely whipped. They all knew my face. She practically beamed, escorting me straight to his private elevator. The second the doors closed, I bet she was already texting the company group chat. "CEO's wife is here with food. I just sent her up." "Oh my god, does she look like her videos?" "Even better. Seriously gorgeous. She's so pale, tall, and skinny. I want her face in my next life." Within minutes, the entire building knew I had arrived. Stepping out of the elevator, I felt eyes locking onto me from everywhere. Even if they weren't being mean, I felt so awkward. I sped up. Heading to his office, employees froze before quickly bowing. "Hello, ma'am." I blinked, totally caught off guard by the title. Realizing they meant me, I didn't want to seem stuck up. I flashed them a warm, friendly smile. "Hey guys, nice to meet you." My dimples popped when I smiled, making me look totally harmless. Like some delicate, innocent flower they were almost afraid to speak too loudly around. Judging by their dazed stares, they were completely starstruck. They watched me pass, probably scrambling to brag about it in their group chats immediately. Turning a corner, I smacked right into a girl. Her entire cup of coffee splashed all over my clothes. She panicked, instantly apologizing like crazy. She yanked out tissues, frantically dabbing at my shirt. I was startled, but I didn't lose my temper. Instead, I quietly gathered her scattered papers. Apologizing, she looked up. I could tell she found me familiar, but she couldn't place me. While she stood there frozen, I broke the silence. "Hey?" I asked first. She practically jumped. "I'm fine, I'm so fine. I'm so sorry." Luckily, the coffee was only warm, so no burns. But this outfit was totally ruined. I felt a pang of regret. "As long as you're okay. I'll just grab a change of clothes. Go on, get back to work." Before she could reply, I walked away. I headed into the CEO's office. Behind me, it was obvious she finally realized I was the boss's wife. She probably thought her career was over. She likely feared getting fired before finishing her probation. Once I walked inside, her coworkers swarmed her like bees. Nan, you're dead. You spilled coffee on the boss's wife. She's gonna ruin you." "No way, she didn't even seem mad." "Duh, she wouldn't embarrass you publicly. She'll just tell CEO Yan and he'll fire you. He worships her. Whatever she says goes." "But she seemed so sweet." "So what? That dress was custom haute couture. Money can't even buy it." Nan's face turned completely white. Another girl put an arm around her. "Ignore them, Nan. She doesn't seem like that type." Nan managed a weak, terrified smile. She looked completely speechless, probably praying I wouldn't hold a grudge. Inside the office, Liu Ruyan was buried in his morning paperwork. Hearing the door open without a knock, he frowned, ready to snap. But seeing me, absolute joy flooded his face. He dropped his pen and rushed over. Stopped, staring at the massive coffee stain on my shirt. Barely hiding his rage, he demanded, What happened? I hadn't thought it was a big deal, but his sharp tone made me feel super vulnerable. I pouted. Just bumped into someone. Seeing my lip quiver, his anger flicked fair. Who? I'll have Zuo Lin handle them. No, wait. I grabbed his hand before he could call. I was just walking too fast. Totally my fault. Honestly, I was fine, but your voice made me soft. Just hug me and make it better. Anyone could see Ruyan's hard attitude melt. She cupped my cheek, kissing my lips softly. Go change in my lounge first, she whispered. Flipped into her lounge and threw open the closet. Just basic shirts, black, white, and gray. I grabbed an oversized white button-down and put it on. I looked like a kid in adult clothes. Ruyan's shirt swallowed me, hanging down to my thighs. My hands were lost, so I had to roll up the sleeves. Once I got ready, I stepped out. Liu Ruyan was setting the table waiting. She looked up and froze. Anyone could tell my pale skin shocked her. I put on the white shirt. My skin looked whiter than snow, glowing like white jade with a rosy undertone. My bare legs were long, straight, and radiant. I ran over to Liu Ruyan, totally clueless. I was just super excited. Quick, taste it! I made this all by myself. Sure, it was no match for Nanny Chen's cooking, but it was way better than my usual disasters. Judging by his face, Ruyan finally snapped out of his daze. Sitting right next to him, I practically bounced. Try it. Hurry, taste it, I begged. Ruyan picked up a piece of the sweet and sour ribs. He nodded. It's amazing. Honestly, anything you make is delicious. A rush of sweet warmth flooded my chest as I picked up my chopsticks and joined him. Ruyan cleared every single plate. He handed me his tablet and told me to play on the couch while he cleaned up. I happily curled up there. I didn't even turn the screen on. Resting my chin in my hands, I watched him clean. From what I could tell, he actually looked like a perfect house husband. After washing his hands, he walked back over to me with a smirk. You've been staring. Am I really that good looking? Yeah, I admitted. Very. My eyes sparkled. It was obvious he'd held back all through dinner, but seeing my gaze locked onto him, he lost it. He leaned down and kissed me. I lost track of time before he finally pulled away, breathless. He stared down at me, and I knew my eyes were completely flushed from his intensity. I looked up, totally breathless. By the look on his face, he was deeply satisfied. He'd wanted this ever since he saw me in that dress. Since I wasn't mad about going public, anyone could see he'd replayed this moment a million times in his head. Now, he couldn't hold back. He scooped me up and marched straight toward his private lounge. I knew exactly what he was planning, but honestly, I didn't even try to fight it. Flushed, I wrapped my arms tightly around his neck and buried my face in his chest. He gently laid me down onto the bed. Super embarrassed, I covered my burning face and nudged him. Hurry up, I whispered. He chuckled softly, twirling a loose strand of my hair. Rushing isn't fun, baby, he purred. Shocked by his bluntness, I quickly wrapped my clothes tight around myself. Fine, then I'm leaving, I snapped. Suddenly, he pinned my wrists above my head, kissing me deeply. My clothes were a total mess, while he still looked completely polished and flawless. Tie was still perfectly straight. Annoyed, I reached up and started tugging at it to ruin his look. What's wrong, baby? He murmured, amused. I ignored him. I could never win an argument anyway. I only let go once. I completely wrecked his clothes. He just smirked, watching me silently. It was clear he was up to no good. I just lay there and played dead, but he wouldn't stop. Shaking my hand, he whispered, Baby, help me with this too. I snapped my eyes open and glared at him, but he wasn't rushed at all, just kissing me softly. Defeated, I closed my eyes and fumbled for his belt. After struggling with it for ages, I opened my eyes pathetically. I don't know how. Temple seemed to throb at my helpless look. He took my hands, guiding me himself until the metal buckle finally released with a sharp click. Pulled back, whispering right into my ear, Got it now, wifey? I gave a tiny nod, and in that instant, he lost all control. When I finally opened my eyes, the sky outside was pitch black. It took me a second to remember where I was. I slowly got up. The second I stood up, my legs buckled. I clung to the wall, catching my breath. Cursing Ruyan 10,000 times, I slowly limped out. My CEO husband was at his desk reviewing paperwork. At the sound of my footsteps, he looked up, saw me awake, and immediately set his pen down. Rushing over, he asked if I was sore. I could tell he felt guilty for losing control, but I'd given him way too many surprises lately. He'd applied some ointment his assistant brought up earlier, and now he seemed anxious to know if it helped. Hearing him ask made me blush. Face burned. I'm fine, I squeaked. Even I was shocked by how raspy I sounded. He quickly handed me a warm glass of water to soothe it. As I drank, he dropped another bombshell. I applied the medicine myself. Better? I nearly choked, spitting my water everywhere and coughing hysterically, my face bright red. Patting my back, he scolded. Why drink so fast? I wanted to scream. Seriously? You think this is about how fast I drank? Your words are literally terrifying, okay? But I couldn't even form a sentence. Once I finally stopped coughing, I smacked his hand away, demanding answers. You actually applied it? No wonder I woke up feeling so cool down there. Of course, he said casually. Does it feel better? I couldn't even answer. My face was on fire, wishing the floor would swallow me. It was plain as day he knew exactly what I was thinking. Chuckled. Is my baby shy? I was completely speechless. No one could compete with his shamelessness. Just looking at this office made me panic. Flashbacks of this afternoon came rushing back, and I desperately wanted to escape. Do you have clothes I can wear? I'm going home, I asked, my face burning. My embarrassment only made him find me more adorable. He pinched my cheek and slowly said, Zuo Lin brought some earlier. I just have a few files left to finish, then we can go home together, okay? I nodded and went back to the lounge to change. A moment later, he walked in, squeezed my hand gently, and whispered, Let's go home. Then he led me out of the office. Walking half a step behind, our fingers tightly locked, I leaned in and snapped a quick photo. His black suit against my white dress looked perfect. The contrast of black and white, plus our height difference, gave me a massive sense of security. I smiled, satisfied, and put my phone away. It was closing time at our corporate office. Most desks were empty, with only a few people working overtime. As we passed the legal department office, I glanced inside and saw the girl who spilled coffee on me earlier. Ji Nanan was still working hard. Sensing someone watching her, she looked up. She saw us walking hand in hand. I locked eyes with her and smiled warmly. Her anxious heart, which had been pounding all afternoon, instantly skipped a beat. I guessed she expected to be fired, but she hadn't received any notice. Now, seeing me smile warmly at her, she could finally stop worrying. I could sense her relief. She probably thought I was just a trophy wife, but now she realized we're a match made in heaven. Ruyan drove me home. Boom. The second we walked in, my little boy Meng Yao sprinted downstairs. He threw his tiny arms around my leg, refusing to let go. Mommy, you're finally back. I scooped my little dumpling up and kissed his cheek. His eyes practically sparkled. I couldn't resist messing up his hair. He didn't even flinch. It was obvious he trusted me completely, like his mom could do no wrong. Looking at his messy hair and that hilarious cowlick, I lost it. He was just too cute. I asked softly, Want mommy to sleep with you tonight, baby? Doe eyes lit up instantly. Judging by his face, he was absolutely thrilled. Yes, yes, I love sleeping with mommy the most. He wrapped his arms around my neck, nuzzling my cheek. Nearby, Ruyan glared. Anyone could see he felt totally left out. I smirked. Well, Mr. CEO, your punishment isn't over. You're stuck in the guest room tonight. I carried my boy to the dining table, leaving my husband standing there, completely ignored. I felt a sweet rush of satisfaction, ultimate revenge. Meanwhile, Ruyan sighed. From what I could tell, he was miserable about sleeping alone. When will this torture end? That night, while Ruyan worked, I used my son's bath time to jump on Weibo and post our new photo. I hit post, set my phone down, and read Meng Yao a bedtime story, but it felt like he was completely distracted. He kept hesitating, stopping himself mid-sentence. I set the storybook aside and hugged him close. Gently patting his back, I whispered, Baby, got something to tell Mommy? He struggled for a second before finally asking, Mommy, did you and Daddy fight? Are you divorcing? I froze, completely shocked. I looked down. Why do you ask that, sweetie? His eyes grew red, but he fought the tears. You and Daddy always slept together. Now he's in the guest room. My kindergarten friend said his parents did that, and they ended up divorced. I didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Wiping his tears, I explained, No, baby, Daddy's just in the doghouse. He's being punished. We love each other. We will never, ever divorce. Really? He whispered, still sounding unsure. Realer than pearls, I promised, looking him in the eye. From what I could see, he finally relaxed, snuggled into my chest. I believe you, Mommy, I smiled. Good, that's all. I'll never leave you or Daddy again. We're staying together forever. Once he calmed down, he drifted off. Meanwhile, Ruyan finally finished up his work. Later, Ruyan told me he'd opened Weibo and saw our names trending. I could tell he got incredibly emotional, his hands shaking as he clicked the link. My post popped up immediately. He opened the photo of our fingers locked together, which I'd snapped when we left the office. Stared at that post for ages. I guess he never expected me to go public. Just being open was enough. He hadn't dared hope for more. But I had given him the ultimate surprise. Everyone knew now. He walked slowly into our son's bedroom, sat by the bed, and gently held my hand. He watched us for a long time, tucked us in, and tiptoed out. The next morning, after sending our boy to school, straight back to bed, I slept until noon, only waking up when Nanny Chen called me down for lunch. After lunch, my phone rang. No contact name, but the number looked familiar. I swiped to answer. I waited. Hey, Wan Wan, it's Gu Ming. I was shocked. We hadn't spoken since we last met at the coffee shop. I wondered why he was calling out of the blue. I actually need a favor, he said. Sure, what's up? I'll help if I can. Our jewelry brand has been struggling, he explained, but our sapphire collection did well, and now we want to launch a new line to keep the momentum going. He continued, the pink diamond series you designed before got put on hold when you came back to China. I want to buy your designs, he added quickly. I promise we'll pay full royalties despite our friendship. I'm not worried about that. I smiled. I know your character. I thought about it. I'd finished those pink diamond designs last year, but never got around to selling them. I was worried they'd look outdated by now. Helping Goose while clearing my inventory seemed like a win-win, so I agreed. We agreed to meet at Goose Group that afternoon. Since this was business, I put on some light makeup out of professional respect. I threw on a beige trench coat over a matching dress and tied my hair in a bun. Classic, elegant, and professional. I drove to Goo's. I could only assume Gu Ming had warned the reception, because a receptionist immediately escorted me to his private elevator. He was already waiting. He was sitting on the sofa. Thanks for coming, Wan Wan. No problem, I said. Let's get down to business. I wanted to wrap this up fast. I knew Ruyan would get insanely jealous if he found out, so I planned to tell him tonight. His eyes dimmed for a split second, though he masked it quickly. We want a love-themed collection. Pink diamonds represent the ultimate romance. About sweet, youthful romance. Your pink diamond designs fit our brand perfectly. Once we finished ironing out the details, I signed the contract. He had a solid promo plan showing his absolute sincerity, and I trusted him. Once the deal was official, smiled, offering his hand. Pleasure doing business, Wan Wan. I shook it lightly. Likewise. Pleasure doing business. I hadn't expected the meeting to drag on. By the time I left Gu's, Ruyan was already off work. I had to sprint home. Otherwise, my jealous husband would throw a massive fit. Rushing inside, I noticed he wasn't back yet. I let out a massive sigh of relief. But he's usually home by now. Growing worried, I dialed his number to check on him. The first call went straight to voicemail. Tried calling him again. Still no answer. Annoyed, I dialed his assistant, Zuo Lin, instead. He picked up, sounding completely terrified. Hello, ma'am? Liu Ruyan still at work, I asked. Judging by Zuo Lin's shaky voice, my husband was in the office, radiating absolute ice. I heard Zuo Lin swallow hard before replying. Mr. Liu is still reviewing files. He might be back pretty late tonight. I rolled my eyes. Fine, I can't reach his phone, so tell him not to stay too late. Tell him to get home fast. He agreed quietly and hung up. I could tell he wanted to say more, probably wondering why I didn't know why my husband blocked my calls. After putting my little boy to sleep, I waited and waited, but there was still no sign of Liu Ruyan coming home. Strange panic gripped me. I couldn't sit still, let alone sleep. Finally, I grabbed my coat and rushed straight to his office building. The entire corporate building was dead quiet when I arrived. I took the elevator to the top floor, navigating the dark hallway by the dim streetlights outside. Office was pitch black. Liu Ruyan, are you here? I called out, my voice echoing in the massive empty space. Chills ran down my spine. I reached for the lounge door to check inside, but the second my hand touched the knob, someone grabbed my wrist. The grip was icy, strong, and completely inescapable. Before I could scream, he pinned both of my wrists high above my head against the door. Pinned flat, trapped under his heavy weight. Terror surged through me, and I began to struggle violently, trying to break free. Help, I screamed. Liu Ruyan, save me. But suddenly his lips slammed onto mine, cutting off my voice completely. I could only whimper, but the warm embrace, the familiar scent, and his sharp jawline in the dim light confirmed it. It was him. It was Liu Ruyan. My body relaxed. I stopped fighting and wrapped my arms around his lean waist, kissing him back. But his lips were fierce, almost desperate. I didn't push him away until I tasted the metallic tang of blood. My lips burned, and a spark of anger flared inside me. Couldn't he be gentle for once? He just stared at me silently in the dark, refusing to speak. Finally, I couldn't take the silence anymore. I frowned, glaring at him. Why are you being so rough? That actually hurt. He didn't say a word. Instead, he glared at me. Where were you this afternoon? Anger flared. He was the one hiding, scaring me half to death, and now he was interrogating me? About to snap at him for acting so crazy. But then it hit me. I had visited Gu Ming's company this afternoon. I'd been so worried about him tonight that I completely forgot about that meeting. No wonder he was furious. He definitely knew. My anger vanished. I hadn't expected him to find out so fast. I wanted to explain tonight, so I had to calm him down before this ruined us. I wrapped my arms around his neck, softening my voice. So you found out? He just kept staring down at me, his eyes freezing cold. Didn't answer. I forced a playful smile, leaning in to press a soft kiss against his lips. But his expression didn't change. Cut the act. Said coldly. I didn't care. I leaned in and kissed him again. I told you it won't work, he muttered, but I didn't back down. I kissed him a third time. He let me, but his gaze remained completely unmoved, practically begging for an explanation. It was obvious he wouldn't let this go without a real explanation. I stood up straight, adopting a formal tone like I was delivering a presentation. President Liu, I went to Gu's company this afternoon. When he didn't react, I continued sheepishly. Gu Ming called me at noon. They're launching a new jewelry line, and my design fit their requirements. They wanted to buy my drafts. That's why I went to discuss a partnership. I twiddled my fingers nervously. Knowing his history with bipolar disorder, I was terrified he'd lose control. I couldn't even bring myself to look up. But he didn't move. He just stared down at me in the heavy, suffocating silence. The only sound in the office was the frantic beating of my heart. My heart plummeted. Just as panic began to consume me, his fingers suddenly gripped my chin, forcing me to look up into his eyes. He searched my eyes, looking for any sign of a lie. I didn't look away, letting him inspect me. In the dark, our eyes locked, reflecting the faint light. After what felt like an eternity, he suddenly pulled me into a crushing, desperate hug, squeezing me with terrifying force. Felt like he wanted to fuse me into his skin. The raw, desperate relief in his embrace made me wince, but I didn't push him away. Instead, I wrapped my arms tightly around his waist. Wan, his low, raspy voice whispered in my ear. I'm so glad, I'm really so glad. Voice sounded choked up. I know you were told about my illness, he whispered. But Wan, I'm going to get better. I promise. I'm working on it, see? I controlled myself this time. I was terrified you'd leave me, but I didn't run away. I didn't shut down. And I didn't hurt you. Just give me time. My throat tightened, and a wave of raw emotion hit me, tears burning the backs of my eyes. I gently patted his back, soothing him. It's okay, we'll fight this together. And even if you never fully recover, I don't care. But I'll be your safety net. If you don't want me seeing Gu Ming, I'll cancel the contract right now. I'll cut him off completely, okay? Buried his face in my neck, slowly shaking his head. No, he murmured. Jewelry design is your dream. You have your own life to live. You're a bird meant to fly. I won't clip your wings. My heart melted. For a man as fiercely possessive as him, saying that was huge. I knew how hard it was for him to let go. His deep, overwhelming love for me hit me so hard that my tears soaked his shoulder. Feeling the wetness, he pulled back and flipped on the hallway light. Under the warm glow, he finally saw my tear-streaked face. He actually chuckled. He wasn't even crying, but apparently I was sobbing way faster than him. He reached up, wiping my tears away. But it was useless. The tears kept coming, so he just pulled me against his chest, letting me ruin his shirt like a tissue. I sobbed into his chest. If I knew it hurt you, I never would have met him. It was obvious he felt like my absolute number one. From what I could tell, his mood did a total 180. His chest vibrated as he laughed, back to his usual cocky self, all thanks to me. Doesn't that just bring us closer? Wan looked up, nodding hard. Honestly, her serious face was cute as hell. I just squeezed her tighter. Once I calmed down, Liu Ruyan gently pulled me back. He studied my face, making sure the tears were finally gone. He let out a breath and whispered, Okay, babe, no more tears. Let's go home, all right? I nodded softly. Liu Ruyan grabbed his keys to leave, but I grabbed his hand, blushing. Go change your clothes first. Shirt was a ruined mess of wet spots from my tears. He looked down, realized it, and led me to his lounge to change. I slumped on the sofa, bored out of my mind until I saw a little pill bottle. Lithium carbonate. I pulled out my phone. A mood stabilizer. For bipolar mania and depression, my entire body went completely numb. I could barely hold the tiny bottle. My tears started spilling over again. That's the mess Liu Ruyan walked into. I was curled up on the sofa with crying eyes. Liu Ruyan walked over, and judging by his face, he realized exactly what was in my hand. It was obvious he knew why I was crying. He sat beside me, wiping my face. Babe, are you made of water or something? My heart is literally breaking. I didn't care about his sweet talk. I turned to him, vision blurry. Do you take these a lot? Not really. Since you came back, I barely touch them, only when it gets too bad. I slowly put the bottle back down. I grabbed Ruyan's hand, looking him dead in the eye. Are there side effects? Just sleepy, he muttered. Fine. We're seeing the doctor tomorrow. No arguing. It wasn't a question. I was telling him. Ruyan just smiled, reaching out to mess up my hair. Fine, whatever you say, he whispered. Whatever my wife wants, he teased. My face heated up. I stretched my arms out, then carry me downstairs. Anything for my girl, he grinned. Ruyan squatted by the couch. I locked my arms around his neck and jumped onto his back. He grabbed his keys, easily lifting me like I weighed nothing. I rested my head on his shoulder, but my hands couldn't behave. I started tracing his abs, then moved up to tease his biceps. I was having a blast, but judging by his heavy breathing, Ruyan was struggling. Do you actually want to go home tonight? He rasped. Or do we sleep here? I froze. My back was still sore from yesterday. Honestly, I had no clue where he got all that energy. Ruyan gently slid me into the passenger seat and climbed behind the wheel. He started the car, instantly reaching over to grab my hand, interlocking our fingers. It was obvious he loved this, like we were totally inseparable. By the time we got home, it was past midnight. Our kid was already asleep. Ruyan led me to the bedroom door, looking down at me with pathetic puppy dog eyes. Babe, can I sleep in here tonight? I stayed quiet. Honestly, I felt bad about earlier and wanted to make it up to him. But I had to stand my ground. If I let things slide, he would never take my boundaries seriously. Common sense told me to say no. No way. I said a week and I mean it. I am not backing down. Anyone could see Ruyan was completely thrown off by that. Did his little pity act fail? He probably thought he had won. Still, he didn't give up, wrapping his arms around my waist. He rested his chin on my shoulder and whispered, "But baby, without you next to me, I feel so lost." My illness might get worse. I was already terrified about his health. What if sleeping apart triggered this? I couldn't risk it. Fine, I sighed. You can sleep in my room. He smirked when he thought I wasn't looking. The guy clearly couldn't believe how easily his trick worked. Probably had a whole speech prepared, but didn't even need it. Once he hauled his stuff back in, I headed for the shower. I was exhausted and just wanted to pass out, but Ruyan insisted on joining me. It's faster, he claimed. I knew exactly what he really meant. Ruyan dragged me into a session in the shower, then pulled me to bed for another round. I was so mad, but I couldn't stop him. I swore I would never fall for his pathetic puppy dog act again. When I finally woke up, it was already late the next afternoon. I rubbed my eyes and sat up to an empty bedroom. After cleaning up, I headed downstairs for food. I guess Ruyan heard me coming. I slowly walked down the stairs, holding the handrail. Ruyan rushed over to support me, letting me lean all my weight on him. "Are you eating here or upstairs?" he asked softly. I was just about to bring it up. "Here is fine," I replied. He ladled some porridge for me. Ruyan sat beside me and started serving me food. "Aren't you eating?" I asked. "I already ate," he smiled. I fell silent and just nodded. I was starving, so I stuffed my face until my cheeks bulged. From what I could tell, Ruyan found me adorable, watching me like a little hamster. "Eat slowly," he chuckled softly, teasing me. "No one's going to steal it." Once I was full, I slumped back against the chair. "Full?" he asked. "Yeah," I mumbled. "Let me feel," he said, reaching over to pat my stomach with a playful grin. "Stuffed," he teased. My face flushed red. Embarrassed by my own stomach, I gave him a frustrated little kick under the table. Ruyan didn't even flinch, just letting me throw my little tantrum. Suddenly, a ringtone shattered the quiet. He frowned, looking at the caller ID Zuo Lin. He answered with an irritated sigh. "What is it? Make it quick." On the other end, Zuo Lin sounded hesitant, clearly sensing his bad mood, especially since this call was about me. "Do you want to get fired?" Ruyan snapped. Terrified, Zuo Lin quickly stammered out an apology. "Sir, the online rumors about your spouse are blowing up. Should we handle it?" I had been trending #1 all morning, but she hadn't received orders. She wasn't sure if she should pull the search. Fearing things would spiral out of control before Ruyan noticed, she decided to call and ask him directly. "What rumors?" Ruyan demanded. When Zuo Lin hesitated, his patience wore thin. "Forget it, I'll look myself," he muttered and hung up. I leaned in to look at his phone, curious. The trending topics popped up. Jiang Wan's affair, first love Gu Ming, and CEO's marriage trouble. He clicked them. Paparazzi photos showed me entering Gu's group. They'd leaked my private info alongside Gu Ming's. While Ruyan's details remained heavily protected, mine were completely exposed. Everything was out there. They dug up how I chased Gu Ming in college, our old relationship, and how everyone back then knew we were together. They revealed that just as we got serious, I suddenly got engaged to Ruyan. The public gasped, seeing our whole history dragged into the light. Our marriage didn't seem so sweet anymore. People thought they'd uncovered some dirty elite secret. Ruyan frowned. Even for a CEO, this info leak was too fast. Gu Ming's files shouldn't have been this easy to hack. Online comments were already exploding. I knew they were just a contract couple. It's all fake. Showing off love last week, and now he's visiting his ex? Shameless, another wrote. The CEO probably forced him into this marriage. Poor baby. Run from toxic rich guys, a comment read. Others chimed in, "Don't judge yet, let the truth come out. Stories always flip these days." Why would a billionaire CEO need a publicity stunt? Ruyan read the comments, his expression turning darker by the second. I didn't really care about the rumors, but as I watched Ruyan's face, I realized he was furious. That's when panic set in. I'd messed up again. "I'll post our contract on Weibo," I whispered. Chapter 86. Things were worsening. Ruyan grabbed my shoulders, turning me to face him. "Wan, you don't need to prove anything," he said solemnly. "I'll handle this. I just want you to be happy." From what I could tell, Ruyan was terrified these online attacks would hurt me. He wanted to shield me from the filth. He was my rock. I finally saw the depth of his fierce love. He was like the ocean, vast, protective, and absolutely wild with passion. I pulled his hands down, interlocking our fingers tightly. "I have to clarify things with Gu Ming," I insisted. "We can't leave it like this. The rumors won't stop, and this isn't a burden for me anyway. I won't let you carry this alone." Ruyan gently cupped my cheek, brushed a finger near my eye, his gaze soft. "All right, whatever you want. Just promise you'll talk to me first next time." I beamed at him. "You're my husband," I said. Who else would I talk to? It was obvious that my words deeply touched him, proving my love once and for all. Finally realized he wasn't alone anymore. Ruyan pulled me into a tight, desperate hug, holding me like a priceless treasure while he cleared the table. I ran upstairs, grabbed my contract with Gu Ming, and posted a photo of it. Yes, Gu Ming and I have a past, but it was just a youthful crush. We grew apart. I married my husband because we genuinely love each other. No drama. My visit to his company was strictly business. Both moved on, so please stop the rumors. Along with the contract, I posted a blurry photo of Ruyan washing dishes, his elegant back unmistakable. Comments flooded in. I knew they were real, best couple ever, and haters just got slapped. Wait, is the CEO's partner a jewelry designer? He's won international awards. Amazing. My post instantly topped the trends. I skimmed through the comments, then walked downstairs to find Ruyan. Once ready, we headed to Ruyan's psychiatrist. I wanted to understand his illness, find out if he was hiding anything, and see how often he took his meds. I wanted to check the side effects. Knowing Ruyan, he probably feared showing me his weakness, but now, maybe he wanted my comfort even more. He wanted me bound to him forever. At the clinic, Dr. Wei Yueli looked shocked to see Ruyan, who usually ignored medical advice. He only sought extreme treatments when desperate. Otherwise, he just endured it. But recently, he'd actually picked up a box of lithium carbonate. The doctor thought Ruyan was finally taking care of himself, but Ruyan admitted it was because I was back. He didn't want to scare me. Wei Yueli almost lost it, realizing he was just part of our romance game. But he knew more than anyone that I was Ruyan's cure. I waited outside while they checked Ruyan's dosage and ran tests. When they finally came out, I stepped forward anxiously, asking, "How is he doing?" Dr. Wei frowned, looking at the medical report. He said Ruyan's emotional state seemed stable, but his condition was actually worsening. Hearing those words, I panicked. My mind raced. Why was he getting worse? Dr. Wei pulled out Ruyan's old medical charts, flipped through them, and said, looking at his history, "Ever since you came back, his mood has stabilized. He's not staying up all night with insomnia anymore, and his health has definitely improved." Stomach nodded. I frowned. But what? Dr. Wei compared Ruyan's 2 test results before speaking. But this is only because you're by his side. Dr. Wei set the file down, his dark eyes locking onto me. Your presence stabilizes his body, but mentally he is actually getting worse, becoming dangerously dependent. What do I need to do to fix him? I asked, desperation creeping in. Dr. Wei leaned back in his chair, smiled. It is simple. Just don't leave him. Give him a total sense of security and he'll stay stable. Is there no real cure? I asked. Dr. Wei glanced at Ruyan, who sat next to me looking totally harmless, but Ruyan shot him a warning look. I shook my head helplessly. Without you, he's sick and you're his cure. Hearing that hit me way too hard. It made me smile despite myself. Beside me, Liu Ruyan casually played with my fingers, looking like he wasn't even the one they were talking about. I grabbed some mood stabilizers from Wei Yuli before heading home with Liu Ruyan. In the car, Liu Ruyan leaned over to buckle my seatbelt. Liu Ruyan, I said, dead serious. Judging by his reaction, he was startled by my tone. Those nights in the guest room, did you actually sleep? No, Liu Ruyan said, totally shameless. He did sneak into the master bedroom later, but he really hadn't slept in the guest room. Hearing that, I instantly felt my heart break, my eyes welling with tears. Why didn't you tell me? Seeing me cry for him, Liu Ruyan, he seemed secretly pleased, but he still gently wiped my eyes. I'm fine, Wan. Don't cry, okay? I only wanted to love him better. Kicking him out to the guest room was just to stop him from hiding things. I wanted to share his burdens, but instead I hurt his health. I was so incredibly mad at myself. It felt like every time I tried to help, I just messed things up. Chapter 87, No Longer in Love. It's fine, Wan. Wei Yueli said having you near stabilizes my condition. You're my cure. But I caught my breath. What if, Wan, Liu Ruyan interrupted, his expression turning dead serious as he stared right at me. There is no what if. Honestly, I hated promising the future. Nobody knows what tomorrow brings. Promises always felt totally pointless and fake to me. But looking into his eyes, I found myself nodding. Suddenly, the abstract concept of a future became totally real right in front of me. Man was my future, and I couldn't imagine one without him. He kept comforting me until my breathing finally slowed down. Liu Ruyan finally started the car. As the scenery blurred outside my window, I realized we weren't heading home. Where are we going? Aren't we going home? Nope, Liu Ruyan said, grabbing my hand while steering with his other, keeping his eyes glued to the road. We finally have some free time. I'm taking you on a date. My cheeks burned. Ever since I got back to the country, we hadn't had a real date. I was actually excited for normal couple stuff. He ended up pulling up to a private cinema, bought popcorn and sodas first. Since it was a new release, the lobby was packed, and he had to wait in the long line. Tall, striking figures stood out instantly. While I waited, 2 guys who looked like college students suddenly walked up to me with their phones out. Blushing, they asked, "Hey, can we get your number?" I blinked, totally taken aback, before smiling. "Sorry guys, I'm actually married." They looked completely shocked. "Oh, sorry, we thought you were a student." Honestly, nobody gets mad at being told they look young. I was no exception. I graduated years ago. I actually have a kid. Just then, Liu Ruyan walked up, clutching our snacks. Seeing them talk to me, his face darkened instantly. Anyone could feel the icy vibe as he pulled me tight against his chest, marking his territory. He glared at them, and they looked absolutely panicked. Sorry, we thought you guys were siblings. Our bad, they babbled and bolted. My face turned red, trying to hold in my laughter. Meanwhile, Liu Ruyan appeared absolutely furious, his voice dropping to an icy tone. Funny? I shook my head like a bobblehead. Do I look that old? I shook it again. He stared at my struggling face. Boffed, let me go, and marched inside. I ran after him to soothe his ego. Hey, you're not old, you're just a boss. But you have that cold authority vibe, that's all. Silence. Really? He glanced down at me. Do you feel like you're losing out being with me? No way, I insisted, shaking my head. A hot, rich, loving husband with an amazing body? I totally won. I even reached out to stroke his abs. That finally did the trick. He pulled me onto his lap, kissing me breathless until the movie started. My lips felt completely swollen, so petty. I didn't dare show it, though, or I'd suffer more. The movie was some tragic romance about a girl who didn't actually love the guy. He chased her obsessively, using every trick to get her, but she never really loved him. In the end, she married someone else. Total trash. I was practically falling asleep, forcing my eyes open. But beside me, Liu Ruyan was staring at the screen, totally glued to the movie. When the lights came up, I noticed his eyes were slightly red, though he blinked it away in a split second. He masked it instantly, pretending nothing happened. Holding my hand as we walked out, he remained completely silent and quiet. It was obvious he was totally down. Looking at his profile, I finally asked, "What's wrong with you?" He hesitated. Will we end up like that movie? I finally realized what was bothering him and sighed. Of course not. That's just fiction. We're different, and that plot was totally forced. He looked down thoughtfully for a second, then looked up. Then kissed me. I glanced at the massive crowd around us. There was no way I was doing PDA here. Let's wait till we're home, okay? He pouted. Don't love me, he muttered. I rolled my eyes, stood on my tiptoes, and pecked his cheek. He looked up. Not there. Tapped his lips. Here. I was so annoyed. How did I never notice how dramatic he is? I just glared at him, refusing to move. He sighed. I knew it. You don't know anything. Worn down by his pouting, I stood on my toes again. Pecked the corner of his lips. Pulling back, my face burned as I glared at him. There, not another word. He finally let out a soft laugh, letting me off the hook. Okay. He grabbed my hand, locking our fingers as we walked out. Ruyan took me out for a Western dinner. We were just about to head home when his phone rang. It was Joe Si-chi, inviting him out for drinks. Everyone's finally together tonight, man, just waiting on you. Not going, Ruyan replied instantly. Come on, we're all here. Sitting right there, I heard everything. Ruyan had been glued to my side lately, skipping every hangout. Since this was a rare chance, I wanted him to go. Just as he went to hang up, I tugged his sleeve. He looked at me confused. Go, I'll come with you, I said. On the other end, Joe Si-chi heard my voice. Piped up instantly. Yes, bring sister-in-law along, Ruyan replied. Send me the address and hung up. Ruyan smirked, tilting my chin up with his fingers. What, worried I'll lose touch with my friends? I nodded honestly. He tucked a stray hair behind my ear. His cool fingertips brushed my cheek, sending a shiver through me. He smirked, teasing, you love me that much? My face flushed hot. I slapped his hand away and sat up straight, staring out the windshield. Fine, don't go. See if I care. Ruyan started the engine. Of course I'm going. My wife has spoken. I rolled down the window a bit to let the cool air in. I pretended to ignore him. He wasn't bothered, just smiling to himself. It seemed he knew exactly when to stop pushing his luck. Drove in silence. When we arrived at Maisie Bar, Ruyan pulled me inside. The place was packed with about a dozen people. Most of them were strangers. Seeing us, they dropped what they were doing and chimed, Hey, sister-in-law. I nodded back, feeling totally awkward. Ruyan pulled me onto the couch and ordered me a juice. Joe Si-chi slid over, drink in hand. Bro, seriously, how long has it been since you hung out? You owe us 3 penalty drinks. Ruyan smiled, reaching for a glass, but I stopped him. He's on medication right now. No alcohol. Can't drink. Are you sick, bro? Josie asked, surprised. Ruyan brushed it off. It's fine. Just an old issue. I didn't want to ruin the mood, so I took the glass. He can't drink, so I'll do it for him. Ruyan looked stunned. Don't force it, he said. I shook my head, whispering, I'll be fine. My tolerance is actually pretty good. Don't kill the vibe. Hearing that, Ruyan finally let go. I knew he wouldn't let anything happen to me while he was right here. So he let me go for it. I downed 3 shots back to back. Even Joseki cheered, yelling, Sister-in-law can drink. Ruyan looked smug, his face basically saying, See, my wife protects me. I just pursed my lips, trying not to laugh. Drink actually tasted good, sweet, crisp, and barely strong at all. Beside me, Ruyan raised an eyebrow, looking amused. Stuff kicks in late. Want to go home? I shook my head. I told you, I'm fine. Go hang out with them. Just then, a girl called out to me. Sister-in-law, come play cards. She had big eyes, a baby face, and looked totally sweet and innocent. I remembered her as Josuke's girlfriend, but a playboy like him usually dumped his girls within a month, yet she was still here. Seeing her with him after all this time actually surprised me. Wanting Ruyan to enjoy himself without constantly babysitting me, I made my move. I'm going to check out the game, I said. Ruyan nodded but warned, make sure you stay where I can see you. Got it. From what I could tell, his eyes followed me the whole way. Josuke noticed and nudged his arm. Dude, she's gone. Snap out of it. You look pathetic. Ruyan glared at him. You don't know anything. Josuke grabbed 3 of the strongest shots. Bro, he said as Ruyan looked over. I messed up. I deleted the text she sent you. I almost ruined everything. I'm finishing these. He downed all 3 shots instantly. Ruyan stared at the empty glasses, then looked away. We've been brothers forever. You should know what's off limits. She is my red line. Do it again. And we're done. Josuke nodded quietly. He lit a cigarette and leaned back, staring down, looking completely lost in thought. Anyone could see he knew my worth to Ruyan. He'd acted out of pure anger, but lately he seemed relieved his screw-up hadn't ruined things. Over at our table, Jiajia explained the rules, and we started playing. I must have had crazy beginner's luck. My pile of chips kept growing while Jiajia was left with nothing. Finally, she tossed her cards and slumped over. Ever since you sat down, I haven't won a single hand. I laughed, setting my cards down. I took a sip of juice. Are you a college student? You look so young. Yeah, I'm a junior at Beijing University. Are you Siki's girlfriend? Bai Jiajia waved it off. Not really, she muttered, frowning as if trying to find the right word. She suddenly looked at me and brought up being a kept woman. I didn't buy it. From where I stood, Bai Jiajia's elegant vibe didn't scream sugar baby. Noticing my confusion, Bai Jiajia shrugged. We have a small company, she said, totally chill. My brother almost ran it into the ground. It was my parents' life work, she continued. They couldn't just let it die. Since they knew the Zhaos, they dragged us to beg for help. But before we even left, Josuke cornered me, said he'd save us if I became his girlfriend. My parents always favored my brother anyway. So the second they saw a chance to latch on to the wealthy Zhou family, they agreed. Now we're stuck. Hearing this, I literally couldn't help but frown. Are they even real parents? I muttered. Whatever, I'm used to it. Bai Jiajia shrugged, taking a careless gulp of her drink. Always been like this. I honestly loved her vibe. Since she seemed pretty young, I was worried she'd end up on a bad path. If you ever need help, I offered. Hit me up anytime, I said, grabbing her phone and plugging in my number. Bai Jiajia raised an eyebrow, clearly surprised. She flashed a sweet smile. Awesome, thanks gorgeous. I laughed, shaking my head. Just call me Zhangwan. You got it, Wan. To me, this girl was basically a hyper little bunny. Totally adorable. You know, Mr. Yan really loves you. But to everyone else, he acts like they owe him 8 million. But when he looks at you, pure mush. I wondered why she brought that up. She didn't notice my confusion and kept talking. I saw the news. You guys are goals. Honestly, my ultimate dream is that lifetime love. Her eyes went totally dark as she said that. She took a swig of her drink, looking down to hide her face. We talked a bit longer. Liu Ruyan had been playing cards, but it was obvious he saw my flushed cheeks and realized I was getting totally buzzed. He started heading over. Sitting right next to me, Liu Ruyan stared at my red face and ruffled my hair. Let's go home, okay? He whispered. Yeah, I muttered, squeezing his hand. You guys done talking? He squeezed back. Yep. Sure you don't want to stay and play a bit? I didn't want him rushing home on my account. No need, he said. Judging by his face, he knew exactly what was worrying me. He had 0 real friends, just business vultures. I worried they'd drift away because of me, but from what I gathered, he didn't care about friendships. Having me by his side was literally all he needed. I nodded, my head starting to spin like crazy. Liu Ruyan's face was literally doubling in my vision. I gave up and collapsed straight onto his chest. He looked totally shocked. I never ever do PDA, so anyone could see I was completely wasted. Right on cue, the whole table started teasing us. Get a room, sister-in-law. Think of us single people. Liu Ruyan scooped me up, laughing. My wife is wasted. Have fun, guys. We're heading out. Put tonight on my tab. Josuke and the guys cheered instantly. We won't hold back then. They immediately ordered 2 super expensive bottles. Liu Ruyan just let them have their fun. Apparently, after we left, Bai Jiajia got bored and decided to sneak out quietly. It seems she grabbed her bag and bolted. Josuke slammed his glass down, grabbed his keys, and rushed right after her. He caught up with her at the door, grabbing her arm. Where are you going? I'm driving you home. Started dragging her out. I don't need a ride, she snapped, shaking him off. Jiajia, behave yourself, he warned. Things will get ugly if I get mad, Josuke threatened. Don't forget what we are, Mr. Joe, she fired back. I'm just your kept toy. Tool for your pleasure. Outside of bed, we are nothing. Josuke looked like he was laughing from pure rage. Nothing, huh? Fine, we'll be something in a minute. With that, he threw her over his shoulder and marched out. Her struggling did absolutely nothing. He shoved her into the car and drove straight to the nearest five-star hotel. She seemed to give up, just sitting there, crying silently. "Do you have to treat me like this?" she whispered. He didn't answer. She closed her eyes as a single tear escaped. Meanwhile, Liu Ruyan carried me to the car, but I absolutely refused to get in, muttering, "No cars, I hate cars. I want a horse! Ride me home on a horse!" He was totally helpless. Where on earth was he supposed to find a horse at midnight? Besides, wasted as I was, riding was out of the question. He had to play along. "Okay, we'll go riding tomorrow. Let's go home first, okay?" "No, I want a horse now!" I whined. Suddenly, my eyes welled up with tears. I started sobbing, tears streaming down my face. "Do you even love me anymore? You used to be so different." Before, I choked out, sobbing. "You promised me anything." Typical. Once you have me, you stop caring. All men are the same. I threw his hand off and stormed ahead. It was a total drama queen performance, but it got him moving. He quickly chased after me, laughing. Okay, right on my back." My teary eyes instantly lit up. He turned around, squatting down so I could hop on. He carried me down the street as I happily yelled, "Giddy up!" He just accepted his fate. Eventually, I got tired and slumped onto his shoulder. My warm breath on his neck was driving him crazy. Suddenly, I snapped, "Can you walk straight? Why are you wobbling so much?" "Baby, I am walking straight." "Liar." I pinched his cheeks. "I know a straight line when I see one. Also, why are there three of you? When did you learn cloning without telling me?" Watching three versions of him talk at once was making my head spin. Before he could answer, I blurted, "Can you fly too?" He sighed. "Baby, I can't clone myself and I can't fly." "Close your eyes, you'll feel better." "Liar, you're secretly training to ascend as a god so you can abandon me and Meng Yao." He laughed, completely done trying to argue with a drunk girl. "Well, do you want to learn?" "Yes," I begged, staring at him. "Then I'll teach you." "Awesome," I squealed. "Step 1, close your eyes and empty your mind. No opening them until I say so." "Okay," I promised. I closed my eyes and lay perfectly still on his shoulder. I didn't make a single peep. Soon he heard my slow, steady breathing, and he finally got some peace and quiet. He carefully laid me in the passenger seat, adjusting it so I wouldn't wake up. Then he drove home incredibly slow and steady. 20-minute drive. Took 40 minutes because he didn't want any bumps. But the second he laid me on the bed, I fought to open my eyes, looking around. When I realized I was home, I got even more hyped. I grabbed Ruyan's hand. "I did it! I can teleport!" Anyone could see the veins on his forehead throbbing in pure frustration. He seemed to have a massive headache. I closed my eyes anyway, declaring I was teleporting to the bathroom. A moment passed. Opening my eyes, I realized I hadn't moved an inch. I frowned at him. "Why can't I teleport? Did you steal my magic back?" Ruyan pinched the bridge of his nose. "Just tell me where you want to go," he said. "I'm the god here." My eyes instantly lit up. "No way. I married a literal god? Talk about a jackpot. Then take me to the bathroom," I demanded. His face went totally dark. Threw me over his shoulder and marched to the bathroom. I opened my eyes inside. It worked. "Now give me a bath." Ruyan rubbed his temples, sighing that he would wash me. I frowned, completely confused. "Wait, aren't you a god? Don't know how to bathe?" He let out a dry laugh. It was obvious he regretted everything. He left to grab my clean clothes. After running the hot water, he stood in front of me, telling me to get in. I stared at him. "Do gods bathe with clothes on?" "Do I have to undress you too?" he asked. I nodded. "Obviously. Aren't you a deity? Shouldn't you just wave your hand or something? Why do I have to teach you everything?" Earlier, when Ruyan carried me, I had been squirming and rubbing against his back the whole time. Ruyan was already holding back, and my demands were pushing him over the edge. He stepped closer and stripped my clothes off in seconds. Stood there in just my underwear. Ruyan reached behind me, unclasping my black bra and exposing me completely. I could see his breath hitch. Veins throbbed again as he scooped me up and placed me in the tub. I just watched him, not lifting a single finger. Ruyan definitely took advantage of the view. Since I had napped in the car, I was wide awake, suddenly obsessed with the body wash bubbles. I demanded he blow bubbles for me until the tub overflowed. By the time he rinsed me off and tucked me in, he was exhausted. Ruyan was soaked. He ran to take a quick shower, and by the time he came out, I was fast asleep. He tucked me in gently. He went downstairs to make me hangover soup and tried waking me. I slapped his hand away, whining. "Let me sleep. Drink this first," he insisted. "No, you are so annoying. Drink, or I take your magic back," he threatened. I glared at him and snatched the bowl from his hand, chugged it all down and shoved the empty bowl in his face. He gently brushed back my messy hair. "Okay, go to sleep, baby." I shoved the bowl at him, flopped back down, and yanked the blanket over my head to show him exactly how annoyed I was. Ruyan put the bowl away, turned off the lights, and climbed in. He tried pulling the blanket down, warning me not to suffocate myself. But I ignored him. Listen to me if you want to complete your training, he teased. I pulled the blanket down just to glare at him. I rolled over, turning my back to him, but Ruyan grabbed my waist and pulled me flush against him. I tried peeling his hands off. Grip was like iron. I thrashed around wildly. Don't want to be an immortal anymore, he whispered. The second he said that, I froze, not daring to move. What a jerk of a god, I muttered. He didn't quite catch it. What was that? He asked. I slapped my hands over my mouth, terrified this evil god would strip my powers. Step 2 of training, close your eyes, he whispered. From what I could tell, he resolved never to let me drink again. Next morning, I woke up with his arm still wrapped around me. My head felt like it was going to explode. Ruyan opened his eyes, pulled my hands away, and pulled my head onto his lap. He massaged my temples, and I closed my eyes, sighing in relief. Dare to drink like that again? He teased. Hey, I wasn't drinking randomly. Protested. I was literally saving your liver. Okay, you are the best, he smiled. You never have to drink again, baby. Be happy, he murmured. I had no idea that stuff kicked so hard. You didn't warn me, so it is still your fault. Right, my bad for not warning you, he agreed. I smiled, satisfied, and closed my eyes again. That is more like it. Wait, what? Did you take your medicine last night, I asked? Forgot, he said. I glared. Why do you treat your body like garbage? Ruyan sighed, blaming my wild behavior for making him forget. Guilt washed over me, and I suddenly felt very small. Did I do anything too crazy? I squeaked. Ruyan gave me a look. Oh, nothing much. Just demanded to ride a horse down the street. Then you begged to train as an immortal and forced me to bathe you. I glanced down at my clean pajamas. You washed me? Yep, he said casually. Besides, is there any part of you I haven't seen? I blushed furiously. That is completely different. Pretended to think, smirking. Tell you what, I will let you look back tonight. I snapped, ready to explode. Ruyan, shut up. I am right here, he chuckled. I shut my eyes, ignoring him. He stopped teasing and went back to massaging my head. Once the hangover faded, we went downstairs for breakfast. Where is Mengyao? I asked. The driver took her to school, he replied. I nodded. He then mentioned Uncle Yuan was locked in a suburban warehouse, his mind breaking down. How do you want to handle him? Right, I almost forgot that guy existed. He wouldn't dare act alone. Have your guys figured out who's pulling his strings? Not yet, he replied. The mastermind is hiding well, but we know he's in the country. I thought for a second, then asked, but can we use Uncle Yuan to lure the mastermind out? Already tried, Liu Ruyan replied. It's useless. Uncle Yuan was just a pawn. He knows nothing. He's already been abandoned, Liu Ruyan added. I nodded slowly. Then there is literally no point in keeping Uncle Yuan around anymore. Liu Ruyan looked up. I took his hand, holding it tight. Just hand Uncle Yuan over to the police. Let the law punish him. Don't dirty your hands. Terrified Liu Ruyan would do something crazy for my sake. He squeezed my hand back, offering a soft smile. Okay. After dinner, my head was still spinning, so I went upstairs to sleep. Lying in bed, I remembered my statement on Weibo and opened the app to check. The comments were actually super sweet with 0 hate. It was obvious Liu Ruyan cleaned them up. The truth was out anyway, so I let it go. I shut off my phone and drifted to sleep. While I was out, Liu Ruyan apparently drove over to that abandoned factory on the outskirts. But by then, Uncle Yuan had completely lost track of time. Locked in pitch-black darkness, he didn't even know the hour. He was slowly going mad. That was until Liu Ruyan walked in. The heavy doors swung open, letting the harsh sunlight flood in. To Uncle Yuan, it was blinding. Uncle Yuan shielded his eyes, taking a long moment to recognize him. Taking in the filthy room, Liu Ruyan frowned in deep disgust. For days, Uncle Yuan had lived in his own filth. The moment the door opened, a rancid stench hit. Liu Ruyan refused to even step inside. Instead, he stood at the threshold, silhouetted against the bright sun like some sort of savior descending from above. But to Uncle Yuan, Liu Ruyan looked like a literal demon ready to claim his soul. Shaking, Uncle Yuan began crawling toward the doorway. Uncle Yuan desperately reached for his pant leg, but Liu Ruyan easily stepped back. President Yan, please, I beg you, Uncle Yuan sobbed. I didn't mean to drive a wedge between you and Zhongwan. It was that man. He threatened me. Please, spare me. Have mercy. Liu Ruyan stared down blankly, his eyes cold enough to freeze a corpse. Yet Uncle Yuan still clung to a sliver of hope. None of this was my fault, President Yan. Let me see Zhongwan. She'll forgive me. I know she will. Please. Who do you think you are? You're not worthy of seeing her. Uncle An Yuan had apparently assumed our old history would make me soft. Those words utterly crushed his final hope. He collapsed onto the cold dirt, staring blankly. When you targeted Zhongwan, should have anticipated this end. Liu Ruyan turned to his bodyguards. Find some beggars to take real good care of him. Uncle Yuan panicked. No, you can't do this to me. Didn't you plan the exact same thing for my Wan? Liu Ruyan replied coldly. Why is she fair game, but you aren't? You tried to destroy her dignity. Now let's see how you like it. I had actually decided not to retaliate further. But from what I could tell, Liu Ruyan disagreed. Anyone hurting his Wanwan had to pay 1,000 times over. The guards quickly dragged in 5 men. With a nod from Liu Ruyan, they tossed them inside. Uncle Yuan's desperate screams echoed, "Get away from me, you pieces of garbage! Don't touch me. Who's the real trash here?" After a sharp slap, Uncle Yuan went silent. Soon, sickening sounds filled the room. "When they're done, throw him to the police. Lock him up forever," Liu Ruyan ordered. "Yes, President Yan." With that, Liu Ruyan drove away. Meanwhile, as I found out later, Bai Jiajia woke up completely sore and utterly alone. Gripping the wall to stand, she cursed Zhou Siqi 1,000 times. He acted like he hadn't touched a woman in decades, leaving her sleepless. Brushing her teeth, she mumbled, "You animal, you absolute jerk. I hope you stay impotent forever." "Well, wouldn't that ruin your own happiness?" A voice suddenly scoffed. Bai Jiajia spun around and saw Zhou Siqi leaning there, studying her with a smug smirk. You. Bai Jiajia stuttered, toothpaste foaming in her mouth. "I thought you left." "I heard you talking trash, so I came back." Bai Jiajia wanted to die. Caught red-handed, she frantically searched for a way to change the subject. Zhou Siqi rolled his eyes and turned back. "Hurry up and eat breakfast." Bai Jiajia rinsed as fast as possible and crept out. Zhou Siqi sat at the table, letting a lit cigarette burn in his hand. The table was piled high with a massive breakfast spread. Dumplings, donuts, wontons, soy milk. Bai Jiajia shuffled over and slid into the chair beside him. "Did you?" She started cautiously. "Go out and get this for me?" Zhou Si raised an eyebrow, his face screaming. "Who else?" She wanted the floor to swallow her whole. Talk about awkward. He gets food, she insults his manhood. Actually, she squeaked as he turned. Bai Jiajia let out a nervous laugh. "I wasn't talking about you. It was another guy with your exact name. Crazy coincidence, right?" Zhou Siqi just stared at her. "Do I look like an idiot to you?" he asked. "Fine, just eat." "Aren't you having any?" Bai Jiajia asked. "Not hungry." Shrugging, she dug in. She hadn't eaten a single bite at the club last night anyway. Another night of exercise left me absolutely starving. Once I finally ate, Joe stood up. "Seriously? Did he feed me just to go another round?" "You never get tired? If you have this much energy, maybe I should call you some girls," I said, reaching for my phone. Joe snatched the phone from my hand, threw me over his shoulder, and tossed me onto the bed. I scrambled under the blanket while he smirked down at me. "Do I look like such a beast?" he asked. I froze. "What does that mean?" "Well, you looked a little swollen yesterday." "Bought some ointment," he said, lifting my robe. Judging by his face, his throat went dry. I quickly yanked my clothes back down. "I can do it myself," I snapped. He raised an eyebrow, basically asking if I was sure about that. I grabbed the ointment and bolted into the bathroom. Zhou Siqi didn't stop me. It was obvious he knew he'd lose control if he touched me. He was already a total beast yesterday. I watched Zhou Siqi walk to the balcony and light a cigarette, clearly trying to drag down his impulses. By the time I walked out, Zhou Siqi was done smoking. He tossed me a bag with a fresh change of clothes inside. "Change and I'll take you home," he said. My clothes from last night were totally ruined anyway. I pulled out the underwear, my exact size. My face fell. Just when I thought Zhou Siqi might actually be decent, we're back to square one. The guy is clearly a major player. One night together and he instantly knows my size? Gross. I got changed, marched straight past him to the door, and didn't say a word. Zhou Siqi looked completely clueless. He probably thought the outfit was gorgeous. It was Hermes after all. He definitely thinks he has amazing taste. Why did a simple outfit change ruin my mood? Zhou Siqi caught up, asking what was wrong. "Nothing," I snapped. "You taking me home or what?" "Then move it." Judging by his sigh, he was totally exasperated by my attitude. We rode in complete icy silence the entire way. Tried talking to me, but I ignored him. Finally, Zhou Shi lost his patience, pulled over, and demanded to know what my problem was. "Been like this since you changed," he said. "If you hate the clothes, we can buy others." "No thanks, Mr. Joe. Outside of bed, we are total strangers," Zhou Siqi scoffed. "Strangers? Fine. Get out of my car right now." I grabbed my bag and slammed the door behind me. Peeled out instantly, leaving me in a cloud of exhaust. "Zhou Siqi, you absolute jerk," I screamed at the empty street. I ordered a ride home. Kicking off my shoes, I collapsed onto my bed, but my stupid brain kept flashing back to his arrogant face. Exasperated, I washed off the day in a hot shower, then forced myself to sleep. I needed to scrub his face from my mind. I woke up at lunchtime and found Chen Ma cooking. "Did Liu Ruyan head to the office?" I asked. "No, ma'am, he's been home all week." "He's working in the study," she said. "I'll go find him," I replied. "All right, ma'am. Lunch will be ready in 20 minutes. I walked upstairs and burst right into the study without knocking. I saw a flash of annoyance on Liu Ruyan's face at the intrusion. Brows furrowed, but the second he saw me, his look softened. I walked over and climbed straight onto his lap. I wrapped my arms around his neck. Liu Ruyan let out a soft laugh, holding me close so I wouldn't slip off. "Why so clingy all of a sudden?" he teased. I buried my face in his chest, took a deep breath, and asked where he'd been. I missed you when I woke up. It was clear he was hiding something, probably drama, as he casually teased, mad I didn't sleep beside you? He emphasized sleeping in a way that made my face hot. I glared up at him. Why is he always turning things dirty? Fine, I'll cuddle you more, he smiled. I want to be the first face you see every single morning. That's more like it, I replied. He leaned in to kiss my forehead and murmured, still hurting? I shook my head, letting my voice go soft and sweet. Kiss me and the pain goes away, I teased. Honestly, I'm tough alone, but around him, I just want to act like a total baby. Chuckled, brushing his lips against mine before teasingly pulling away. I glared at him, totally unsatisfied by the brief touch. Eyes danced with mischief. He kissed my forehead, my nose, and finally captured my lips. His warmth sent shivers straight down my spine. I locked my arms around his waist, pulling him closer as I parted my lips. I kissed him back, pouring everything into it. The kiss deepened, turning wild and breathless until he finally let me go. Cheeks burned and my head spun as I gasped for air. I could tell the way he looked at me meant trouble. He leaned in for one more quick kiss. You are too cute, baby, he murmured, his voice thick and raspy. My heart pounded and my face felt on fire. I gave him a playful shove. Great, look what you did. How am I supposed to go eat lunch now? He buried his head in my neck, laughing. Come on, wife, that's not fair. You literally asked me to kiss you, he teased. Not like that, I whined, my face burning. He just stared at me, highly amused. He laughed, his chest vibrating against mine. My bad, he grinned. I'll definitely do it again. The jerk was loving this. Seeing me pout, he tried to play nice. Okay, I promise to behave. If you don't want to go down, I can bring lunch up to you. I frowned. Chenma saw me come up here. If I don't show, everyone will know what we were doing. But we are married, he argued smoothly. This is totally normal for us. Still, no way. I wasn't about to broadcast our love life. I slipped into the bathroom to splash some water on my face. My lips were totally swollen. Great. I shouldn't have teased him. I had no idea his self-control was this pathetic. When I came out, he grabbed my hand and led me downstairs. Suddenly, I remembered his health. Did you take your morning meds? I took them while you were asleep, he said. Relief washed over me. I was determined to nurse him back to health. No matter what, I'd stay by his side forever. After lunch, we curled up on the sofa watching a family show set in a theme park. I grabbed his arm excitedly. Tomorrow is Saturday. Let's take Mengyao to the amusement park. We've never had a family trip. He paused, setting down his watermelon. He held out his hand so I could spit my watermelon seeds into his palm. Sure, tomorrow, he agreed. But first, let's get matching outfits. Everyone wears them. Ruyan flashed me this doting smile and agreed. Whatever makes you happy, he said. Let's head upstairs and get changed. I threw on my shoes, grabbed Ruyan, and bolted upstairs. But halfway around, I sighed. Wait, don't you have work today? Maybe stay home. I can just go alone. You haven't been to the office in 2 days. Ruyan stepped closer, ruffling my hair. From his relaxed grin, he didn't care. There are tons of people at the office. It won't go under in a couple of days. You're what matters most. A sweet warmth flooded my chest. Okay. Then let's make this quick. In the walk-in closet, I grabbed a white floral maxi dress. The cinched waist made me look incredibly slim. I tied my hair into a classy low bun. Ruyan stared at me, completely mesmerized. It was obvious he was still thinking about what that guy said yesterday. Brow furrowed. For once, he actually struggled with what to wear. He instantly tossed out his stiff, boring suits, scanning the closet instead. He grabbed a dusty cream hoodie, white jeans, and classic blue and white LV sneakers. Judging by his smirk in the mirror, he was pretty pleased. Anyone could see he was terrified of looking old next to me. While I was picking accessories, he finally stepped out of the closet. I turned to ask his opinion on a necklace, but the moment I saw his outfit, I completely froze. What's wrong? He asked, looking suddenly nervous. It look bad? No, you look amazing. I quickly waved my hands. He usually wore stiff suits. I rarely saw him in casual clothes. Honestly, he had a killer body, broad shoulders, narrow waist, lean in clothes, but totally ripped underneath. He looked like a rich, rebellious college grad, expensive, aloof, and totally wild. I'm just not used to this look, I admitted, but it suits you. Ruyan let out a soft laugh, pulling me close by the waist. Oh, I can tell, he teased. You were practically drooling. Cheeks flushed bright red. I pushed him away, glaring. Stop teasing me, he just chuckled, looking totally amused. Fine. Are you ready? Let's go. I wriggled out of his arms, trying to hide my burning face. I adjusted my dress and bolted, not waiting for him. It was obvious he knew he messed up because he immediately chased after me, playing victim. Wanwan, I haven't taken my meds yet. I paused, remembering. Keeping my face totally blank, I asked, where are they? Living room, he mumbled. I found his pills, poured a glass of water, and handed them over. He watched me cautiously. Babe, are you still mad at me? I didn't answer, just shoved the glass closer. He stubbornly turned his head away. I'm not taking them until you stop being mad. I sighed. Honestly, he acted like a spoiled princess sometimes, demanding to be coddled. I wasn't even mad, just incredibly embarrassed. Teased me too much, and I was flustered. Giving in, I muttered, "I'm not mad, okay? Just take your medicine." "Promise?" He peeked at me. "Take them, or I actually will get mad." He quickly grabbed the pills from my hand and swallowed them down. Even if they couldn't cure him, they kept his mood stable and helped his insomnia. "All right, all done," he said, looking pleased. "Are we good now?" I couldn't help but laugh. "Yes, we're good. Now let's go. Hold my hand." I grabbed his hand, and he immediately laced his fingers tightly through mine. We walked out the door, side by side. Nanny Chen watched us leave, sighing with relief. Finally, they're happy. Soon we arrived at the mall, ready to shop. Before finding family outfits, I spotted some gorgeous new spring arrivals. I literally lost count of how much I bought until my feet started hurting. Most matching sets had tacky cartoon prints. I hated them, so I decided to buy 3 similar-looking designer pieces to make our own set. Picked an LV cream tweed set with short sleeves and A-line shorts, accessorized with a delicate chain draped loosely around my waist. For Ruyan, a matching floral denim jacket. For our boy, an LVT and trousers. I nodded happily, ready to turn heads. Ruyan paid. We grabbed our bags to pick up our son, but near the exit, Ruyan spotted a makeup store and dragged me inside. Confused, I stopped. "What's wrong? I don't need makeup. I haven't even finished what you got me before." "Those are expired," he argued. "Buy more." "But didn't you have those delivered last month?" Ignoring me, he loaded up on makeup and sheet mask before finally looking satisfied. I'm not even a sheet mask person. I wondered why on earth he bought so many, but I didn't ask, just let him have his way. When we reached the preschool, school was just letting out. My little boy, Meng Yao, ran out and spotted me instantly. He ran up shouting, "Mommy!" I knelt to scoop him up. "How was your day, sweetie? Did you have fun?" "Yes. Why are you here today?" "I came with Daddy. Want to go to the amusement park tomorrow?" "Yes, please. I've never gone out with both Mommy and Daddy before." I froze. It hit me that because of my past issues, my little boy had never had weekend outings with his parents like normal kids. My throat tightened. "I'm so sorry, baby. We'll take you out all the time now." "Yay!" He cheered, wrapping his arms around my neck. He planted a big kiss on my cheek. Judging by Ruyan's face, a lifelong dream was finally coming true. But then, he suddenly tensed up. He whipped his head around but saw nothing. With so many parents nearby, he probably assumed he was just imagining things. Brushing it off, he led us back home. After dinner, I was busy running around, packing everything we'd need for tomorrow. I stuffed a tote bag with Meng Yao's cup, sun hat, and little sunglasses. "Don't just sit there," I called out. "Come check what we're missing." Ruyan pulled me close. "Don't worry, babe. We can buy whatever we forgot. This is our first family trip. I just want to make things right for Meng Yao." She missed out on a real childhood. Overwhelmed with guilt, it was obvious Ruyan hated seeing me sad. "But you're back now, babe. We'll make it up." I nodded, hugging Ruyan back. Suddenly, the door clicked open. Our little girl's sweet voice echoed, "Mom!" I panicked, instantly pushing Ruyan away. Ruyan quickly smoothed his clothes, acting totally casual. "What is it?" Sweetie Meng Yao looked at me. "Mom, can you sleep in my room tonight?" "Sure." "No way," Ruyan and I answered at the exact same time. Meng Yao and I stared at him. Ruyan cleared his throat, trying to sound cool. "Your mom sleeps with me." "Dad, you're a grown-up," Meng Yao teased. "Why do you need to stifle a laugh?" Ruyan just shrugged. "Yeah, I do." Without Mom, Dad can't sleep. That midnight reminder hit me. Ruyan actually struggles with insomnia. I quickly looked at Meng Yao. "Sorry, sweetie. I have to stay with Daddy." Meng Yao pouted, clearly defeated. "Fine, I guess. But you have to wait until I fall asleep before you leave, okay?" "Of course." I scooped her up, carried her to bed, and waited until she drifted off. Back in our room, Ruyan was gone, but the bathroom light was on. I crept over and cracked the door. He was standing there, applying a sheet mask. Froze. "What are you doing?" From what I could tell, he panicked, but he kept his voice deadpan. "Just a face mask." Clicked. He bought those masks for himself. "Since when do you do skincare?" "People say I look old," Ruyan mumbled. "I need to keep up." "So they actually believe I'm your husband." Connecting his weird behavior, I realized why he dressed like a teenager today. I couldn't stop laughing. Doubled over, laughing so hard my stomach ached. Ruyan glared at me, his face turning dark. "What's so funny?" "Nothing. I'm not laughing, I swear." "My face just looks like this." Ruyan stared at me, completely unamused. That was my cue that I was in deep trouble. Spun around and bolted. Ruyan ripped off the mask, chased me down, and locked his arms around my waist. We both crashed onto the bed. Pinned me down, hovering over me. "A smiling face, huh? You think this is a joke?" "No, babe, not a joke at all." I quickly wrapped my arms around his neck to pacify him. "Seriously, forget what other people say. You'll always be my handsome husband." Gaze softened, and he leaned in closer. Just as our lips were about to touch, my phone started blasting my ringtone. The romantic mood vanished instantly. Suppressing a giggle, I asked, "Babe, can you grab my phone?" Ruyan looked totally annoyed as he reached for it. Face darkened even more when he saw the screen. It was Gu Ming. He handed me the phone, and I carefully watched his reaction. Ruyan seemed to hide his annoyance well, keeping his face totally blank. He handed me the phone and immediately turned to walk out. He was acting like he didn't care, but I grabbed his sleeve before answering. "Hey, Wanwan, it's me. Is everything okay?" I asked if something happened. "Just wanted to make sure those recent rumors didn't cause you any trouble," he said, leaving me a bit confused. It had been a whole day. Why ask now? "It's fine, we cleared everything up." "Good, I've been too busy to check the news lately. Let me know if you need help with the press." "Sure, talk to you later, bye." Hanging up, I looked up at Ruyan. My eyes were wide with anticipation, waiting for him to praise me. Ruyan chuckled. It was clear he originally planned on leaving. From what I could tell, he hadn't wanted to eavesdrop, but holding his sleeve seemed to give him the reassurance he needed. Ruyan kissed my forehead. "Thanks, babe." Satisfied, I pulled him down onto the mattress. "All right, let's get some sleep." "You big jealous baby. We have an early start tomorrow." The next morning, I opened my eyes to find it was already 10 o'clock. Bed beside me was empty. I bolted upright, got dressed in record time, and opened the door to find Ruyan and Mengyao face to face. Let her sleep. She is exhausted from shopping yesterday, but Mom promised we would go out today. We can just go tomorrow then. Don't bother her. If she breaks her promise because she overslept, she'll be upset. No way. Mengyao glared at him while Ruyan stared back, completely unfazed. Neither of them was backing down. Then Mengyao spotted me standing there. She ran over to complain. "Mom, Daddy won't let me wake you up." I shot Ruyan an annoyed look. "Why didn't you wake me?" "I just wanted you to rest," Ruyan mumbled, looking like a kicked puppy. I couldn't stay mad. I picked up Mengyao and headed downstairs. "Let's eat first, hit the amusement park, and catch the fireworks tonight." "Yay," Mengyao cheered, sticking her tongue out at her dad. Ruyan scowled. It was clear she wasn't scared of him anymore. After lunch, we hit the park and ran through a few rides. Suddenly, she was begging to go inside the haunted house. I absolutely hate scary places, but I didn't want to ruin her fun. Theme was a creepy asylum. In the first room, a dummy in a blood-soaked lab coat was lying on a rusted metal bed. I was shaking, but Meng Yao was fearless. She obviously knew everything was fake, just glancing at it before marching right ahead. As we passed the bed, it suddenly started shaking violently. I shrieked and threw myself straight into Ruyan's arms. I clung to him, refusing to let go. He stroked my hair gently. "If you're really that scared, we can leave right now." I didn't want to ruin things for Meng Yao. "No, I'm okay." For the rest of the walkthrough, I kept my eyes squeezed shut. I held on to Ruyan like my life depended on it. By the time we finally escaped, my arms were completely sore. The kid saw balloons and dragged Jungwon over. From what I could tell, Liu Ruyan felt a gaze, turned and frowned as a shadow darted away. I ordered a chase on my phone. When Jongwon came back and saw my grim face, she asked what was wrong. I locked my screen, smiling. "Nothing. Want to play something else?" "I want to ride the carousel," our little guy squealed. We watched him ride. Jongwon snapped a family selfie and posted it. The more people doubted us, the more I wanted to show off our love. Kid crashed immediately after washing up. Jongwon scrolled through Weibo while I went to my study to handle today's mess. Zuo Lin called, and I picked up. "President Yan, we caught the guy today. He is a mercenary. He has foreign ties. We are interrogating him in the dungeon now. Find out who is backing him," I ordered before hanging up. Bad feeling washed over me. I stared at my phone, lost in thought. We were in the light. They were in the shadows. My biggest worry was Jongwon and the kid's safety. The next morning, when Jongwon woke up, I was still asleep until she moved. Slowly opened my eyes. "Why are not you at work?" "Someone begged me last night not to leave before they woke up," I rasped. She snuggled into my chest. "I am fine. Your work matters. I just wanted to cuddle." We stayed in bed a little longer. Before going down for breakfast, the kid was already at preschool, leaving just the two of us. After we finished eating, Jongwon tied my tie and sent me off. Instead of the office, I headed straight to the dungeon and opened the iron gate. The man inside was bloody shirtless and chained by his wrists. His toes barely touched the cold floor. A guard brought a chair and I sat before him. He sneered, "Do whatever you want. Kill me if you dare." Closed his eyes. "You will not get a thing. Suit yourself. But your daughter's school has a family sports day today. Looks like only her mom showed." His eyes flew open, bloodshot and wild. Anyone could see he never expected me to find his family after he moved them to Singapore. Thrashed violently, looking like he wanted to rip me apart. "Kill me. Just kill me." "Leave them alone," he roared. I shrugged. "I will not kill you. I want you to watch everything that happens next with your own eyes." Turned to leave without another word. "Wait, stop," the man begged, closing his eyes. He croaked, "I will tell you." Back at the office, I called Zuo Lin in. "Check Li Cheng's bank records and transfers." I want his travel history, recent calls, and family's location. Zuo Lin knew I had just visited the dungeon, so this made perfect sense. Our prisoner had spilled. We had a mole. Also, make that mercenary Zhongwan his bodyguard. Sir, is he really the safest choice? Zuo Lin looked doubtful. He was an S-rank mercenary who retired for his wife. We do not know what Li Chung has on him. Forced into this last job. But I have secured his family. He is actually our safest bet now, I explained. From what I could tell, Zuo Lin realized I would not risk Zhongwan's safety without thorough checks, so he dropped it. Oh, and get that imperial green jade from the Americas auction, I added. I am making a ring for Zhongwan yesterday at the mall. I had noticed her looking at jewelry. I always wanted to buy her a ring, and now that I knew her heart, I would. She deserves the absolute best. Understood, President Yan. Book me a flight. I am heading abroad tomorrow. Should you take Mr. Liu? It might be dangerous. No, he needs to stay and manage things here. I dismissed Zuo Lin. Prisoner, his words echoed in my mind. The overseas board faced a massive shakeup. Was Uncle Yuan's backer involved? Meanwhile, Jiang Wan slept. At lunch, she went downstairs but had no appetite, barely eating any of Mama Chen's food. Mama Chen noticed she barely ate. Ma Em, is the food bad? No, it is great, Jiang Wan replied, waving her off. She seemed exhausted lately, heading back to bed as if completely drained. It was obvious she was sleepy and appetiteless, probably wanting a checkup, when she heard my car pull up. Without even putting on shoes, she ran down just as I walked in. She jumped right onto me, clinging like a koala. I nearly fell, catching her by her waist. Why are you running? What if you fall? I scolded gently. She grinned. You would never let me fall. It was pure, beautiful trust. Smiled, thrilled to be the one she trusted. Why are you back so early? She asked as I set her on the couch. I brought him his slippers and he dropped the bomb. Business trip tomorrow. Came back to see you. My heart sank instantly. Another trip? Where to this time? I grumbled. He pinched my nose with a smirk. What, can't bear to lose me? No way, I lied. Really? Then why is your mouth pouting to the sky, he teased. I punched his shoulder, glaring hard. I hated when he teased me like that. He just chuckled, squeezing my hands in his. Okay, I'm going abroad, back in a week. Don't be mad, baby. Is there another company crisis? I asked, worried. Judging by his face, he didn't want me stressing over it. Just a routine trip. I'll pack your bags, I said, but he pulled me back. No need, baby. Save your energy for the real work. What real work? I asked, completely clueless. He just let out a low, husky chuckle. For example, he leaned down, sealing my lips. By the time I got it, it was too late. I slept until evening, woke up, and we had family dinner. Afterward, I started packing his suitcase. You have an apartment there, so you don't need much. But I checked the weather. Freezing over there. So I packed some heavy coats. If you need anything else, just have your assistant buy it. Wrapped his arms around my waist, nuzzling my neck. Okay, I spun around to face him. Can I come with you? My eyes shone with hope, but he refused. Just wait at home. I could tell he was worried about the blood-sex dangerous threat. Staying in China was safer. That night, he dragged me into bed repeatedly, making up for the next week. I was too exhausted to lift a finger. Fully dressed, he walked back to my bedside. Seeing me dead to the world, he leaned down and kissed my forehead. Wife, I'm leaving, he whispered softly. I slowly blinked open my eyes, kissed him back, my voice completely hoarse. Text me when you arrive. Okay, sleep more, baby. I'll see you off, I said, rubbing my eyes and sitting up. Throwing on a coat, I saw him off to his car and crawled back into bed. When I finally woke up, he had already landed. He had sent a string of texts from his apartment. Taking off, just landed, arrived at the apartment. Short, simple updates. He knew I was asleep, but he still reported everything. I grabbed my phone and replied, just woke up. Baby, just got to the apartment. His text popped up instantly. Our crazy timing shocked me. Have you eaten yet? I replied. Not yet. Ordering food soon. Eat and get some sleep then. Beat that jet lag, I texted. He replied, okay, and I left it there. A minute later, my phone buzzed again. I miss you, baby. I smiled and replied, then wrap things up and get back to me. I'll try to be early. Don't forget your medicine, it's in the suitcase pocket, I reminded him. If you can't sleep, video call me. He agreed, clearly loving how much I cared. His assistant Zuo Lin probably wanted to roll his eyes at his boss's goofy, lovesick grin. Honestly, it was pretty gross. I put my phone down, washed up, and headed downstairs. Chen Ma was just finishing dinner. Placed a steamed fish on the table. The strong, fishy smell immediately hit me, turning my stomach. I tried to ignore the wave of nausea. I couldn't. Running to the bathroom, I started retching, but nothing came up, just painful dry heaves. Chen Ma rushed in, panicking. Madam, what's wrong? Why are you throwing up? I waited for the intense nausea to finally pass. Rinsed my mouth. I don't know. Probably bad takeout from last night. I've had zero appetite. You should eat out less, madam. It's unhealthy. Dangerous to ruin your stomach. I made porridge, so have some to soothe it. I'll go grab some stomach medicine. I nodded and rested a bit. After swallowing a few sips of the warm porridge, my stomach finally started to settle. Chenma, I called out. Yes, madam? No more heavy, greasy meals for now. Keep it light. I have absolutely no appetite. Of course, madam. She set the medicine down, but hesitated. Anyone could see she had something on her mind. Something wrong? I asked. Should we tell the master? No, I replied immediately. I didn't want him to worry about me. Plus, it was no big deal. Far away, my husband finished his dinner, took his medicine, and texted me to brag about it. From what I could tell, he went straight to bed but lay there tossing and turning, desperately missing having me in his arms. Bet every time he closed his eyes, my face popped up, so he probably got up and lit a cigarette on the balcony. Under the night sky, he wore his black robe, blending into the dark. The cherry of his cigarette flickered as time slipped by. By dawn, he likely had cigarette butts scattered everywhere. Finally feeling a little sleepy, he headed inside for a quick nap. The next morning, Zuo Lin was waiting downstairs in the car. He noticed my husband's exhausted face in the rearview mirror. Dark circles under his eyes actually made him look ruggedly handsome. But then, my husband's sharp, icy glare swept over. Zuo Lin quickly looked away, sweating. He had forgotten my husband was a ruthless beast, having seen him so gentle around me. Zuo Lin probably forgot that this cold exterior was his true nature. Sir, he reported, Li Cheng is clean, but his illegitimate son's card has constant offshore transfers. All sent from China, Zuo Lin added. His name is Chen Yi. Li Cheng never officially brought him into the family. He only made it this far because of his mother-in-law's power. The legal wife had a son 2 months younger than Chen Yi. When that kid was 8, I found out his mistress caused a huge scene at the Li house, exposing his secret kid. The news got buried fast, so barely anyone knew. Wife wanted a divorce, but Li Cheng somehow smooth-talked her out of it. Still, he completely ignores this secret son. I narrowed my eyes, thinking, that is exactly why he used Chen Yi's identity. It is nearly impossible to trace, and he can easily blame Chen Yi if things go south. What a perfect little setup. I told my assistant to dig into Chen Yi to see if he is involved. Li Cheng is definitely done for, but I needed to know if there were other moles on the board besides him. The second I hit the office, I called an emergency meeting. I took my seat at the head of the table. The Arsenal explosion was a massive blow to Yan Corporation, especially with Lu Hanxiao and me stuck domestic. So I am appointing a director to run our overseas branch. The moment those words left my mouth, the room erupted into whispers. Why so sudden? We heard nothing about this. Is President Yan stepping back? Who is he actually going to pick? I watched them coldly. Once the chatter died down, I cleared my throat. After a full review, our new overseas lead is, they all held their breath. Li Cheng? No way, his department's numbers are total trash. How does that even make sense? I cut through the noise. Li Cheng donated 30 million after the Arsenal disaster. That is why. My voice turned ice cold. Does anyone have an issue? The room went dead silent. They knew my temper. I might be younger than them, but my ruthless streak built this entire empire. Respected my power too much to argue. Seeing the silence, Li Cheng's eyes lit up with pure greed. Barely hide his stupid grin. I scanned the room. Since we are agreed, let us wrap this up. Within days, Li Cheng started taking over. The second I walked out, Li Cheng ran after me, shouting my title. I stopped and spun around, highly annoyed. What is it? He was too blinded by his ego to hear my irritation. Thank you so much, boss. I appreciate the trust. I will make us bigger and stronger. I practically rolled my eyes. I had zero time for his useless, brown-nosing speech. Save it, I cut him off. We have a major deal coming up. You are running it. Zuo Lin, show him the files. Assistant stepped forward. Right this way, Mr. Li. Li Cheng rubbed his hands together like a kid in a candy store. I won't let you down. I slammed my office door right in his face. He stood out there, looking incredibly foolish. My assistant tried not to laugh at his awkward face before chiming in. Mr. Li, please, after me. Spent all day buried in files, hunting down every single mole tied to Li Cheng. I needed to get back home to my Wanwan. By afternoon, I realized it was night back home. I grabbed my phone to call Jiang Wan, but my lock screen was totally blank. Busting my neck to finish early for her, and she could not even send one text? My mood instantly plummeted. Chest tightened. If I do not text first, does she just forget I exist? A wave of pure frustration hit me. Tossed my phone aside, but 5 minutes later, I was checking it again. Still absolutely nothing. Not a single notification. Cracking under the silence, I opened our chat. The last message was still my text from hours ago. Baby, what are you doing? Why are you ghosting me? Minutes dragged on, still nothing. My anxiety was starting to claw at me. I was about to call our nanny, Nanny Chen, when a sudden knock at the door cut me off. My assistant walked in, keeping his head down. Boss, Li Cheng already started promoting his friends and pushing out our old staff. He even replaced the GM. People are furious, demanding to see you. I let out a dark, mocking laugh. The guy could not even wait a day. What a joke. He has zero real talent and his department was always dead last. He only survived this long because his father-in-law knew my grandfather. I despise nepotism. Since taking over, I have cleared most of it out. Keep watching him, I said. Let him make his moves. The higher I build him up, the harder he will crash. I knew exactly how to break a man. My assistant added, "We ran Chen Yi. Clean record, no ties to Li Cheng. He is a college senior. An art major, lots of awards and running an exhibition right now." I simply nodded, processing the info. "Keep eyes on him," I ordered. Once Zhuo Lin left, I checked my phone still blank. Losing my mind, I hit FaceTime. It rang 3 times before she answered. Her beautiful face popped up and all my anger instantly evaporated. "Oh, why did you ghost me?" I asked, sounding way more pouty than I wanted to. She quickly checked her alerts. She said. "When I woke up, it was night over there. I did not want to wake you. And I was playing blocks with our daughter, so my hands were full. Finally, my chest relaxed." Hearing my voice, our little girl sprinted over, grabbing the phone. "Daddy," I smiled. "Hey, baby, protect mommy while I am gone. Do not let anyone bully her." Jiangwan laughed, but Yan Mengyao nodded seriously. "Okay, I will protect her, Daddy." We talked for a bit before she had to go. Later that night, after putting our girl to bed, she grabbed her pajamas. Just as I walked into my apartment, I called her again. "Is she asleep?" "Yeah, she just passed out." Liu Ruyan glanced at the pajamas in my hand. Smirking, he teasingly told me to go shower. Judging by his smirk, he had nothing but dirty thoughts. I cautiously asked what he was up to. He seemed amused by my cluelessness, teasing, "What do you think I'm looking at?" Suddenly clicked and my face went bright red. "Liu Ruyan, is that all you think about 24/7? He just chuckled, calling me baby. "You're my wife and I'll be away for days. I can't eat, so can I at least look?" I glared back at him. "In your dreams." I hung up on him right there. After my shower, I saw a text from him sent 20 minutes ago saying goodnight. I was still annoyed. So, I ignored it, tossed my phone, and went to sleep. The next morning, I didn't open my eyes until it was almost noon. I couldn't figure out why I was so exhausted and totally off my food lately. But when I went downstairs, the smell of congee hit my nose. Instantly, I was gagging. I bolted to the bathroom, dry heaving. Nanny Chen watched me panic, knowing my stomach meds weren't doing a thing. She looked like she just put 2 and 2 together. "Ma'am," she whispered, "has your period come this month?" My brain completely short-circuited. My period? I did the math. I was like 10 days late. Nanny Chen gasped. "Ma'am, is there any chance you might be pregnant?" From what I could tell, Nanny Chen was walking on eggshells. She probably thought a baby would ruin things since my husband and I just patched things up. She was terrified I'd try to get rid of it, just like with Meng Yao. Honestly, the thought had never even crossed my mind. Liu Ruyan and I always used protection. How could this even happen? Besides, I'd already told everyone I was done having kids. I wanted to focus on Meng Yao. But now that it was actually happening, I was totally lost. There was no way in hell I'd abort our baby. I just stood there, completely numb. It was obvious Nanny Chen was spiraling. She looked terrified that she'd made a massive mistake and that I'd lose my mind and end the pregnancy. My husband out of town, she was totally helpless. "Ma'am," Nanny Chen pleaded, "Mr. Liu is completely devoted to you. He loves you so much. Plus, Meng Yao needs a sibling. Having another baby would be amazing. An abortion will only ruin your health." She was practically begging me at this point. That snapped me out of it. I blinked at Nanny Chen, totally confused. "Wait, what did you just say?" She hesitated, looking incredibly nervous. Before she could answer, I cut her off. "Nanny Chen, just make me some plain porridge. I need to eat, then head to the hospital. Thanks." I turned and started heading upstairs. Behind me, Nanny Chen practically gasped. "Oh, ma'am, slow down, please. Watch your step." "Don't trip," she yelled. "I'm fine," I shouted back without turning. The second I got to my bedroom, I grabbed my phone. I dialed Xu Qing and asked her to meet me at the clinic. "The hospital? What's wrong?" She sounded panicked, probably thinking my health was failing again. "I've been exhausted, nauseous, and 10 days late," I said. "I think I might be pregnant." "Pregnant," Xu Qing screamed, practically shattering my eardrums. I pulled the phone away from my ear until she calmed down. "Seriously, chill. It's not even official yet," I muttered, rolling my eyes. But Xu Qing wasn't buying it. "Wait, did you fight with your husband? Why isn't he taking you? He's out of town," I sighed. "I haven't told him. I don't want to get his hopes up if it's a false alarm." "Fine," she said. "See you at the hospital." After hanging up, I got dressed, forced down some porridge, and headed out. Nanny Chen was basically begging me to be careful at the door. "Let the driver do everything. Don't overexert yourself." "I get it, Nanny Chen. Love you. Bye," I yelled, practically sprinting out. Bolted. Ever since Nanny Chen suspected I was pregnant, her nagging went into overdrive. But when I got in the car, things got weird. A random guy was sitting in the passenger seat. Before I could even gasp, he turned around. "Hello, ma'am. I'm Chen Guang." Mr. Liu sent me to protect you. I frowned. Why the sudden bodyguard? Did something happen? Judging by Chen Guang's stiff face, he was hiding something. Nothing's wrong, ma'am, Chen Guang said, though he seemed tense. Things are just getting crazy at the branch office. We're just being safe. I just nodded. I already knew about the warehouse explosion, so I didn't push. The last thing I wanted was to be a burden to him. When I reached the hospital, I spotted Xu Qing waiting on a bench. Qing Qing, over here! I called out. She immediately jogged over to me. Stared at Chen Guang. Liu Ruyan's bodyguard? I nodded. Xu Qing looked so terrified of hurting me. Her hands just hovered midair, totally frozen. I rolled my eyes and grabbed her arm myself. Whoa, whoa! Xu Qing shrieked. Careful, sister, let me hold you. Don't fall. Oh my god, chill. Why is everyone acting like I'm made of glass? I laughed, dragging her straight toward the OBGYN clinic. Xu Qing stayed glued to my side, treating me like fine china. We checked in, and they sent me straight to get an ultrasound. After an agonizing wait, the doctor smiled at the results. Congratulations, you're 5 weeks pregnant. 5 weeks? That was over a whole month. But things look a bit unstable, the doctor warned. You need serious rest, or you could risk a miscarriage. No exceptions. And absolutely no intimacy. My face burned. I immediately flashed back to those wild, shameless nights right before Liu Ruyan left. I wanted to die. Xu Qing was literally smirking at me. Seriously, the doctor pressed on. No sex for the first 3 months. It's too risky. Got it. Completely understood. I blurted out, praying she'd shut up. After giving me a few more tips, she finally let us go. I practically bolted from the room. Xu Qing was dying of laughter. So 3 months, she whispered, teasing me. You gotta restrain yourself, girl. Bloated into bright red again. Xu Qing shut up. She was absolutely losing it. Meanwhile, Chen Guang stood behind us, looking completely stone-faced. Thank God I made him wait outside. I would have died of embarrassment. So, Xu Qing gasped, are you gonna tell Liu Ruyan? I shook my head. I want to do it in person. If I tell him now, he'll literally drop everything and fly straight back. Xu Qing just nodded. She walked me to the car, making sure I got in safely. Meanwhile, Lu Hanxiao was actually at the same hospital, picking up meds for his stomach. From what I heard later, Lu Hanxiao spotted Xu Qing walking out of the OBGYN wing. He froze, completely stunned, but she drove off before he could react. Rumor has it he pulled out his phone to demand answers, but hung up before she even answered. Honestly, who was he to even ask? They were just exes. As an ex-boyfriend, he had zero right to poke his nose in. Apparently, he just pocketed his phone and walked away angry. With Liu Ruyan away, Lu Hanxiao was running Yan's group. As far as I knew, he repeatedly ignored Liu Ruyan's urgent calls about some contract. Apparently, Lu Hanxiao was just drinking alone at the bar. He ignored Liu Ruyan's calls until he was too annoyed to keep avoiding them. Snapped. What do you want? Liu Ruyan asked why he was so hostile. When Lu Hanxiao stayed silent, Liu Ruyan demanded the QD contract. Tomorrow. I'm busy today. From what Liu Ruyan told me later, he arched an eyebrow asking if his friend had been dumped. But Liu Hanxiao stayed silent. I guess my husband realized something, because he suddenly teased, wait, you can't get dumped since you two were never actually together. Liu Hanxiao snapped. Nobody will think you're mute if you shut up. But anyone could see Liu Ruyan was proud of himself for hitting a nerve. So our big boss is heartbroken, Liu Ruyan teased, before adding, spill it. What happened? Let your love guru give you some advice. Liu Hanxiao took a drink. Xu Qing might be pregnant. Across the line, Liu Ruyan dropped his pen. Liu Hanxiao gave a bitter laugh. My self-proclaimed relationship expert husband hesitated. Just win her back. If you treat her kid well, maybe they'll call you dad someday. Even if I wanted that, would Xu Qing agree? Would the biological father agree? Liu Hanxiao muttered. And who even is the dad? But Liu Hanxiao had no answer. Then how do you know? Liu Ruyan asked. I saw her leave the women's clinic. Judging by the silence, that shut my husband up. Finally, Liu Ruyan muttered, this is on you. You liked her but never chased her. Now you're officially just an ex with zero chance. Liu Hanxiao snapped. None of your business. You clearly have too much free time over there. I'll send the contract tomorrow. He hung up before Liu Ruyan could react. Shrugging it off, my husband immediately dialed my number for a video call. I was browsing maternity clothes online when Liu Ruyan's call came through. I picked up and he immediately asked, done with work? Miss me? I do, a lot. Especially today, I replied. From what I could see on the screen, he arched his brow, clearly caught off guard. I usually dodge these questions, so my sudden warmth clearly caught him off guard. Why so happy today, he asked. I smiled. You can tell? When you get back, I have a gift for you, I teased. He looked eager. What is it? I laughed. It won't be a surprise if I tell you. Paused, his voice turning playful. Just wrap yourself up for me. That's the best gift. Honestly, he's always got his mind in the gutter. I was used to his talk, so I ignored it. He can talk all he wants now. Soon, he won't be touching me. Let's see him get desperate. That thought made me smile even wider. Sure, I teased back. The second you get home. eyes lit up. Seriously? I nodded. I never lie. He smirked. Fine, you better keep your word. I want to try every single position, he declared. I gritted my teeth. Fine. Judging by his shocked face, he hadn't expected me to agree so easily. Blinked, confused. Black lace? Then it hit me. I gasped. Liu Ruyan, can you please behave for once? Is your head filled with nothing but trash? I snapped. He looked genuinely confused, like he expected a different gift. Afraid he'd say more, I panicked. I quickly changed the subject. When are you back? He smirked. Miss me that much, baby. I rolled my eyes. Whatever. Bye. I hung up on him. From what I pictured, he was probably staring at his screen, wondering why everyone kept hanging up on him today. Hearing an engine downstairs, I put my phone away. I'd been stressing all day about how to tell my son about the new baby. I hadn't spent enough time with my son lately, and I was terrified he'd feel we were replacing him. Just then, Meng Yao walked in with his backpack. Spotting me on the stairs, Meng Yao dropped his bag and ran straight into my arms. Mommy! I knelt down, hugging my little boy tight. Have fun at preschool today? I asked. Yeah, a girl gave me candy. Meng Yao pulled out a yellow-wrapped candy. I saved this one just for you, Mommy. My heart melted as I took the candy. He's such a sweet boy. Thank you, baby. Mommy loves it. I need to talk to you about something. Meng Yao stared at me with his big, curious eyes, shining like little black gems. I hesitated, then asked, what if you got a little brother or sister to play with? Would you like that? Meng Yao blinked, surprised. Am I getting a sibling? Meng Yao asked. I smiled. I'm asking if you'd like one. He nodded eagerly. Yes, my friend's sister is so tiny and cute. Hearing his excitement, a huge weight lifted off my chest. Even with a baby, we'll still love you just as much. You're always my number one. Meng Yao suddenly frowned, looking up at me. He pouted. Will you still tuck me in, or will you only sleep with the new baby now? Of course not, I reassured him. I'm all yours, baby. Want to sleep with Mommy tonight? Her face lit up instantly. That evening, I sat on the floor building blocks with Meng Yao. I read a bedtime story, finally tucking Meng Yao in. Honestly, she seemed glad her dad was traveling. It meant she got me all to herself. Next morning, I dragged myself up early, had breakfast with Meng Yao, then dropped her off at preschool. Back home, sleep was a joke. I headed downstairs to learn cooking from Nanny Chen, determined to make Meng Yao dinner myself. Meanwhile, Li Chung took over and immediately jacked up material prices. It drove partners away, leaving the board in complete and utter chaos. The massive shakeup pissed off everyone, and stocks started tanking. Panicked calls flooded Zuo Lin, leaving her drowning in damage control. Meanwhile, my husband, Liu Ruyan, was casually texting me. He had already exposed Li Chung's faction. Now he just needed proof linking Li Chung to the Blood Society. From what I heard later, Zuo Lin knocked and entered Ruyan's office with a heavy stack of files. He had been digging deep into Li Chung. Zuo Lin found out Li Chung secretly partnered with the Gu Group 2 years ago. A suspicious wire transfer from 6 months ago pointed straight to Gu. Destroy the Gu Group, Ruyan muttered, his face darkening. He ordered Zuo Lin to investigate the entire Gu family, and Zuo Lin quickly left. Then Ruyan's phone rang. It was an unsaved number. He picked up in silence until the caller spoke first. It's me, Liu Yu. Liu Yu got straight to the point. He had been tracking the Blood Society and found their leader was in contact with Gu Ming and Li Chung. It's a conspiracy, Liu Yu added. Li Chung had definitely bought off our board members, acting as a mole inside our own company. What's your move? Liu Yu asked. Ruyan's response was cold. The Gu Group had to go. They were going to pay for this. After hanging up, Ruyan ordered Zulin to audit the Gu Group's books and coordinate with Liu Yu's company, LH, globally. Together, they would monopolize the Gu Group's essential raw materials. Even if it cost them, they wouldn't let the Gu family survive this month. Once these two giants blacklisted the Gu Group, smaller firms panicked. To survive, they immediately cut all ties with our enemies. Without partners, the Gu Group crumbled. Within days, their stock plummeted, leaving Gu Ming completely frantic and desperate for a way out. Employees resigned in droves. Gu Ming threw a stack of files at his assistant, screaming, "Useless trash! What do I even pay you for?" Truth was, Gu Ming was incompetent. He just inherited the throne, and the company was barely a shadow of his grandfather's glory days. They were just surviving on old money. The assistant calmly adjusted his crooked glasses and murmured, "Mr. Gu, my resignation letter is on your desk. Please sign it." Gu Ming lost his mind, screaming, "Get the hell out of here." The assistant calmly walked out. Rubbing his temples, Gu Ming buzzed his intercom, snapping, "Xiaoru, get in here right now." Xiaoru purred and strolled in wearing a low-cut shirt, immediately sliding onto Gu Ming's lap, wrapping her arms around his neck. "Why so angry, Mr. Gu?" she whined. Gu Ming lit a cigarette, his hand already sliding familiarly over Xiaoru's waist. "My staff are useless," he grunted. "If only they were as good as you." Xiaoru giggled. "Oh, stop it." Xiaoru leaned against him, playfully tapping his chest. Gu Ming chuckled, whispering, "Be a good girl and help me out." Xiaoru obeyed. Guming's cigarette fell to the floor, burning out as he completely lost himself in the moment. The assistant came to deliver files but backed away. He knew Guming's dirty secrets. The guy always had assistants on rotation. Their real job was satisfying his lust. He lured naive grads with cash, blackmailed them with intimate photos, then paid hush money. The only official girlfriend he ever had was me, back in college. He thought marrying me would look great for his image. Since I never let him touch me beyond hand-holding, Guming found me boring and constantly cheated behind my back. The assistant wanted to warn me, but before he could, Ruyan, the CEO of the Yan Group, stepped in and claimed me. The assistant knew it was karma. Guming never cared about me, but once I got engaged, he put on a lovesick act. He tried signing me to fake an affair in the media, hoping Ruyan would feel humiliated enough to divorce me. Then Gu Ming would rescue me to steal my family's wealth. The assistant, sick of the drama, finally quit that day. He saw Xiaoro walk out completely disheveled, her cheeks flushed and her shirt hanging open, barely covering her chest. The assistant quickly looked away as she strutted past. He waited a beat, then knocked and saw Gu Ming fixing his clothes. Gu Ming threw the signed resignation down, muttering, "Get lost." He had no clue what losing his head assistant really meant. "Take care, Mr. Gu," Assistant Chin said, calmly picking up his paper before heading to his desk to pack his things. "Even you're leaving, Chin. Is this company finally going under?" Colleagues whispered. Chin just smiled, keeping his mouth shut. Even after quitting, he was too classy to trash the place. He finished packing and said his final goodbyes. "Stay strong, everyone," Chin said before stepping into the elevator. Behind him, panic spread like wildfire among the remaining staff. By sunset, almost the entire office had resigned. To make matters worse, Li Chung was finally arrested. Partners paid massive fines just to cut ties with Gu Group. The stock crashed, leaving the company an empty shell. Guming's dad apparently stormed into his office, absolutely furious. Guming gasped, asking his father what he was doing there. Old man Gu was so pissed his beard was practically flying. "You total screw-up. How did you trigger Yan Shi? They're losing cash just to crush us." I caught a flash of pure malice in Gu Ming's eyes. It was clear Liu Ruyan knew everything and teamed up with Liu Yu. Gu Shi stood zero chance. "Crushing us is like stepping on an ant. Go crawl back and beg her for mercy," Gu's dad screamed. Gu Ming muttered, "Dad, it's useless." Gu Ming claimed she held a grudge over Zhang Wan. Anyone could see the old man was devastated. "I told you so," he wailed. "Zhang Wan is a straight-up curse. I told you to stay away. Now look, we're about to lose the entire company." "Dad, I'll handle it. Relax," Gu Ming muttered. His dad snapped, "Handle it? How? What could a screw-up like you possibly do?" Judging by Gu Ming's face, he was totally sick of the nagging. "Dad, go home," he groaned. "We are not going down like this." I watched Gu Ming drag his skeptical father off the couch and push him toward the door, desperate to get him out. "Just trust me," Gu Ming urged. "Please leave. I'll save this company." The old man growled, "You brat, this is your absolute last warning." From what I gathered, the old man spoiled his ensign son rotten, giving him everything and shielding him from any real pain, which is why he turned out so pathetic. After kicking his dad out, I saw Gu Ming sit back and light a cigarette. Face looked downright sinister. Meanwhile, in the overseas office, Zuo Lin reported to Liu Ruyan about Gu's massive tax evasion and fraud. Liu Ruyan sneered, "Leak this to the media. They'll know what to do." By afternoon, every financial paper was blasting Gu's tax fraud. Tax agents swarmed the building. From what I could see, the entrance was completely blocked by a wild mob of paparazzi. "Did you know about the fraud?" Reporters screamed at fleeing employees. "Are you going to quit? Is the news actually true? Can the company survive?" The questions were brutal. Apparently, the remaining staff were too terrified to ever show up again. When it rains, it pours. I watched a girl Gu Ming scammed expose him online as a total scumbag, inspiring dozens more to speak up. Posted chats and evidence involving minors. Gu Ming was facing serious prison time, staring blankly out his floor-to-soiling window. He grabbed a golf club and absolutely trashed his office. "Liu Ruyan, you forced my hand. Don't blame me for what comes next." I could tell Liu Ruyan was thrilled when she saw the news. Her plan worked. Gu's company was officially on life support. I watched her stand up, adjust her suit, and summon the board of directors. Once they finally gathered in the conference room, Liu Ruyan was already waiting at the head of the table. It was clear Li Chung, the last to arrive, was sweating bullets. Shirt was soaked through. From what I could tell, he was terrified this sudden meeting was connected to Gu Shi's downfall. President Yan, Li Chung kissed up, trembling. She smiled and told him to sit, which clearly made him even more nervous. "I called you here because my investigation proved the armory explosion was an inside job," Liu Ruyan announced coldly. "We have a mole." "A mole? No way. Who is it?" the directors gasped. I knew that explosion was too convenient to be an accident. As the room erupted into chaos, Liu Ruyan stayed dead calm. Based on Li Chung's shaking hands, he was about to collapse. Fingers shook violently. Liu Ruyan locked eyes with him and I saw him flinch. So Director Lee, she purred. Who do you think it is? I have no idea. Liu Ruyan's face went stone cold. Cut the act. Need me to jog your memory, she asked. Sweating profusely, Li Chung watched Zuo Lin hand over a folder. Director Lee, Zuo Lin said. Zuo Lin pulled out records linking Li Chung to Gu Shi and a secret son who dealt with the Bloodlust Society. He looked completely paralyzed. Oh, and you bought drugs and targeted minors last year. Need more details? Liu Ruyan asked. The board gasped it was him. Secret son. He only got this job because of his wife. Another director scoffed. I knew he'd ruin himself eventually. Li Chung hit the floor, begging, President Yan, I'm sorry. Give me another chance. It seemed she didn't care at all. Tell that to the cops, she replied. Police marched in and cuffed him. I watched her ice-cold gaze sweep across his terrified allies. They kept their heads down, terrified. I watched Liu Ruyan purge Li Chung's men and promote her most trusted allies instead. She also brought capable new faces onto the board. After finishing up, I saw her slip back to her office, rubbing her temples. Checking the time, she dialed a video call. I had just showered and crawled into bed when my phone suddenly buzzed. I quickly answered, glancing at the sleeping little kid beside me. I'd promised Meng Yao I'd sleep here, so I was in her room. Hey, I whispered into the phone. Why are you calling so late? Is someone with you? Meng Yao is right here. I've been sleeping in her room. Seeing the dark circles under her eyes, I asked, by the way, how's your sleep overseas? I asked. With me gone and work piling up, she looked like she barely slept at all. I knew she only slept with pills. Remembering my rule about no secrets, she didn't hide it, clearly wanting me to pamper her. Honestly, no. I can't sleep without holding you, she admitted. I frowned. Would keeping this video call open help? Yeah, a lot. Then stop pushing yourself. Come home soon, she smiled. I will, baby. The second I'm done, I'm home. Cheeks burned. I hid behind my blanket, trying to sound casual. I'm still excited for my gift. By the way, did you crush the Gu family? Liu Ruyan seemed to tense up, probably worried I'd be mad. He quietly admitted he did it. I sighed, realizing Gu Ming was actually a total jerk. I had no idea. I always thought he was nice. Liu Ruyan looked completely annoyed. I guess praising another guy in front of him was a bad move. But, after studying my face, he saw only shock, not anger or regret. That seemed to make him feel a whole lot better. Napped, interrupting me. He's trash, and I'm your husband now. Stop talking about other guys in front of me. I finally got it. Staring at the screen, I teased him. Are you jealous? He just scowled, refusing to say a word. Was hilarious. Not jealous? You know, Gu Ming and I used to. Shut up, he growled. I had to bite my lip to keep from laughing. Just admit you're jealous. We're nothing. I was just blind back then, but my eyes are wide open now. I have the best husband in the world. He finally smirked, acting all proud. Good. Honestly, jealous Liu Ruyan is just too cute. I'm flying back tomorrow noon, he suddenly said. So fast? I asked. Are you done? He scowled. What, you don't want me back? Judging by his look, he thought I didn't miss him. Of course I do. I panicked. You're just always so busy. I figured you'd be gone forever, he scoffed. Just don't forget my gift. From what I could tell, he was dying to know what it was. Probably rushed through his meetings just to get home. I know. I won't forget. Relax. We chatted until I watched him fall asleep. The next morning, right after I dropped my kid off at school, my phone buzzed with his text. Boarding now. See you this afternoon, baby. I texted back, telling him to stay safe. On my way home, I stopped at the mall to grab him a cake. My bodyguard, Chen Guang, followed me inside. That's when I spotted a baby shop. The tiny clothes and toys totally melted me. I couldn't resist walking in. Since I didn't know the gender yet, I bought double of everything. Blue and pink, plus some adorable little dresses. Holding those micro-sized socks in my hand literally made my heart explode. I couldn't wait to meet my baby. By the time I walked out, my hands were crammed with bags. Better to be overprepared, right? Would definitely clue him into my big surprise. Down in the garage, Chen Guang and I waited a bit for our driver to pull up. As we loaded the trunk, Chen Guang sensed danger, drew his silenced gun, and fired inside. A gunman popped up, shooting. Chen Guang shielded me, taking the hits. Bleeding, but the attacker lunged out, grabbing my arm and pulling me. I stumbled. Chen Guang fought back desperately, trying to buy us time. The guy kicked Chen Guang's gunshot wound. He collapsed in pain and the bastard threw me into the car and took off. Our guards finally showed up. They shot at the getaway car and chased us. But the driver flung the door open, hanging half my body out of the speeding car. My guards froze, terrified to shoot. The kidnapper sprayed bullets, blowing out their tires, and screamed a threat out the window. That if they kept chasing, they'd throw me onto the highway. Meanwhile, Chen Guang lay bleeding out in the back of our guard car. He could only watch them escape. From what I heard later, he was furious because they'd hijacked my actual driver's car to trick us. Chen Guang tried calling Liu Ruyan but got nothing. Bleeding out, he ordered the team to track my kidnappers using traffic cams. They quickly traced the car to the docks, where they boarded a boat. Chen Guang started tracking all outbound sea routes. He realized they were heading for international waters. He scrambled to contact Liu Ruyan's private jet pilot. Meanwhile, my husband was still daydreaming about his gift. Instead, the pilot delivered the nightmare. I'd been taken. He thought it was a joke. How could this happen with all his security? Panic consumed him. Blood ran ice cold. Judging by his sheer panic, his vision went dark, his mind filled with nothing but raw, blinding rage. He couldn't see straight. His teeth ground together so hard his jaw throbbed, completely losing control of his emotions. Face was literally shaking as he screamed, "Head to the docks!" We were heading toward a deadly trap. He instantly called Lu Hanxiao, summoning every resource he had: mercenaries, troops, speedboats, and choppers. Second, he hit the docks. An unknown number popped up on his phone. He already knew who it was and swiped accept. Stayed dead silent, hearing nothing but the howling wind. Then came the voice. Liu Ruyan. Guming, I knew it. I should have crushed you when I had the chance. Guming just laughed. Don't blame me for taking your girl. Pushed me too far. Guming barked. Liu Ruyan cut him off. What do you want? $20 million. And a getaway chopper. You come alone. If I see a single soul with you, I'll end her. Dead. The line went dead. Liu Ruyan immediately barked orders to Zhuo Lin to prep the cash and helicopter. Zhuo Lin knew warning him was suicide, but he couldn't stay quiet. Sir, going alone is a death sentence. But he was eerily calm. I can't lose her. If I don't make it, transfer everything to my wife. The wedding ring sketches are in my desk. Have a professional finish the ring. He stared out at the quiet ocean. Moments later, Lu Hanxiao pulled up to join him. Back on land, Liu Ruyan's bulletproof vest was already on. Zhuo Lin seemed to want to stop him, but from what I could tell, he knew it was useless. Lu Hanxiao patted his shoulder, telling him to wait, but anyone could tell Liu Ruyan couldn't. He wasn't risking any accidents where I was concerned. Be careful, Lu Hanxiao said. Liu Ruyan just told him to look after our kid. Meanwhile, on a cruise ship, my hands were bound tightly with rope. Freezing sea wind whipped against me. I shivered, groggily opening my eyes. Then a mocking voice sneered from nearby. Awake already? I looked up to see Gu Ming casually wiping his gun. Why did you kidnap me? Ask your dear husband why he won't let me live. Gu Ming's face darkened. You did those filthy things yourself. No one forced you. You pay for your mistakes. Don't blame others. Suddenly laughed. Still got some fight in you, huh? Since you're not dead yet, why don't we have some fun first? We were together so long, and I never got to taste you. Is that why Liu Ruyan is obsessed? He sneered, reaching to tear my clothes off. I seized the moment and bit down on his hand. No matter how he thrashed, I didn't let go, until the taste of blood made me gag. But I forced it down. Furious, Guming slapped me hard across the face, sending me crashing onto the deck. My vision went black as my ears rang. I'd nearly torn a chunk of flesh off his bloody hand. Judging by his face, his filthy desire instantly vanished. You piece of trash, stop acting pure, he spat. Just then, the yacht crossed out of our country's territorial waters. In our home waters, Liu Ruyan would always find a way to track him down, and the law would make him pay. But out here, it was clear he believed he could escape. Gu Ming pulled out his phone and dialed Liu Ruyan. The line connected, dead silent. Gu Ming spoke first. Liu Ruyan, it's 9:15. I'll give you exactly 30 minutes. Every minute you're late. I'll let my men have their way with her. You might arrive just in time for a show. On the other end, Liu Ruyan snapped. Judging by his voice, I could tell he wanted to tear Gu Ming apart. Touch her and you're dead. If she's missing a hair, you're dead. We'll see about that. Gu Ming laughed, kicking me as I lay on the deck. Any last words? This is your final goodbye. Sharp, agonizing pain shot through my lower abdomen. I could barely move, but hearing Liu Ruyan's voice forced me to stay awake. Go back, don't come, I screamed. There are blood syndicate thugs here. They all have guns. It's too dangerous. Just go back. To stop me from convincing him to stay away, Gu Ming slammed the butt of his gun into me. My head hit the deck with a sickening thud. Hearing this, Liu Ruyan lost it. Come at me, Gu Ming. I'm the one who ruined you. Don't touch her, Gu Ming sneered. Don't worry. She won't die before you get here. Ignoring him, Liu Ruyan's voice softened. Wanwan, don't fight them. Just stay safe and wait for me, okay? I shook my head violently, tears streaming down. They have guns, Liu Ruyan. Don't come here. Go back. I'm not worth your life. Only I get to decide what you're worth, Wanwan. Your opinion doesn't count. I'm almost there. Until then, you have to protect yourself. Can you do that for me? I sobbed, unable to squeeze out a single word. Trust me, Wanwan. I will get you out of there. Besides, you know I can't live without you. But what about Yan Mengyao? She's only in kindergarten. Hearing her name and remembering the baby in my womb, I finally regained some composure. Hearing my sobs quiet down, he pleaded, So promise me, protect yourself until I get there. Okay, I will. Breathed a sigh of relief. Gu Ming snatched the phone back. You have 20 minutes left. He hung up instantly. Gu Ming ordered all the Blood Syndicate thugs onto the deck, making sure there was no escape. It was obvious he wanted to make sure Liu Ruyan never left alive. Gu Ming lit a cigarette, its red tip glowing in the dark as he inhaled. Blowing out smoke, he sneered down at me. Did Liu Ruyan ever tell you why he took you from me back then? I ignored him. He laughed carelessly and continued. He loved you for a long time. When he found you with me, he was going to let go. But then he investigated me, saw what I did, and realized I couldn't make you happy. Stole you. I froze in absolute shock. I never knew any of this. If he hadn't told me, I would have been kept in the dark forever. My tears spilled over again. Gu Ming smirked. Why didn't he tell you? Because you were madly in love with me and wanted to elope. He didn't want to break your heart. He laughed. My world spun. I had no idea. He never breathed a word about any of this to me. How much had we missed out on? Just then, a faint light flickered in the distance. I looked over, desperately praying it wasn't him, even though I knew it was useless. Gu Ming went alert and tossed his cigarette. He rushed over, locking his arm around my neck and pressing the cold gun to my forehead. As the speedboat closed in, I saw Liu Ruyan standing on it, racing toward us. My last shred of hope shattered, while Gu Ming grinned like a maniac. Judging by his face, Gu Ming was terrified my words would scare Ruyan off. But once Ruyan actually arrived, Gu Ming relaxed, until the yacht was about to crash. Speedboat finally ground to a halt. Seeing Liu Ruyan, my heart soared. At least I got to see him one last time. It had been over a week. He looked so much thinner, with heavy dark circles under his eyes. Then, pure despair completely crushed me. I screamed, Liu Ruyan, they have guns. They set a trap to lure you here. You shouldn't have come. Gu Ming sneered, drew his gun, and shot right at Liu Ruyan's feet. Shut up, bitch. Scream again and I'll end him. Shut my mouth. I was terrified Gu Ming would actually pull the trigger. I had no idea if we'd survive, but I made my choice. We live together or we die together. Gu Ming, target me. Leave Liu Ruyan alone. Gu Ming just scoffed. Don't rush. The game is just starting, Gu Ming sneered. Neither of you is leaving. His armed bloodlust thugs immediately closed in on us. Search him, Gu Ming ordered. Liu Ruyan pulled out his waistband pistol, tossed it onto the deck, and let the thugs pat him down. Finally, they let down the ladder. Liu Ruyan climbed aboard carrying a black briefcase. Gu Ming just stood there, smirk plastered on his face. 5 minutes early. Punctual, Gu Ming mocked. Too bad I missed the live show. Truly a shame. Liu Ruyan completely ignored him. Once on deck, Liu Ruyan saw my swollen face and bleeding forehead. You hit her? He snarled. Gu Ming just shrugged like it was nothing. She wouldn't behave. Just breaking her in for you, Gu Ming smirked. Liu Ruyan hissed through gritted teeth. Pray you never fall into my hands, 'cause I'll make you wish you were dead. Gu Ming cackled. First you gotta get out alive. Even cornered, Liu Ruyan didn't flinch. He looked completely in control. Gu Ming smirked fine, but only one of you survives today. From what I could tell, Liu Ruyan expected this. Clang. Liu Ruyan slammed the briefcase down. Your cash. The helicopter's ready. Let her go, he said, his voice deadly calm. I'm the one who ruined you. Let Zhongwan go and I'll go with you. Gu Ming's eyes gleamed with greed. He had his goons check the cash before taking it. Just then, a heavy thrumming filled the air. A chopper was circling right above us. No, Liu Ruyan, don't, I screamed. There are more thugs in the cabin. He's never letting us leave this boat alive. Liu Ruyan didn't look shocked at all. Judging by his face, he'd already prepared for this exact outcome. Gu Ming was backed into a corner. He wanted to drag us to hell with him. I know, Wanwan. Trust me, I'm getting you out of here, Liu Ruyan whispered. I didn't catch his hidden meaning. Freezing on the deck, the ocean wind cut straight to my bones. Sharp pains began tearing through my abdomen. The cramping was so bad I could barely stand. Liu Ruyan barked at Gu Ming. I'm your target, let her go. I'll take her place. No, Liu Ruyan, I cried out. We're in this together. Live or die, we do it together. I'm not leaving you behind again, Gu Ming shrugged. Fine by me. You're way more fun anyway. Time you felt my pain. Gu Ming shoved me away, letting his thugs surround us. Every single step I took felt like bones splintering inside me. I dragged myself over to Liu Ruyan. It was obvious he noticed my struggle, probably thinking my legs were just numb. He quickly caught me. Loosening the ropes on my wrists, his eyes softened. I've got you. You're going to be fine. Don't trade your life for mine, I begged. Supposed to be together. Live or die. Stop making these choices for me. Liu Ruyan gently brushed back my messy hair, smoothing it out. Okay, Wanwan, he whispered, comforting me. We'll stay together. Gu Ming aimed his gun at Liu Ruyan. Get the chopper down and lower the ladder. Liu Ruyan signaled, and the pilot hovered lower to drop the ladder. I clung to the back of Liu Ruyan's shirt, terrified he was going to sacrifice himself for me. Turned, framing my face with his hands. Wanwan, I love you. No matter what, I will always love you. Don't regret the past. I chose this. Just having you here is enough. No matter what happens, you have to survive, okay? Forgive me, Wanwan. No, you can't leave me behind. We're staying together. Wan, he interrupted, looking down at me with a soft smile. Remember the 3 favors you promised me? I gripped his arm tighter. My tears blurred everything. I couldn't even see his face. I wanted to lie to say I forgot, but he didn't let me. My 3rd wish is for you to forgive me. Before I could even scream, Liu Ruyan shoved me hard, right over the railing. Already weak and cramping, my grip easily broke under his sudden force. He didn't hold back. He threw his entire weight into pushing me. Falling backward, the world spun in slow motion. I saw him smiling at me, silently mouthing 3 words, I love you. Wan, tears blinded me. I clawed at the empty air, desperate to grab onto him, but there was nothing to hold. As I fell, I saw the thugs aim their guns at him. Instantly, Liu Ruyan drew a weapon, targeting Gu Ming while holding a live bomb. Nobody move, he roared. Anyone could see the sheer panic in the thug's eyes. They knew that bomb would vaporize us all. Anyone flinched, he detonated it instantly. He looked fully prepared to blow the entire yacht, taking everyone down with him. He never planned on surviving, he just wanted me safe. Hands grabbed me as I hit the water, pulling me onto a waiting speedboat. Looking back, I saw Gu Ming livid, staring helplessly as we sped away. He never intended for either of us to leave that boat alive. But Ruyan ruined his plans. Gu Ming sneered, fine, your life for hers. Ignoring the bomb in Ruyan's hand, that desperate outlaw snapped. Anyone could see he just wanted to drag us to hell. He fired at Ruyan. The gang opened fire too, forcing Ruyan to dive behind some oil drums. Luckily, Ruyan wore a bulletproof vest and was okay. Suddenly, helicopters materialized out of nowhere. Men on board rained machine gun fire down on the gang below. Gunfire shattered the night. As the gang shot back at the copters, Gu Ming scrambled for cover. Seizing the moment, Ruyan lunged and knocked Gu Ming's gun away. They locked into a brutal brawl. Gu Ming was no match for Ruyan. Within seconds, Ruyan pinned him, beating him black and blue until he couldn't fight back. Gu Ming didn't even try to dodge, but just as Ruyan grabbed a dropped pistol to finish him off, the bastard saw his chance. Gu Ming suddenly drew a gleaming dagger and stabbed Liu Ruyan in the thigh. As Liu stumbled in agony, Gu seized his chance. Gu grabbed the detonator. Liu Ruyan's face paled as he ripped off the bomb vest and lunged over the side. The second his feet left the deck, the bomb exploded, lighting up the night sky. After that, I had no idea what happened. All I heard was endless gunfire. Panicking, I ignored the blinding pain in my body and sobbed, begging the driver that we couldn't just leave. Hey, we have to wait for Liu Ruyan. Please, I want to be with him. Just take me back. Beg you. But the bodyguard only tried to comfort me. I'm sorry, ma'am. Mr. Liu ordered us to get you out of here safely. We can't make any mistakes. But he's in danger. Can't you see that? You're just leaving him up there all alone. There are over 100 armed men up there. Do you have any idea how dangerous that is? The bodyguard had no answer, bowed and apologized. Frantic, I lunged for the ship's wheel, desperate to turn back for Liu Ruyan. The bodyguard rushed to stop me. Ma'am, please calm down. Mr. Liu planned all of this just to keep you safe. If you go back right now, everything he did is wasted, and his sacrifice will be for nothing. His words hit me like a truck. I collapsed to the floor, shaking my head in denial. You're lying. I don't believe you. Liu Ruyan is coming back. He promised me. He promised. He never breaks his promises. Suddenly, a sharp, stabbing pain shot through my lower abdomen. Clutching my stomach, I felt a warm, wet liquid trickling down. Right then, a deafening, terrifying explosion ripped through the yacht behind us. Blazing flames consumed the ship, lighting up the sky and tearing the night in half. Shrapnel and debris scattered everywhere across the water. Smoke filled the air as the fire spread. The massive shockwaves sent giant waves crashing around us, splashing water high into the air. The yacht slowly tilted and began to sink. The firelight flickered across my face before fading, and I stared at the wreckage, completely frozen. I couldn't utter a word. The sheer shock was too much, and everything went black. When I finally opened my eyes again, blinding white light met my gaze. After blinking, the sharp smell of disinfectant hit me, and I realized I was safe in a hospital. Shu Qing was wiping my brow. When she turned and saw me staring, she gasped in shock, but quickly recovered. She cupped my face, her eyes red. Are you okay, Wan? How are you feeling? Does anything hurt? I'll call the doctor. Wait, I croaked, grabbing her wrist with what little strength I had. Where is Liu Ruyan? Panic flashed in her eyes. Dodged my question. Wan, you're too weak right now. Let the doctor check you first, then we'll talk. She tried to leave, but my grip was surprisingly tight. I wouldn't let go. I just kept asking where Liu Ruyan was. Shu Qing stayed quiet. It was obvious she knew I couldn't handle any shock right now, but I didn't lose my temper. I just calmly repeated, where is he, Qing? Anyone could see that my quietness terrified her more than a screaming meltdown. Wan, promise you won't lose it, she whispered. I just nodded, staring at her with dead eyes. She ran a hand through her hair, hesitating. The search and rescue team is still looking. We'll let you know the second we hear anything. I'd already braced myself for this, but hearing it out loud felt like a blade slicing through my chest. I couldn't breathe. Tears welled in my eyes, threatening to spill over. I fought with everything I had to hold them back. "And the baby," I whispered. Xuqing's eyes turned red instantly, her voice trembling. "The baby is gone. Please don't cry, Wanwan. You're young, you can try again." At those words, my tears finally spilled over. I already knew. The tiny life inside me was gone. His father never even knew he existed. I let go of Xuqing, staring blankly at the ceiling. My tears soaked the pillow. From what I could tell, Xuqing was speechless. With Liu Ruyan missing and our baby gone, my world had completely crumbled. Too much to bear. She wiped my face. "Don't lose hope yet, Wanwan. They're still searching. He could be alive." Stared at the ceiling, silent. Judging by her face, she was afraid I'd break. "I'll get the doctor. Wait here, okay?" I gave a numb nod. Xuqing rushed out, her eyes red, nearly running into Lu Hanxiao right outside my room. He gasped. "What's wrong? Why are you running?" She grabbed his hand like a lifeline. "Any news on Liu Ruyan?" Lu Hanxiao's face fell as he shook his head. Desperate, she kept going. Wanwan just woke up. "I'm going to get the doctor." Lu Hanxiao held her. "Calm down. If she's awake, she's stable. I'll get the doctor." Bo stay with her. But Xuqing was already bolting back inside. From what I could tell, Lu Hanxiao was annoyed she was running. "Careful. Stop running," he yelled. She ignored him, having no time to waste. Yeah, I got it. I'm going in. Go get the doctor." He left, and she stepped inside. The room was dead silent. The blanket on the bed was tossed aside. Bed was completely empty. Xuqing seemed to panic, crying out, "Wanwan, Zhangwan, where did you go?" She searched the room, but found nothing. How could I have gone anywhere when I was still so weak? I was about to go find her when I heard a noise from the bathroom. Forgetting everything, I threw the door open and saw Wanwan washing her hands. Judging by her face, she was completely calm. "What's wrong?" she asked. "Wanwan, you scared me to death. I couldn't find you anywhere. I called you. Why didn't you answer?" "Sorry, I didn't hear." From what I could tell, Wanwan seemed totally off, so I didn't push it. I carefully helped Wanwan to bed. "Ching Ching," she suddenly spoke, startling me. "I'm here," I blurted. "How long have I been out?" she asked. "A day and a night." We were worried sick. From what I could tell, she was entirely detached. "So still no news of Liu Ruyan?" I was speechless. I didn't know what to say without triggering her. Wanwan didn't press it, just sitting quietly. Soon Lu Hanxiao walked in with the doctor. Wanwan sat there, completely blank. She did whatever the doctor asked without saying a word. She looked completely drained of emotion, like a literal puppet. After the exam, the doctor turned to Lu Hanxiao. "Miss Zhang is fine physically. It's just severe shock. Plus," the doctor stopped. Was just staring out the window. The doctor whispered to Lu Hanxiao, "Severe shock plus a miscarriage. She's incredibly weak. No stress, period. She needs absolute rest." "Thank you, doctor," Lu Hanxiao said. "Of course, President Lu. It's my duty," the doctor replied before leaving. Once the doctor left, Lu Hanxiao sat down. "Wanwan, we don't have concrete news on Liu Ruyan yet, but we're searching. We will find him." Didn't look relieved. "Okay," she whispered. Lu Hanxiao went quiet, unsure of what else to say. Right then, I walked in with some porridge. Doctor said she was too weak and needed to eat, but only liquid foods, nothing spicy or heavy. I sat by the bed, feeding her. Lu Hanxiao quietly slipped out. Every time I brought the spoon to her mouth, Wanwan obediently swallowed, like some brainless robot. After just 2 bites, she stopped. Looking up, she whispered, "Ching Ching, I can't eat anymore. I want to sleep." I looked at the barely touched bowl and shook my head. "No, Wanwan, you have to eat more. Doctor said you're too weak, but I really can't." She just stared at me. Her face was deathly pale. Her lips had zero color. Her hollow, vacant eyes locked onto me. She looked so fragile, like a strong breeze would blow her away. But I saw a fierce, stubborn look in her eyes. I gave in. "Fine, but once you wake up, you're finishing this whole bowl." She nodded. I lowered her bed, tucked her in, and turned off the lights. When I stepped out, Lu Hanxiao was right there, leaning against the frame, smoking, his brow furrowed deep. "How is she?" he asked. I shook my head. "Not good. She can't eat." "Is Liu Ruyan even alive?" Lu Hanxiao hesitated, looking at me before letting out a heavy sigh. "I don't know. The search is ongoing." I cast my eyes down. "Look," Lu Hanxiao said. "I'll hire a nurse. Don't go exhausting yourself." I frowned. "Tiring? I'm literally just peeling fruit and bringing food. What's so exhausting about that?" "Still no," Lu Hanxiao insisted. He clearly didn't dare mention he knew about my pregnancy, probably terrified I'd shut him out for good. "If I did, we'd have absolutely zero chance. Just don't overexert yourself," he mumbled. "Go get some rest. I'll cover tonight." I shrugged. "Fine. I'll go pack tonight and bring some fresh clothes tomorrow to stay with Wanwan." It was obvious Lu Hanxiao knew he couldn't change my mind. So he gave up, just nagging. "I'll send Nanny Chen over. You can stay, but do not wear yourself out." I'd already heard him tell me to be careful and not get tired a dozen times today. What did he think I was? A porcelain doll? Like I'd shatter if he touched me, or was he babying me just because I was on my period? Look, even if it's my time of the month, I'm not that fragile. Doing a little work won't kill me. He froze instantly. Time of the month? Did he think I was admitting to the pregnancy? Was I not even hiding it? A flash of self-pity crossed his face. He quickly masked it, acting casual. Still, you have to be careful. No accidents. Just go home and get some rest tonight. I'll send Nanny Chen tomorrow. That's final. I have to go. He turned and bolted, giving me absolutely zero room to argue. Unbelievable. Inside, Wanwan sat by the window, the cold moonlight spilling over her shoulders and tracing her terribly thin silhouette. She looked completely alone. The man who promised to come right back, who called daily and swore he was taking his meds, just gone. She pulled out the phone I brought her and opened her texts with Liu Ruyan. The last message from him was just boarding now. Scrolling to the top, she realized they only had 3 months of history, 5 years of marriage, and they had almost zero memories together. Even without being told, it was obvious she knew he was doomed. Surrounded by those killers, there was no escape. How could he escape? She knew it, but anyone could see she didn't dare think about it. Just the thought of him was too much. She probably felt a suffocating pain in her chest. Soon, without her even realizing it, silent tears were streaming down her face. When Nanny Chen and I arrived the next morning, Wanwan was already awake, staring blankly out the window. She looked up as the door opened. Her eyes were red and swollen. I didn't need to guess she'd spent the night crying. I sighed. The second Nanny Chen saw her, Nanny Chen's eyes welled with tears. They had just reconciled. Why did this have to happen? Nanny Chen rushed over crying, "Oh, madam, how did you lose so much weight in just 2 days?" I glanced at Chen Ma but stayed quiet. She quietly unpacked the food containers on the table, opening them one by one and pouring out the soup. "Ma'am, I made you some soup. The doctor says you can only have liquids. Drink up and later I'll cook your favorites." Chen Ma tried to feed me, but Shuqing stepped in. "Let me do it, Chen Ma," Shuqing said, gently taking the bowl from her hands. She tested the temperature before feeding me. After a few sips, I groaned that I was full. Shuqing glared. "No excuses. You promised me yesterday you'd finish." Forced down the rest. Once Chen Ma left, a knock echoed at the door. Shuqing bolted to open it, thinking it was Lu Hanxiao. Instead, Zuo Lin walked in holding a black velvet box. Seeing me looking so broken, it was obvious she felt awful. Ruyan had only just got his wish. Zuo Lin placed the box in front of me, clearly swallowing her tears. "Ma'am," Zuo Lin choked out, trying to sound normal. "Ruyan made this ring for you. He wanted to buy you a ring when you went shopping, but felt ordinary ones weren't good enough. So he had me bid on this pink diamond. He designed it himself to give you when he got back, but..." Zuo Lin trailed off. We all knew exactly what she couldn't bring herself to say. Ruyan had told her to let a designer finish it if he didn't return. But when Zuo Lin finally found the ring, she was stunned. Ruyan had already hand-polished every single detail. It just needed mounting. He was always so insanely busy, traveling constantly, yet he somehow made the time. Bo Lin couldn't comprehend how he found the time. I opened the box. A gorgeous square pink diamond sat inside, catching the light and sparkling brilliantly. Tiny white diamonds framed it, so elegant and simple. I'd cried so much these past 2 days. I honestly thought my tears had completely run dry. But I was dead wrong. When it came to Ruyan, I had zero control. The dam broke, and I couldn't hold it back anymore. Buried my face in Shuqing's chest, sobbing hysterically. "Ching, I miss him so much," I choked out. "I miss him so damn much." The first time Shuqing saw me break down like this, her eyes welled with tears. Ching, I sobbed. "Is he ever coming back? He can't just be gone, right? He's Ruyan." Shuqing held me tight. "You're right, Wanwan. He's a fighter. He's going to make it. Just have to be patient." Zuo Lin wiped her eyes, looking away. Once I quieted down a bit, she cleared her throat. "Ma'am, before he went to save you, he arranged everything. If he doesn't make it back, his entire estate and 51% of Yan Group's shares are yours. You're the majority shareholder now." My tears kept falling. He had planned my entire future before he left. He never planned on coming back alive. He kept saying, "I will save you and you'll be safe." He never said, "We'll get out together." He traded his life to save mine. Completely shattered, tears pouring down my face. "You idiot," I sobbed, cursing him. "Ruyan, you absolute jerk." He never planned to survive. I told him we live together or die together. He lied to me. Why did he have to lie? I could tell they were both hurting. I soaked the entire front of Shuqing's shirt. With no words to comfort me, she just stroked my back. Eventually, I quieted down. I took out the ring, slipped it onto my ring finger, and just stared at it, tracing every single edge. It was as if I could see him designing it. Zuo Lin watched me, clearly hesitant to speak. "Ma'am, news of the accident will leak soon," she said. "Stock will plunge, and greedy board members will scramble for power. You have to pull yourself together. This company is Ruyan's life's work." My eyelashes fluttered. This was Ruyan's legacy. I couldn't let it fall apart. Zuo Lin spoke up again. "Ma'am, please focus on recovering your health first. President Liu is handling everything. You have a long life ahead. I nodded blankly. Yeah, a very long life. But without Ruyan, the future felt totally empty. We'd only had a few peaceful months together, even though we'd been tangled up for years. 5 years of chaos and he'd become my entire world. I loved him, but it felt like fate always kept us just out of reach. Once Suo Lin left, Shu Qing worriedly watched me refuse food. After my miscarriage, my body was shattered. I needed to recover, or I'd ruin my health. It was clear I was heading for chronic health issues. Shu Qing secretly texted Lu Hanxiao, telling him to have Chen Ma bring Meng Yao over, desperate to snap me out of this numb daze. But all morning I remained totally checked out, staring blankly into space. I didn't say a single word. I just sat there, numbly spinning the ring on my finger. From the look on her face, seeing me like this was breaking Shu Qing's heart. At noon, Chen Ma arrived with my daughter Meng Yao. The second she ran in, she threw her arms around me. Mommy, why are you sick again? Are you hurt? Feeling her tiny hands, something finally shifted inside me. I pulled my sweet girl tight against my chest, squeezing her close. I clung to her, but she felt my panic. Mom, what's wrong? She whispered. It was obvious she was trying to sound normal for my sake. Choking back tears, I told her I was fine, just that I missed Meng Yao so much. Mom, I'm right here, she said. Don't cry. Meng Yao suddenly reached into her pocket and pulled out a lemon candy, offering it to me like a prize. My classmate gave me this, she said. They say candy makes the sadness go away. Meng Yao unwrapped it and popped it right into my mouth, her huge eyes shining with hope. She watched me expectantly. The lemon candy hit my tongue with a sharp sourness, but then it melted into pure sweetness. My tense face finally relaxed. Thanks, sweetie. It's really sweet. Seeing me smile, Meng Yao let out a breath and looked up, totally confused. Mom, she asked. Daddy still on his business trip? No one told her the truth. She was too young for death, and Ruyan was still missing. We couldn't jump to conclusions. Yes, sweetie. Daddy's still working. It might take a while. Will you wait here with me until he gets back? Meng Yao nodded, totally adorable. Did you eat lunch? Eat with mommy? Yay. For the past 2 days, this was the first time. I actually showed real emotion and ate a full meal. Seeing my baby boy brought back my hope. Ruyan will come back. I know he is alive. I had to pull myself together to run his company and wait for him. Like the guard said, if I just trash my life and give up, Ruyan's sacrifice would be totally wasted. He'd hate seeing me like this. Shu Qing saw I was finally acting human again, not like some mindless puppet. She finally breathed a sigh of relief. My sweet Meng Yao stayed with me all afternoon, and I actually let the doctors do their job without fighting. Lu Hanxiao dropped by and seemed relieved to see me up, but he just watched Shu Qing fussing around, fixing chairs and acting totally restless. She kept wiping the table until he lost it. What are you pacing for? He snapped. Shu Qing turned around, looking completely clueless. What? She asked. You're making her dizzy, he said. She's finally recovering and you're hovering. Shu Qing blinked. Oh, right. I'll sit then, she mumbled, finally dropping into a chair. Lu Hanxiao looked satisfied, then turned his focus back to me. I'm running Yan's group for now, so don't worry, he told me. But we can't hide this forever. You'll need to face the board soon. Okay, I said, but I don't know the first thing about business. No worries, he replied. I've got back on the hard stuff. Or I can act as your proxy. If the board finds out about Ruyan's accident, those old sharks will attack. Got it, I murmured. Get some rest, I'm heading out, he said. I nodded. He glanced at Shu Qing. You coming or what? I'll drive you, he offered. No, I'm staying with Wan. You leaving is actually doing her a favor. She has Meng Yao. Stop crowding them, he added. Shu Qing wavered and looked at me. Then Meng Yao chimed in. Godmother, you can go. I've got mommy. Shu Qing melted. My little guy was such a sweetheart, pulling me out of the dark. She ruffled his hair. She kissed his cheek. Meng Yao is the best. You'll protect mommy, right? My little trooper pumped his chubby fist. Count on me. Pinky promised then. They locked pinkies. You're the sweetest baby. Call me if you need anything, okay? Will do, godmother. Shu Qing gave me a few last words before leaving. Watching her with Meng Yao, Lu Hanxiao looked deeply thoughtful. From what I could tell, he was imagining her as a mother, but he seemed so conflicted, clearly still haunted by how he'd hurt her before. It was obvious that he hated his own hesitation. He was back, he'd seen her, yet he refused to make a move, letting the chance slip. Judging by his tense expression, his strict family morals against being a homewrecker were battling his anger at her MIA boyfriend. He didn't count anyway. Hey, Hanxiao, Shu Qing called, snapping him out of it. What are you staring at? Let's go, I thought you were driving me. Called you 3 times already. Nothing, he mumbled. Let's go. Shu Qing told me she just followed him down to the garage. She felt he was acting incredibly weird. Once they got in, he buckled up and said, I never thought Zhongwan loved Ruyan that much. She left for 5 years and only came back 3 months ago. I assumed they were fragile. Shu Qing rolled her eyes. Are you kidding? They're literally married and they've been entangled for 5 years. That history doesn't just vanish. Plus, he is Meng Yao's real dad. Their bond is deep, Ruyan amazing, so once the truth came out, of course she fell for him. Is that so? Duh. Anyone could see he wanted to ask why she didn't love him. Instead, he choked it back and asked, "What about when I was gone?" Xu Qing was totally thrown off. "What do you mean, what years?" she asked. He wanted to know if they had a bond, but he couldn't bring himself to ask. My guess was he knew it was pointless, especially now with her having a baby. Xu Qing told me he didn't leave right after dropping her off. Instead, he just sat there in the driver's seat. He pulled out a cigarette, lit it, and took a long, heavy drag. Watching the smoke drift, he just got lost in his head. Apparently, he sat there frozen for ages. He didn't even move until the cherry burned down and scorched his fingertips. Only then did he snap out of it, crush the butt, and drive off. Meanwhile, Meng Yao took a few days off from preschool. Day with me at the hospital. When my parents called, he lied and said I was on a business trip. We kept them clueless. I didn't want them stressing over nothing. Slowly, my appetite came back, and I started playing with Meng Yao again, actually smiling for once. Soon it was discharge day. Han Xiao handled the paperwork while Xu Qing helped me pack. Then Han Xiao drove us both home. Once we got in, Han Xiao turned to me. "Someone leaked Ruyan's accident. The board is in total chaos. Everyone is clawing for his seat. You need to show up at the board meeting tomorrow." "I'm ready, I promised. I'll do whatever it takes." He gave me a few more tips, then left with Xu Qing. After getting cleaned up, I read Meng Yao a bedtime story and tucked him in. Ever since Ruyan's accident, I couldn't stand sleeping alone. My husband was just gone. The silence was crushing. I'd toss and turn for hours before finally passing out. Every little sound woke me up. Tonight was no different. Once my sweet boy finally drifted off, I stared at the ceiling and lay awake for hours. The next morning, I dropped Meng Yao off at school, ran home, and threw on a white button-down and black high-waisted pants. I added some low heels, curled my hair into waves, and threw on some makeup. It was time to look like I owned the room. When I arrived, Zuo Lin led me straight to Lu Hanxiao's office. He handed me some warm water, warning me the board meeting was starting soon. "Board members are greedy old sharks," Lu Hanxiao muttered. "They only care about their own pockets, so expect them to play dirty." "Don't worry, I've got your back," he added. I told him I was fine. Minutes later, he led me into the packed conference room. Every eye locked onto me. I could feel their judgment, disdain, and pure contempt. I ignored them all, calmly taking the head seat. Lu Hanxiao cleared his throat. "Everyone, this is President Yan's wife, Jiang Wan. As you all know, since President Yan passed away, all his shares go to her." Instantly, the room erupted. The board members looked furious, muttering that this was completely against the rules. "How can a woman run a massive empire like this?" one sneered. "What do women know about business? This is absurd, especially since yesterday's news broke. Our stock is already tanking. Letting her take over will only destroy us." Director Liu, President Yan was the majority shareholder. "We should buy his shares ourselves and liquidate the rest," another chimed in. "Miss Jiang gets a massive payout to live comfortably, and our stock stabilizes." I listened to them drone on. My husband's life was hanging in the balance, yet these vultures only cared about their profit margins. I nearly laughed. This was the cold-blooded reality of the business world. I scoffed. "So, if I were a man, you would have no issues? I lack experience, sure. But since this is what my husband wanted, I will protect his legacy. If you don't like it, feel free to object. But no matter what, this is still the Yan Group. It belongs to the Yan family, not to any of yours. And as you just pointed out, my husband is the majority shareholder, meaning he calls the shots." My voice rang out, sharp and completely unwavering. From what I could tell, they were shaken. But they weren't going to let me keep the shares. They clearly wanted to divide them up. "Director Liu, this is a massive empire," one yelled. "Letting an amateur control the shares will destroy our stock value completely. For the sake of our future, I oppose her inheriting these shares." Others quickly chimed in, shouting their agreement. Suddenly, Lu Hanxiao pulled out a document. "I have Liu Ruyan's official will," he announced. "If anything happened to him, his entire estate goes to his wife." The room erupted in gasps. Hearing the word will made my chest tighten. It turned out he had planned everything long ago, paved the way for me completely. I took the document, studying his signature. It was definitely his, bold, powerful, and utterly familiar. His writing felt like a knife slicing right through my chest. The pain was unbearable, but I forced my tears back, refusing to break. I kept my face blank. "And how do we know that's real?" one board member scoffed. "It could easily be a forgery." Lu Hanxiao just scoffed. "I do not play cheap games," Lu Hanxiao snapped. "If you doubt it, let the legal team verify the handwriting." "Fine, bring them in." Soon Zuo Lin brought the legal team in. Ji Nanan, the guy who had spilled coffee on me earlier, was with them. He was a handwriting expert. Studied it, then nodded. "This is President Yan's actual signature." They fell silent, but anyone could see they still hated the idea of a woman in charge. If she takes over, I'm dumping my shares and quitting, one man threatened. I scoffed. Fine, go ahead and leave. As of today, you are officially out. Judging by his red face, he felt utterly humiliated being called out by me. He slammed the door and stormed out. I scanned the room. If anyone else wants to walk, do it now. I will not stop you. Beat. They all exchanged glances. Even with the falling stock, this empire was still massive. It was obvious none of them wanted to risk losing their future payouts. So they stayed put. The meeting ended in tense silence. Afterward, Lu Hanxiao walked me down to the lobby. You were incredible, he told me. I thought you might freeze, but you own that room. I'll handle things here for now. We can hire a CEO if needed, so don't stress. I forced a small smile. I'm not. Just promise to tell me the second you hear about Liu Ruyan. Absolutely, he agreed. I thanked him and left. Once I was gone, Lu Hanxiao headed back to his office, changed clothes, and slipped out the back. Unbeknownst to me, he slipped out onto a deserted back road where a black sedan was waiting. He jumped in. He took a series of winding turns and switched cars midway, eventually reaching a hidden remote facility on the outskirts of town. The place was a secret private clinic, disguised as an abandoned factory. Lu Hanxiao slipped inside and made his way to the second floor. He looked through the glass at my husband, who was hooked up to life support. Is he awake? Lu Hanxiao asked. The doctor sighed. Not yet. But his vitals are stable. Much better than 2 weeks ago, the doctor added. He should wake up soon. Lu Hanxiao breathed a sigh of relief. Get him whatever medication he needs, Lu Hanxiao insisted. The truth was, after Gu Ming detonated that bomb, my husband had jumped into the ocean, but the shockwave still caught him. Luckily, Chen Guang had hijacked the escape helicopter. Seeing my husband plunge into the water, Chen Guang forced the pilot to fly down. He found him clinging to a piece of floating yacht wreckage. He was unconscious. Even with a bulletproof vest, he had multiple gunshot wounds, and Gu Ming's brutal knife slash had sliced deep into his thigh. The blade hit his main artery, leaving him pooling in blood. Chen Guang did everything he could to bandage him up in the chopper, but the seawater had infected his wounds. Between the infection and the extreme blood loss, he fell into this deep coma. The doctors knew something was wrong. After a full scan, they discovered Gu Ming's blade was laced with rare toxins. The poison was already in his blood, and they were racing to find an antidote. I knew they couldn't find this poison anywhere, let alone a cure. It had to be some Sixth Blood Society creation lurking deep in the bloodstream. It hitches a ride on every heartbeat, spreading everywhere. Once it invades the organs, they just shut down at lightning speed. Complete and total system failure. By organ failure. Brutal. For 2 weeks, Lu Hanxiao secretly hunted for a cure, hiring top toxicologists, but from what I saw, they got absolutely nowhere. Sure, Liu Ruyan might wake up in 2 days, but without a cure, he'll just fade away. Plus, they never found Gu Ming in the yacht wreckage. Figured Gu Ming escaped with the Blood Society bastards, surviving the blast. If Gu Ming is still breathing and realizes Liu Ruyan survived, it's game over. Definitely send hitmen to finish the job. Liu Ruyan is still out cold and totally defenseless. If Gu Ming tracks him down, he's dead meat. That's why Lu Hanxiao played it super safe, swapping cars to shake any tails. He hid the truth from Zhongwan, fearing she'd lose her mind. The Blood Society was definitely watching her every move. Any slip-up, and they'd know. So Lu Hanxiao kept Liu Ruyan's survival a total secret for now. He wanted Liu Ruyan to decide the next move. After Lu Hanxiao got a medical update and left, I saw Liu Ruyan's hand twitch on the bed. Back home, Zhongwan was absolutely exhausted, collapsing onto her bed. None of that fierce boss girl energy was left. It was obvious she was totally drained. The world out there is so cold. I knew she just wanted Liu Ruyan back. Burying her face, she sobbed his name, drifting into a dream of that deck. In her dream, she clung to his sleeve, desperate. But Liu Ruyan was a block of ice. No warmth, no love, just cold, dead eyes. Bat, get lost, Zhongwan, I don't want you anymore. Then, with a brutal shove, he threw her off the edge of the yacht. Choking, suffocating, she thrashed in the water but had zero strength. She could only watch herself sink into the black abyss. Then the nightmare warped. Now she was tied up on the deck, a gun pressed to her skull. The Blood Society thugs demanded Liu Ruyan trade his life for hers. Choice. One of them had to die. They tossed Liu Ruyan a pistol. Without a second thought, he snatched it off the floor. He pointed the barrel at his own chest. She screamed, begging him not to pull the trigger. But he just whispered, "I'm sorry, Wanwan. Forgive me." Then he fired. Red splattered across her vision, blinding her. When she looked down at her hands, they were covered in his blood. She woke up screaming, lungs burning, claws of panic gripping her chest. Realizing she was safe in her own bedroom, her racing pulse slowly settled. Forcing herself to breathe, she remembered dreams are always opposites. If he died in her nightmare, maybe, just maybe, it meant Liu Ruyan was still alive. From what I could tell, she convinced herself he'd come back. Feeling parched, she headed downstairs to grab a glass of water to clear her head. But the little one was already home from school, glued to the TV. As Jongwon walked over, Yan Mengyao looked up and called out, "Mom, you're awake?" Jongwon nodded, sensing her kid's quiet sadness. Judging by her droopy shoulders, something was wrong. "What's up, sweetie?" she asked, worried. "Bad day?" "Yeah, I just really miss Daddy. Why isn't he home yet? Can we please just call him?" the little girl pleaded. Jongwon's chest tightened, tears stinging her eyes. But she forced them back, desperately trying to keep a straight face for her daughter's sake. She needed real answers from Lu Hanxiao first. "Daddy's just super busy on a trip, baby. Let's wait a couple of days, okay?" she lied. "Then we'll call him together, deal?" The kid sighed, looking totally defeated but finally nodded. "All right, no more sad faces," Jongwon coaxed. "Let's go eat, be good, and Daddy will be home before you know it." Anyone could see her kid was her only source of joy now. Otherwise, her mind was trapped thinking of Liu Ruyan. Late at night, in the crushing silence, she actually contemplated ending it all just to join him. But she couldn't abandon her little girl. What if people bullied her? Yan Mengyao was her only lifeline. Then, the next morning, Lu Hanxiao was at his desk when his burner phone buzzed. No caller ID. Ducking into the lounge, he answered in a hushed, tense voice. Liu Ruyan. Chapter 111. About a month, Boss Liu. President Yan is awake. Great, check his vitals, I'm on my way. Lu Hanxiao barked orders for Chengwang to prep the getaway car at the back exit, threw on casual clothes, and sprinted down to meet him. The second they arrived, the doctor finished the exam. From what I gathered, his vitals were stable. The poison hadn't triggered its deadly countdown yet. Physical wounds just need rest, but we're still developing the antidote. And our odds? The doctor hung his head. 30% max. The ingredients we need are ridiculously rare. We haven't sourced them all. Lu Hanxiao nodded coldly. Give me the list. My people will find them. After wrapping up with the doctor, Lu Hanxiao slipped into the room. It looked less like a clinic and more like a high-tech bedroom. It had everything, even fresh plants. But Liu Ruyan had just dragged himself out of a 2-week coma. He looked completely shattered. His usually powerful frame was dangerously thin, his handsome face pale as a ghost. I could see the sheer exhaustion radiating off him. But the hollow cheeks only made his sharp killer jawline stand out more. Spotting Lu Hanxiao, Liu Ruyan scowled. Lu Hanxiao let out a dark laugh. "No one else is coming, so just heal up. Where's Wanwan?" Liu Ruyan forced the raspy words out, his voice sounding like pure sandpaper. It was like he was dragging every single syllable from his chest. Lu Hanxiao handed him some water, helping him drink until the coughing stopped. Setting the cup down, Lu Hanxiao sighed. "Wanwan is safe. You've been out for 2 weeks. Everyone thinks you're dead, man, including her. When Chengguang pulled you out, Gu Ming was already gone. We figured he escaped, so we kept your survival totally off the grid. We couldn't risk them hunting you down. And there's one more thing." Lu Hanxiao hesitated. "The blade Gu Ming used on you? It was poisoned. So you and I are back in the hospital. Still no antidote." Srion's face finally twitched. He asked how long he had left. "Just 1 month." Ruyan just nodded, dead silent. Hanxiao promised they were rushing a cure. "Don't panic," Hanxiao muttered. "Go see Zhongwan if you want to." Hanxiao offered to bring her over later, but Ruyan refused. Hanxiao looked stunned. It was obvious he expected Ruyan to immediately beg for Zhongwan. "That's not like you," Hanxiao said. "She's devastated." Ruyan just sighed. "I'm running out of time, since she already thinks I'm gone. Why put her through another funeral in a month?" Hanxiao swore they'd find a cure, but Ruyan just gave what looked like a completely defeated smile. "If they could, they would have done it by now," Ruyan muttered. "I knew that when he boarded that yacht to save Zhongwan. He was ready to die. He never planned on coming back. A month was a bonus. Anyone could see Hanxiao hated this pity party, so he triggered him. Cut the crap and heal up so you can see her." Hanxiao snapped. "She lost the baby after getting off that yacht," the doctor said. "She was over a month pregnant." Ruyan froze, staring in pure shock. A baby? Wanwan had never said a single word to him about it. He remembered her promising a surprise when he got back. Was this it? Back then, he'd stupidly assumed she just meant herself. He never expected a baby. It was a massive shock. Then he remembered that day on the deck, when Zhongwan walked toward him. Every step looked like pure agony. As far as I could tell, he'd been clueless, assuming she was just cold. Now, Ruyan's eyes started to well up. Threw an arm over his eyes. Their first kid, Mengyao, was forced on her. But this baby, they actually loved each other this time. And now the baby was gone. My heart broke for Ruyan as he spiraled, picturing her freezing on that deck, absolutely terrified. From the look on his face, he was terrified she'd suffer permanent damage. He wanted to rip out his tubes and run to her. He wanted to see if she was eating and healing, but he was powerless. Judging by Hanxiao's face, this was getting hard to watch. "If you miss her, heal up and get out of here," Hanxiao said. "Stop giving up." Ruyan slowly clenched his fists. Of course he had to recover. Gumin did this to them. I could tell Ruyan was going to make Gumin pay 1,000 times over. Top-tier nurses on hand, Hanxiao felt relieved. Once Ruyan finished eating, Hanxiao got up. Since you're awake, I'm staying away. Can't risk anyone finding you. By the way, Yan's group shares transferred to Jiangwan per your will. Hanxiao scoffed. You're insane. Handing an empire to a complete rookie. Ruyan rolled his eyes. I have you, don't I? You built our overseas market. I trust you. Hanxiao playfully punched Ruyan's shoulder. Whatever, man. Do what you want. Before walking out, Hanxiao tossed Ruyan a phone. Encrypted. Use it to call me. Once Hanxiao left, Ruyan grabbed the phone and searched Jiangwan's profile from memory. I watched as he stared at her old posts over and over. Meanwhile, Jiangwan was staring at their old chats, desperate for any sign of him. You and I know Jiangwan refused to believe he was gone. A week later, dropping her kid off, she overheard two parents talking. They were talking about visiting a temple to pray for sick relatives. Fayun Temple out west is supposed to be legendary, one said. Jiangwan hadn't heard anything from Ruyan. It was obvious she was terrified he was dead, but she desperately refused to accept it. She decided to go to Fayun Temple to pray for a miracle. Standing at the base, the 108 steps looked endless. I guess she remembered that sincerity brings miracles, because she bowed every 3 steps. 2 hours later, she reached the top, her legs shaking. Her forehead was bruised red. Catching her breath, she walked into the courtyard. A massive ancient banyan tree stood right in the center. Practically radiated life, covered in countless red prayer ribbons. Jiangwan grabbed a few ribbons of her own. She wrote on each one, May Ruyan be safe, may Ruyan be healthy, may Ruyan come home to me. She dragged over a ladder to tie them high up in the branches. As she climbed down, a monk approached her. Fingering his prayer beads, the monk asked what brought her here. Jiangwan bowed. Master, my husband, he's in terrible danger. I need a blessing from Master Jingkong. The monk nodded. Your path together is indeed painful, Jiangwan gasped. How do you know? Jingkong stroked his beard. I only bless those destined. Jiangwan whispered, I know, I just had to try. If I get the blessing, great. If not, I'll just offer my prayers to Buddha. Jingkong nodded slowly. Follow me, he said. Jiangwan followed him inside, where he handed her 2 distinct amulets. One had Ruyan's name, one had hers. Jiangwan gasped, You're Jingkong? How do you know our names? He just smiled. But why do I get one? Jingkong laughed. 3 years ago, Donor Yan came here to get an amulet for his wife. He was so obsessed I didn't know if you'd make it. So I promised him if you ever came, I'd give you both. Been here for 3 years. Today, they're yours. Jiangwan broke down crying. From what I could tell, she had no idea how much Ruyan had silently suffered. They'd wasted so much time. He'd sacrificed everything for nothing in return. Tears streamed down Jiangwan's face. Seeing her completely devastated, the monk offered some hope. Your red thread with Donor Yan isn't cut yet. Some bonds can't be broken. With that, the monk walked away. Jiangwan snapped out of her trance. Wait, master, what do you mean by that? Will I ever see him again? I called out. Master Jingkong didn't stop or turn around, only throwing back a cryptic reply, far as the horizon. Yet right before your eyes. I couldn't make sense of his words. Did he mean Ruyan was always with me? No, that didn't feel right either. I chose to believe Ruyan was alive and I'd see him again. Clutching onto that tiny bit of hope, I walked to the center of the temple. I knelt before the altar, pressing my hands together. I stayed on my knees, desperately praying in my heart that Ruyan was safe and sound somewhere. Begged the heavens to hear my plea. When I finally dragged myself up, my legs were so numb and stiff I could barely stand. I nearly collapsed, gripping the wooden door frame until the dizziness passed. Outside, the wind whipped the red prayer ribbons hanging from the massive banyan tree. I stared at the ribbons before heading down the mountain. From what I later learned, Ruyan was recovering in a hospital, secretly scrolling through my old posts to cope. He was apparently getting stronger. From what they told me, Ruyan could walk again without a nurse, though he still had to rest. That day, when Liu Hanxiao visited him, Ruyan apparently told Liu Hanxiao he wanted to see me. Liu Hanxiao wasn't surprised at all. It was obvious Hanxiao saw that coming. Hanxiao tossed Ruyan some clean clothes. Apparently, Liu Hanxiao told Ruyan, put these on, I'm sneaking you out. Ruyan took the clothes and followed Hanxiao to the car. Cheng Guang was behind the wheel. From what I understand, Cheng Guang watched over me whenever he wasn't at the hospital, fearing Gu Mingju would attack, but trying not to alert the Bloodlust Club. Apparently, Cheng Guang had been silently protecting me. Knowing I was heading to Fei Yun Temple today, Cheng Guang told Ruyan and drove them straight to find me. When they arrived, they spotted my car. From what Ruyan later said, Ruyan wanted to climb up to find me, but just as Ruyan hit the steps, Ruyan apparently saw me slowly walking down. Ruyan quickly ducked behind a tree, but as Ruyan scanned the area, Ruyan spotted 2 men dressed in black. Judging by their unique neck tattoos, they were Bloodlust Club thugs. Their jackets bulged suspiciously, and it was obvious they were packing heat. Ruyan apparently wanted to grab me before they did. But before Ruyan could move, Chengguang beat Ruyan to it, jumping out first. Dragged me into the bushes. I gasped as I was suddenly pulled into the dirt, my heart leaping into my throat. I was about to scream when Chengguang hissed, "Miss Jiang, it's me." I blinked, finally recognizing Chengguang in the dim light. My chest heaved. "You scared the life out of me. What are you doing here?" Chengguang pointed a tense finger at the two men in black. "Miss Jiang, look at their neck tattoos." Chengguang whispered. "That's the Bloodlust Club symbol. They must have been tipped off about your location. They're hunting you." Me? A thought flashed in my mind. I glared at Chengguang. "Then how did you happen to show up right now?" "Ruyan assigned you to protect me." "Which means," my voice shook with sudden realization, "Ruyan is still alive, isn't he? Is he here? Send you?" "Answer me!" Chengguang looked cornered. From what I could tell, Chengguang was struggling, remembering Ruyan's order to keep quiet. Thugs searched the area, found nothing, and left. The second they were gone, I scrambled out of the bushes and screamed, "Ruyan! I know you're nearby. I know you're alive. If you're out there, why are you hiding from me? No matter what, say it to my face. Why are you doing this to me?" With every word I screamed. Ruyan later admitted Ruyan's fists clenched tighter in the shadows, Ruyan's arms shaking. On my end, I took a shaky breath and kept shouting, "Do you have any idea what I've been through? I think about you every second. Just last week, you were lying right next to me. You promised we'd face everything together. So why did you let go of my hand? Why did you leave me in the dark? I lost our baby after the high seas. I didn't even get to tell you. You aren't the only one hurting, Ruyan. I am too. If you don't show yourself right now, I'm taking Mengyao and disappearing forever. I'll remarry someone else. I'll marry another man and forget you ever existed." My voice cracked, fading into a desperate whisper. Forest was empty, save for the rustling leaves. It was obvious Ruyan wasn't coming out. My chest hollowed, tears completely blurring my vision. I sank to the dirt, wrapping my arms tight around myself for comfort. I buried my face in my knees, completely breaking down. My whole body shook with muffled sobs. After what felt like hours, a shadow suddenly fell over me, blocking out the light. I slowly looked up, the harsh sunlight blinding me. I blinked hard, waiting for my vision to clear. My eyes welled up instantly as I saw him. I grabbed Ruyan's hand, pulling myself up and locking my fingers tight around Ruyan's wrists. Squeezed Ruyan's hand, terrified he'd vanish. He was warm, solid, and real, not some cruel hallucination. Threw myself into Ruyan's chest, pounding my fists against his shoulders. "Ruyan, you absolute bastard," I sobbed. "Bastard. You were alive this whole time. Why didn't you come back? I had to face all this alone. I almost died with you. Jerk." My fists rained down on him. His eyes were red, but he didn't stop me. He just stood there, letting me vent my rage. Once I was too exhausted to fight or cry, I finally let go of him. Taking 2 steps back, I spoke with freezing calm. "If you didn't want to see me or come back, then don't. From now on, we are strangers." I spat out the words, then squatted back down. "You're a jerk. Who said you could trade your life for mine? Get out. I never want to see you again." A heavy silence followed. Terrified he might actually leave, I scrambled up and threw my arms around him. "No, you have to stay and make up for this." He stood frozen, silent. Only then did he finally wrap his arms around me, pulling me tight. He buried his face in my neck, inhaling deeply. "I'm sorry," he rasped. Hearing his familiar voice, I couldn't speak. I just locked my arms around his waist. It had been over 2 weeks, and he felt so thin. Holding him felt bony. My anger instantly melted into pure aching worry. I squeezed him tighter. "Where have you been all this time?" I demanded. "Why didn't you come back? Why did you lose so much weight?" He looked lost, unsure how to explain. "Let's go home first," he whispered. He took my keys and led me to the passenger seat. I noticed Lu Hanxiao leaning against a black car, smoking. I spun toward my husband. "So he knew this whole time?" He nodded. Across the lot, Lu Hanxiao caught my eye and shrugged like it was no big deal. I was absolutely furious. He knew, yet he kept me totally in the dark, no matter how many times I practically begged for answers. Excuse was always, "We're still searching." I felt like a total fool. I crossed my arms and sulked in the passenger seat, utterly livid. I made a mental note to talk trash about him to Xu Qing. Back home, Nanny Chen was cooking. When she saw us walk in hand, spatula clattered to the floor. As he turned toward the kitchen, Nanny Chen rushed out, her eyes wide with shock. "Sir, you're alive. Thank goodness you're safe." I smiled warmly. "Chen, please make a few of his favorite dishes tonight. He needs to eat. We need to feed him up." "Right away, ma'am. I'll get right on it." "Oh, it's so good to have him back," she cheered. Soon our daughter came home from school. She dropped her bag and froze, spotting him on the couch. "Daddy," she squealed, hugging his legs. "Why were you gone so long? Mommy said you were busy and wouldn't let me call. She said we shouldn't disturb you." He lifted her onto his lap. Judging by her face, his arms felt different than mine. To her, they were a warm, powerful fortress. Broad shoulders could block out any storm. "Did you protect Mommy while I was away?" he asked, brushing a tear from her cheek. "I did. I stayed with Mommy the whole time. Nobody messed with her." He smiled softly. "Good girl. Daddy believes you." "Daddy, are you staying this time?" She looked at him with big, hopeful eyes just like mine. He hesitated, clearly not knowing how to answer. Seeing his hesitation, my chest tightened. He didn't know if he would survive the month. I had a million questions, but no answers. Just then, Nanny Chen called us to the table. Dinner was ready. It was obvious he felt relieved by the sudden distraction. He took my hand and led us to the dining room. It was a massive feast. 6 dishes and a steaming pot of herbal chicken soup. It was meant to build his strength, but he barely ate. He just piled food onto our plates. It was obvious something was seriously wrong. I kept quiet. After dinner, our little girl went to her room, and I dragged my husband straight into our master bedroom. "Spit it out," I demanded, getting straight to the point. "Why were you gone so long? And why did you barely touch your dinner? Do you have no appetite?" He blinked, clearly surprised I'd noticed. After a heavy silence, he confessed, "Gu Ming detonated the bomb. When the ship exploded, I jumped. Cheng Guang saved me, but I was comatose for 2 weeks. I couldn't come back because I was poisoned. Gu Ming's blade was toxic. I don't know if I'll survive the month. I stayed away because I couldn't bear to break your heart twice." My heart plummeted. It felt like a massive boulder crushing my chest. "Is that why you can't eat?" I asked, my voice trembling. He nodded. "Can they cure it?" I pressed. "Lu Hanxiao has people working on an antidote, but we don't know if it'll work." I wanted to scream at him for hiding this, but the truth paralyzed me. My eyes welled up, my throat tight with tears. "Is there any other way?" I choked out, desperate for hope. He didn't answer. He just stared at me in agonizing silence. His silence told me everything. I lunged forward, throwing my arms around him. "We'll find a cure. I know we will," I sobbed. "Don't worry," I whispered, trying to convince myself as much as him. Then my hand brushed against something wet on his chest. I pulled my hand back. It was covered in red. "What's this? Are you hurt?" I panicked. Only then did he realize his wound had reopened. He must have torn it when he grabbed me at the temple. Wearing black hid the blood, and he'd ignored the stinging pain. He didn't even care. I pushed him onto the couch, grabbed the medical kit, and knelt down to clean his raw skin. Looking at the brutal gash, my eyes filled with tears again. From what I could tell, he wanted to laugh at his sensitive wife. Anyone could see he was lying when he said he was fine. But when he tried pulling me in for a hug, the movement tore right into his chest wound. Wanwen stopped me, glaring. "What are you doing? Your wound will rip open. Sit still." I immediately sat up straight, staying completely still as Jiangwan applied my medicine. I could see her eyes brimming with tears. Her eyes were so misty she could barely see. She wiped them before continuing to treat me, then asked, "Where have you been recovering all this time?" "A hospital in the western suburbs," I told her. "It is private and closed to the public, so nobody really knows it exists. People just think it is an abandoned factory." She went quiet for a moment before saying, "Ruyan, I do not need you to sacrifice anything for me. I meant it when I said we live or die together. Do not make decisions for me." But I remained firm in my resolve. If I had to do it over, I would make the same choice. Jiangwan glared at me and pressed down harder on my wound. Liu Ruyan hissed in pain, then let out a soft chuckle. "Babe, trying to murder your husband after all this time?" Hearing Liu Ruyan's playful voice again felt so familiar. I tried to stand up, but a sharp pain in my knees sent me crashing back. Liu Ruyan frowned, pulling me up. He clearly knew I'd visited Feiyin Temple today. He knew I'd knelt every 3 steps up those 108 stairs. Frowning, Liu Ruyan rolled up my pants, revealing horribly bruised knees. From what I could tell, Liu Ruyan was devastated that I'd ruined my knees for him. He seemed to absolutely hate himself for it. Liu Ruyan rested my leg on his, carefully applying medicine. Resting my chin on my hand, I studied his cold profile. "Are you mad?" Liu Ruyan glanced up but stayed silent. "Great, you disappear for ages and I'm not even mad, yet you're the one throwing a tantrum?" Liu Ruyan sighed, finishing up. "Wanwan, I don't need this. Just take care of yourself, okay?" A tiny spark of joy lit up inside me. He finally got a taste of his own medicine. I calmly repeated, "If I had to, I'd do it again." He knew I was teasing. He sighed and gave in. "Fine, I promise. No more making decisions for you. But can you promise to take care of yourself?" "If you can, I can," I replied. "Baby, if I'm gone one day, you have to survive," Liu Ruyan whispered. I froze, completely silent. I just stared at Liu Ruyan stubbornly, repeating, "You're not going anywhere." Judging by his eyes, Liu Ruyan was lost. He didn't even know if he'd survived the month, avoiding my gaze without giving a single promise. Focused on my knees. Without an answer, disappointment sank in. I stared blankly at the ugly bruises on my legs. 3 years ago, did you hurt this badly for me?" His hand froze. "Back then, I didn't even like you. I pushed on." Why did you still pray for me? Liu Ruyan cleaned up the medical supplies before finally speaking. It didn't matter. I loved you. I just wanted you safe. During your jewelry show in America 3 years ago, things were violent there. There was even a mass shooting. You never answered my calls. I flew to America, waited outside your apartment all night, and finally saw you walk out the next morning. But you just glanced at me and got in a car. I was helpless, so I went to a temple, begging Buddha to protect you. How much time did we waste? I'm so sorry, Liu Ruyan, I sobbed. I'm so sorry. This is all my fault. If it weren't for me, we wouldn't have lost all those years. It's all my fault. My tears spilled over, burning hot, dripped onto Liu Ruyan's hand. He flinched as if burned, but he just shook his head, pulling me close. Wanwan, never apologize to me, Liu Ruyan whispered, holding me tight. You've done nothing wrong. I did everything because I wanted to. That's not true. If I hadn't been so stubborn and childish, if I had just trusted you, I cried out. We wouldn't have wasted 5 years. Liu Ruyan kissed my forehead gently. It's over, Wanwan. I pulled 2 amulets from my pocket. Pressing one into his hand, I gripped his fingers. It's in the past. We have a future now, a whole lifetime to make it up. Liu Ruyan smiled and stroked my hair without a word. Then he gently rested his hand against my lower abdomen, eyes filled with raw, hidden pain. Wanwan, did it hurt? Even without the details, I knew exactly what he meant. He was asking about the miscarriage. Pain stabbed my chest thinking of the baby we lost. I pulled a sonogram from the nightstand. Supposed to be his welcome home surprise. Now it was just a painful memory. The paper showed only a tiny blurry dot, but that dot was our baby. Liu Ruyan stared at the paper, his eyes turning bloodshot as a single tear escaped. Covering his eyes, his voice cracked completely. I'm sorry, Wanwan, I didn't notice. I failed to protect you and our baby. Anyone could see Liu Ruyan secretly dreaded me getting pregnant again. My first pregnancy with Meng Yao had nearly destroyed my body. I couldn't keep food down, barely slept, and lost 10 pounds. I was as thin as paper, looking absolutely fragile. Only my swollen belly stood out. If Liu Ruyan didn't survive this month, I'd have to face another pregnancy completely alone. Raising 2 kids alone would be unbearable. Unaware of his dark thoughts, I whispered, You can't blame yourself for this, Liu Ruyan. If you hadn't saved me, I'd be dead. You did your best. We still have time for another baby. Our baby will come back to us. Liu Ruyan wrapped his arms around me, burying his face in my shoulder. I noticed that ever since he returned, Liu Ruyan completely shut down whenever I brought up our future. He was totally dodging it. He wouldn't make any promises. I gently pushed Liu Ruyan back, looking deep into his eyes. Are you leaving me again? Even with him right here, Liu Ruyan felt like a ghost. I feared that if I blinked, he'd vanish forever. I needed an answer before he slipped away again. It was obvious he only came back to check on me, nothing more. It seemed like seeing me break down had forced him to step in and comfort me. Wasn't part of his plan. Liu Ruyan took my hand. Wanwan, I'm sorry. My heart sank instantly. I shouldn't have left you with this mess, he continued. I'll handle the company. If you don't want to run it, hire someone. I cut her off. You know that is not what I mean. I fell silent. I am sorry, Wanwan. I cannot promise you anything else. She stepped back. Then for this last month, can you promise to stay by my side? She asked. I remained silent, making her snap. Ruyan! I smiled helplessly and finally gave in. All right, I promise. That seemed to satisfy her. Since my wound had split open, I could not get it wet. I planned to just wipe myself down with a damp towel. Zhang Wan insisted on helping me, but I stopped her. You have barely recovered, and you have been running around praying for my safety. If you keep pushing yourself, you will never heal properly. She finally listened. Go lie down, I will be right out, I said. She grumbled but went back. After we both washed up and lay down, she rested her head on my arm, gently tracing my chest. Feeling all my scars, she probably could not imagine the pain I had been through. Fearing she would cry again, I gently caught her hand. Go to sleep, baby, I whispered. From what I could tell, she was completely exhausted, and she soon drifted off as her breathing grew steady. I opened my eyes, gently tracing her cheek. I had to stay and clean up Yan Group's mess, securing a safe future for her and our kid. I wanted them to live worry-free. Since Gu Ming might still be alive, I had to use myself as bait to draw him out and finish him. Only then would they be safe. I woke up early to handle things at the office. I wanted to tell her so she would not worry. But she was sleeping so deeply. I tried waking her several times without success, so I told Nanny Chen to tell her I went to the office. When I arrived at the office, the hallway went dead silent. Everyone stared at me. A CEO rumored to be dead was standing right there, completely fine. Naturally, they were shocked. On the top floor, as I walked past Zuo Lin's office, he caught sight of me and jumped out of his skin. Judging by his face, he thought he was hallucinating. A moment later, his phone rang. Since Han Xiao had been handling things here, Zuo Lin assumed it was him. He answered, Mr. Liu, what are your orders? But the voice on the other end was mine, and it was all too familiar to him. Board meeting in 30 minutes, I said and hung up. He stood dazed, and it appeared he was wondering why Han Xiao's voice sounded like mine. Wanting to check, he grabbed some files and knocked. Hearing Han Xiao's voice bid him enter, Zuo Lin's face fell. Anyone could see he thought my return was impossible. Opening the door, he saw Han Xiao on the sofa, which was exactly what he expected. Before he could speak, I cut him off. "What is it?" I asked from my desk. He spun around and stared at me. Zuo Lin's eyes went wide. It looked like he could not believe his eyes, completely forgetting why he came. He rushed over immediately. He grabbed my hands, checking me over to make sure I was real. Suddenly, he threw his arms around me, his voice cracking. "President Yan, you are back. I knew you would survive. They say bad grass never dies after all. A wicked capitalist like you will live forever." Han Xiao burst out laughing from the sofa. I scoffed, pushing Zuo Lin away by his forehead. It was clear he realized what he had said, so Zuo Lin scrambled to explain. "No, President Yan. I meant you will live a long, healthy life," Han Xiao teased him. Han Xiao joked that his job might be at risk. Zuo Lin panicked. I cut in. "Did you notify everyone?" "Yes, sir. 30 minutes. We are on schedule for the board meeting," I nodded. "All right, dismiss." Zuo Lin scurried out, apparently terrified of saying another wrong word. Once he left, Han's smile faded. "So you came back to use yourself as bait for Gu Ming?" I nodded. "I cannot leave that threat hanging over my family." Han Xiao did not argue. He just pushed a medicine bottle across the desk. "No antidote yet, but this slows the poison." I took it. I did not know if I would survive, but I was terrified of running out of time. Medicine was exactly what I needed. "Thanks," I said. "Let's go. Since you walked in, those old geezers have been itching to see you." We walked into the conference room. Han Xiao had already briefed me on who opposed Jiang Wan, and I gave them a freezing glare. Board members broke into a cold sweat. It was obvious they never expected me to return in one piece. I sat at the head, spoke up. "There have been rumors, and I did face some trouble, but I am back. Now, why did I hear some of you challenged my decisions?" The room fell dead silent. From what I could gather, these directors were all greedy opportunists, only looking out for their own pockets. I was the mastermind behind Yan Group's success, which is why they usually fell in line. But when they thought I was dead, it was undeniable they wanted to rename the company and steal my shares. They never expected me to walk back through those doors. The ones who opposed Jiang Wan were now visibly trembling. I stared them down. "I still hold the majority shares, making me the ultimate boss. My decision. None of you have the right to question it. The company still belongs to the Yan family, doesn't it?" "Yes, absolutely," the board members chimed in. I smirked. "Since we agree, I've decided my wife, Jiang Wan, will inherit all my shares. Any issues? Someone said it violates company rules." "Oh, really?" I propped my chin up, staring him down. "What rule? Enlighten me." "Your wife has zero management experience," he stuttered. "And a housewife can't run a massive corporation." The room erupted in agreement. I snapped. "Whether she can is my call. Don't like it? Sell your shares and get out of my company right now." Total silence. Nobody dared breathe. They knew I was back. Selling was suicide. 1 year of dividends here could feed their families for a lifetime. I scanned the silent room. "I'm transferring everything to Jiang Wan. She runs this place now. Anyone got a problem? Speak up and leave, or stay and shut up. If I hear one whisper against her later, I'll destroy you." They looked resentful, but clearly dared not cross me. They nodded like cowards. I was still in control. As long as I stood by her, they had nothing. "Since no one's quitting," I smirked. "Start signing." I gestured to Zuo Ling, who handed out the contracts. I knew these hypocrites would play nice now and stab us later. If I ever left, they'd revolt. That's why I made this deal. They pledge complete loyalty to Jiangwan's every decision. Any rebellion means they forfeit their shares and get banned for life. The board members exchanged panicked looks. From what I could tell, none of them wanted to work under a woman. "Mr. Yan will support her." "Exactly. We just worried she lacked experience. Now that you're back, we're totally relieved." "So, can we skip signing?" they pleaded, watching my face. "Sure," I said. Their eyes lit up with greedy relief. Thought this was just a game. Director Song dropped his pen. I leaned back and smirked. "If you don't sign, the door get lost." Lu Hanxiao grinned, seemingly enjoying the drama. He knew this ruthless side of me too well. Arrogant, cold, and utterly heartless to anyone who isn't Jiang Wan, these idiots had no idea who they were testing. They had obviously hit a brick wall. My patience was wearing thin. "Sign it or get out," I snapped. "Stop wasting my time." Someone tried to argue. I threw him a lethal glare, and he choked on his own words, immediately shutting up. Tapped my fingers on the desk. A slow, rhythmic, terrifying countdown. Every beat crushed their remaining courage. A few finally broke and signed. Like dominoes, the rest followed. I nodded, thoroughly satisfied. Perfect. Meeting adjourned. Get back to work. I stood up and walked out before anyone could say another word. Bo Ling stayed to gather the papers. Lu Hanxiao patted his shoulder. "Rough day?" Just my miserable life, Zuoling muttered. Back in my office, Lu Hanxiao slumped onto the sofa, crossed his legs, and lit up a cigarette. Through the haze of smoke, I swallowed the pill Lu Hanxiao had brought me, washing it down with water. Still not going home? I asked. Your family called me again today. They want you back to run the empire. Your dad is too old to manage Huasheng alone. You really won't go? I remembered how he'd ruined things with Suqing. Family hated her, so he cut them off for her. But then, she dumped him anyway. Too proud to crawl back, Lu Hanxiao ran off to handle my overseas markets. Now his dad wanted to retire. His dad desperately wanted his only son to take over, but Lu Hanxiao refused. The old man was desperate. Knowing we were close, he begged me to intervene. Lu Hanxiao just blew a smoke ring. No way, he muttered. Even if they accept Suqing? I challenged. He laughed dryly. If they did, maybe. But that'll never happen. They hated her before. Now that she's pregnant, there's absolutely zero chance they'll ever approve. My heart clenched, thinking of the baby Jiangwan and I lost. Lu Hanxiao apparently realized his mistake and shut up. I forced myself to smile. Fine, stay. Help Jiangwan run my company. I trust you. Zuoling was right. Zuoling always called me a ruthless capitalist. Back home, Jiangwan woke up in a panic, seemingly terrified yesterday was a dream. She searched the guest room and study, but couldn't find me anywhere. Desperate, she ran downstairs to find Chen Ma. Chen Ma was sweeping when she saw Jiangwan racing down. Ma'am, slow down. Don't trip and hurt yourself. Chen Ma, is my husband here? Jiangwan gasped. Yes, ma'am. Mr. Yan already left for the office. Left a message for you to hear the moment you woke. Thank goodness, Jiangwan sighed. Everything okay? It's nothing. Lunch ready? Yes, ma'am, ready and waiting. Great, pack it up. I'm bringing it to his office. I'll eat with him today. Of course, give me a second. While Chen Ma packed the food, Jiangwan got ready. I practically flew upstairs, washed up, changed clothes, and then grabbed my thermal box before heading to Yan Group. I'd been there so many times I knew the place inside and out. Nobody at the front desk even tried to stop me. And the board members I ran into, the ones who used to ignore me, now they were all super polite, practically bowing. I wondered why their attitudes had flipped so fast. I figured it was because Liu Ruyan was back, and I wasn't a threat to their money anymore. So why bother targeting me? I really didn't care about them, though. All I wanted was to see Liu Ruyan. I breezed right up to the CEO's office and gave the door a soft knock. Lu Hanxiao's voice called out from inside. I pushed the door open and locked eyes with him, sitting there on the sofa. I was actually a little bummed not to see Liu Ruyan first. But then I turned my head and saw Liu Ruyan getting up from his desk, walking toward me. I didn't care that anyone else was there. I ran and practically flung myself onto him. She couldn't calm down on her way here. From what I could tell, she feared I'd vanish again, fearing this was all just a dream. My chest tightened. I couldn't promise her a damn thing. Not yet, I just patted her back. Lu Hanxiao smirked when she walked in. Saw the soup. Anyone could tell he knew he was a major third wheel. He stood up, fixed his jacket, and hesitated at the door. Turned. Whose kid is Suqing carrying? She is pregnant. My wife gasped. She is pregnant? How? Lu Hanxiao frowned. You did not know? She frowned. How do you know? I saw her at the OBGYN. Remembering Suqing accompanied her there, she asked, what day was this? He shrugged, guessing it was when I first traveled. Judging by her face, she was sure he was mistaken. No way her best friend was pregnant. That was the day Suqing accompanied her for her checkup. She left with Cheng Guang while Suqing left alone. I saw her growing certain. Realizing he totally misunderstood, she kept him in the dark as payback for hiding my survival. Right, I think I remember that, she lied. I do not know the details, but the kid is not yours. He nearly exploded. Are you two trying to kill me? Friend or enemy? Dad is a ghost. She was at the hospital caring for you alone, even while pregnant. Before she could even defend herself, I snapped. I frowned, completely losing my patience. Enough. Why are you taking this out on my wife? She glared back, clearly not backing down. Stop lying. I never made her do heavy work, she just kept me company. Besides, who are you to her anyway? She snapped back. Why do you even care? He choked on his words. Anyone could tell he knew he had no right. My wife smirked, victorious. But remembering he was still making my antidote, she threw him a bone. There is obviously a misunderstanding. You two need to talk. Whatever, I am leaving. From what I heard later, he sat in his car staring at her number, hesitating over and over. Apparently, he couldn't summon the courage. He locked his screen, threw the phone aside, and rubbed his temples in sheer frustration. Multi-million-dollar deals never made him sweat, but with her, he was totally lost. Once he left, my wife pulled me to the table. She opened the containers. I brought the lunch Chen Ma made. You need to eat and get your strength back right now. I pulled her down next to me. I am fine, Wanwan. Stop worrying and do not overwork yourself. You are the one who needs to rest. I am not tired, she insisted. I just brought you food. It is no big deal. Let's get a checkup tomorrow. I need to know you are okay. Ever since her miscarriage, I spent every night researching the consequences. Infertility, chronic pain. The articles terrified me. I was so scared she would suffer that I wanted to lock her inside where she was safe. Judging by her gentle smile, she knew exactly what I was panicking about. She felt fine, completely normal, but I could not stop worrying. To quiet my fears, she agreed to go. Then she kept piling food onto my plate. Eat up, she coaxed. It is all your favorites. I had zero appetite, but I could not say no to her. I forced down every single bite she gave me. Only when the plates were empty was she satisfied. She wanted to wait for me, but I insisted she go home. She finally gave in. Knowing it was for her health, she left. The second she was gone, the metallic taste flooded my throat. I bolted, vomiting dark blood. My insides twisted like they were being ripped apart. The pain was blinding. Clawing the edge of the sink, I slid helplessly onto the floor. Every breath felt like inhaling glass. Cold sweat poured my face, dripping onto the tiles below. Time stretched into an eternity. Eventually, the agonizing waves began to fade, and a tiny spark of strength returned to my limbs. I was still completely wrecked, barely able to sit up and gasp for air. It took a long time to stabilize. Once the agony dulled, I forced myself up to rinse my mouth. I swallowed another pill of Liu Hanxiao's medicine, waiting for relief. Poison was taking over. My clock was ticking. Once this venom hit, I was dead. Period. Gu Ming wanted me dead, leaving no loopholes. There was no cure. I could feel that Liu Hanxiao's pills only numbed the agony. But I used to welcome death. But since she came back, she showed me how beautiful life could be. I actually wanted to stay. Living actually felt good. Now that I finally had her heart, I was greedy. I wanted more time. Then Zuo Lin walked in. He gasped at my ghost-white face and rushed over. Mr. Yan, what is wrong? I am calling an ambulance. I blocked his hand. No, I rasped. I just need a minute. Do not tell anyone about this. But sir... Go. I cut him off, leaning back and closing my eyes. Sighing, he told me to call his extension if I needed anything. I nodded, keeping my eyes shut. I could hear him hesitantly retreating, looking back at me until the door clicked shut. Once the pain subsided, I forced myself back to work. I had to map out the company's 10-year plan, just in case she took over. That night, she played with Meng Yao, seemingly checking her phone since I was late. Just as she went to call me, my car pulled in. I unlocked the door, and she instantly threw her arms around me, nearly knocking me over. She had become incredibly clingy since my return. Given my failing health, I did not know if this was a blessing or a curse. I went to hold her hands, feeling something hard. Looking down, I saw the pink ring I gave her shining on her finger. I had been too distracted to notice yesterday. I traced it gently. Ruyan stared right at me. I flushed, trying to pull my hand away, but he wasn't letting go. He just lifted my hand, kissed my ring finger. A shiver shot straight through me. My fingers are my weakest spot. I instantly turned bright red. Pink diamond looks perfect on you, Wan Wan. He was gently tracing my ring finger. I buried my face in his chest and asked, when did you make this? I wanted to get you one back at the mall. Since you're back with me, you deserve what everyone else has. Sweetness flooded my heart. Do you like it? Snuggling in his arms, I whispered, I love it. I love anything you give me. Ruyan chuckled, his chest vibrating against mine. His voice rasped right in my ear, sending shivers straight down my spine. As long as you like it, you deserve the best in the world. Stop it, I blushed, teasing him. We held each other a bit longer, but we still weren't eating. The little one finally lost patience, piping up in a tiny voice. Mommy, Daddy, come eat! I'm so hungry. That snapped us out of it. I quickly pushed Ruyan away, grabbed his hand and walked to the table. Sorry, baby. Ever since Ruyan came back, I just wanted to cling to him. I never wanted us to be apart again. So I totally forgot our kid was right there. I blushed, but Ruyan acted completely normal, serving us food. Why so late tonight? I asked. Work piled up, he replied. We had to transition some things, so it took a while. But he said it with a straight face. I transferred the shares to your name. You control the company now. I'm writing the new business plan. I'll send it over in a couple of days. I wasn't stupid. It was obvious he was planning for my future. My eyes welled up. Do I have to? Judging by his face, it pained him too. If there was any other way, I knew he wanted to shield me from the dark world forever. But now he couldn't even do that. He gently stroked my hair. Let's eat first, he said. I stared down at my bowl, pushing the food around. Suddenly, everything tasted like cardboard. After dinner, I watched TV with our kid while Ruyan went to work. I later learned he immediately got a call from Hanxiao. The experts realized your poison is kibasan mixed with a custom toxin. We have one antidote, but the other needs a kixing pill. Only the royals have it. You mean Lisa? Yeah, the one you had that scandal with. She's always liked you. If you want to live, you might need to use your charms. Get lost, Ruyan snapped. Han Xiao apparently just shrugged. You used her to make me jealous before. She's still pissed. So figure out how to get that antidote. Ruyan asked, if we get the pill, can your team replicate it? Probably. They're the best team in the world. They have every rare ingredient. With the formula, it's easy. Ruyan apparently pinched his nose, sighing. Fine, I'll think of something. Honestly, just use your charm, Han Xiao joked. She'll surrender instantly. You have a death wish? Ruyan replied. The king has 3 daughters, and he's about to abdicate. They're all fighting for the throne right now. If you help her win, getting that antidote will be easy. Fine, I get it, Ruyan said before they hung up. Ruyan then apparently called his assistant, Zuo Lin. Contact Lisa's assistant. Find out what they need right now. And what we need to do to get that kixing pill. Sir, what's a kixing pill? A rare medicine. Just contact them first. Understood, sir. I'm on it. Zuo Lin later told me that hearing medicine made him recall how pale Ruyan had looked in the office that afternoon. Ruyan had vanished for 2 weeks after returning from the high seas. It was obvious Zuo Lin suspected he was seriously ill, and that only this kixing pill could save him. Zuo Lin apparently calculated the time difference to call them the second they opened. After putting the kid to sleep, I brought a warm cup of milk to the study. Ruyan was resting with his eyes closed, completely oblivious. I crept inside, set the mug down, and gently massaged his temples. Ruyan opened his bloodshot, tired eyes. He gave me a weak smile, reaching up to squeeze my hands in his. My heart ached for him. I shut his laptop and put on a serious face. That's enough. Work isn't that important. Your health comes first. Go rest. I pulled him by the arm toward the bedroom, and he didn't even fight it. Followed me quietly. I bandaged his open wound, made sure he brushed his teeth, and got him into bed. Ruyan lay behind me, wrapping his arms around my waist and breathing me in. It tickled a little. Stop it, go to sleep, I murmured. But when I'm with you, I hate sleeping. Who knows how much time we have left? You went straight to work after coming back. Your body can't take this. Don't go to the office early tomorrow, okay? Okay. He agreed. He must have been exhausted from carrying so much on his shoulders, because he drifted off almost instantly. After holding it in all day, I finally let the tears flow. I had to play cool in front of our kid earlier, and I couldn't show Ruyan my heartbreak either. I felt him saying goodbye in his own way, securing my entire future. Even without him, I'd be taken care of. I gently traced his cheek with my fingers. How can I save you? I don't want to just be protected. I want to stand right beside you. Early the next morning, I rolled over. I shifted a bit and bumped into a rock-solid chest. Half asleep, I opened my eyes. Turns out I was crashed right in Ruyan's arms. Chest felt rock-hard, giving me this weird, intense sense of safety. I stared at Ruyan while he slept. His breathing was so deep and steady. He is ridiculously handsome. High nose, deep eyes, totally gorgeous. Before Ruyan could wake up, I sneaked out of bed to wash up in the guest room. Then I hit the kitchen. I whipped up grilled steak, soup, and stewed meat. It was so insanely fancy it didn't even look like breakfast. When Ruyan and my little girl Mingyao walked down, they froze. Mingyao gasped, "Mom, did I sleep all day? Is it dinner time already?" She cracked me up. "No, baby. I made this for you and Dad. You both need to eat real food and get your strength back. We need to stay healthy." Ruyan seemed to get the hint. He dragged Mingyao over and said, "Mom made this from scratch. Eat up, so we finish everything." Yes. Mingyao rolled up her sleeves, totally ready to feast. I watched them dig in, feeling this sudden wave of pure comfort. From what I could tell, Ruyan's meds were kicking in. He looked way better. Plus, since I cooked, he actually ate a ton of it. I had cooked enough for 6 people. Naturally, we had tons of leftovers. They were completely stuffed. I laughed. Okay, stop eating. Don't force it, but let's save the rest in the fridge for dinner. No way we are wasting Mom's hard work. I ruffled her hair. Good girl. Now run upstairs, grab your backpack, and get ready for preschool. You're gonna be late, Ruyan chimed in. Mengyao checked the clock, panicked, and bolted upstairs to grab her bag. Finally got a lead. But right now, Ruyan insisted on taking me to the hospital right after we drop her off. I need to know you're okay, he insisted. I thought he was joking yesterday, but he actually went ahead and booked it. Fine, I sighed. Mengyao ran down, and Ruyan grabbed her bag, throwing it in the car. Since the two of us rarely drop her off together, kid was bouncing off the walls, talking a mile a minute. I just smiled, patiently answering every single one of her wild questions. Judging by Ruyan's face, he was loving every second. I could tell he wanted this forever. We finally pulled up to the school. We waved goodbye and headed straight to the clinic. Ruyan had pulled strings, so the hospital director was already waiting outside for us. As soon as we stepped out of the car, the director rushed over, bowing. "Mr. Yan, everything is ready. Please, follow me." At the exam room door, the doctor led me inside. Ruyan tried to slip in with me, but a nurse stepped in his way. Poor nurse looked terrified, knowing Ruyan was a big deal. Still, she shook as she stopped him. "Sir, no visitors allowed in there." Ruyan gave her a death glare, and she looked ready to sob. The director quickly stepped in to save her. "Mr. Yan, please." "The sterile room. No family allowed inside. Your wife will be out in just a few minutes." "Why don't you wait here?" Ruyan just stared at him, dead silent. He didn't push past them, but he didn't budge either. The director appeared incredibly relieved. While I got examined, Ruyan stood outside the entire time, waiting like a statue. Director hovered nearby, looking totally awkward. Ruyan's company pours billions into this place, so nobody dared to piss him off. When I finally finished and opened the door, Ruyan was right there. He immediately reached out his hand to me. But I slipped my hand into his. The director watched us, probably realizing the gossip about our happy marriage was actually true. You can't fake those small gestures. It was obvious that Ruyan had been tense as a wire until he saw me walk out. The doctor brought us into the office. As we waited for the results, Ruyan squeezed my hand so hard it almost hurt. Anyone could see he was terrified. I squeezed back to calm him down. Finally, the doctor spoke. The results looked perfect, just minor exhaustion. But the doctor hesitated, trying to avoid bringing up my miscarriage. You're still weak. No cold drinks. I will prescribe some herbal medicine. Take it twice a day after meals for 1 week. Cringed. I had taken herbal meds before, and they tasted like liquid dirt. I had to get out of this. Can't I just rest at home? That stuff is brutally bitter. The doctor hesitated. Well, technically, yes, but any slip-up could cause permanent damage. Ruyan snapped immediately. Write the prescription. I whipped around and glared at him. He completely ignored my death glare. Ruyan normally lets me win, but when it comes to my health, he is totally uncompromising. The poor doctor seemed totally trapped between us. I slumped like a popped balloon, while Ruyan practically burned a hole through him. I will write the prescription. Just warm it up, the doctor squeaked. Judging by his face, he knew he made the right call. I wasn't giving up. No other pills? Anything but that bitter sludge. The doctor gave me a sympathetic shrug. Western medicine only masks the symptoms. The herbs actually heal you from the inside out. So stick to the herbs. My head slumped back down. Fine, just write it. I'll drink the damn tea. Doctor handed over the slip, and Ruyan passed it to his guard to handle. We started walking out. I grabbed Ruyan's arm. Hey, since we're here, you get checked too. I want to know you're okay. He just ruffled my hair. I'm fine. I told her the hospital was tracking my vitals and making a drug to slow the poison. Said normal labs couldn't even find it. Honestly, I lied. Even if they couldn't name the toxin, my test showed my kidneys were already failing. But I couldn't let Wanwan worry. I had to lie to her. Totally bought it. When I mentioned the delay drug, her eyes lit up. From what I could tell, she thought we had a real lead. Is the antidote coming soon? She asked. I just nodded, lying through my teeth. Yeah, they're working on it. It shouldn't take long. Don't worry about me, Wanwan, I said. Technically, it wasn't a total lie. We'd tracked down a cure. Getting my hands on it was the real problem. Judging by her face, she'd never been happier. The heavy weight finally lifted off her chest, her steps light. Are you heading to the office now? I nodded, trying to play it cool. Let's go. I'll ride with you to the office, then have the driver take me back home. In the car, she kept nagging me not to overwork myself. Stay rested, take breaks, the usual. I'd heard it 1,000,000 times, but I loved it. So I just listened and nodded along. Once we arrived, she watched me walk inside, then told the driver to head straight to the mall. Apparently, she went straight to a jewelry store. My hands were bare, and since we never had a real wedding, she wanted to buy me a ring. We never did the whole ring exchange thing. I'd custom made one for her, and she wanted to return the favor. But choosing one was driving her crazy. It seemed she knew I hated flashy styles, so she picked a simple classic men's band for me. Chapter 122. You have to trust me. But she struggled with the sizing, probably wondering how I'd gotten her ring size so perfect. She sized it against her own fingers, zooming in on our old photos to compare our hands. Finally, she picked a size and had it wrapped. Once I got to the office, I called Zuo Lin in right away. Well, I asked, what are their demands? President Yan, they say the Qixingdan is their sacred family treasure. Princess Lisa can't access it unless you help her secure the foreign throne. Once she's queen, she can get it. I leaned back, thinking, did she say what she needs me to do? Zuo Lin shook her head. Said Princess Lisa, we'll contact you directly. I nodded. Got it, you can go. Yes, President Yan. Second Zuo Lin left, Lu Hanxiao burst in with a gloomy face. So what's the plan? Have you made up your mind? You gonna use a honey trap? I threw my pen straight at his head. He dodged it like a pro. Hey, what was that for? I'm trying to help and you're trying to murder me, he whined. Shut it or get out, I snapped. Fine. What are their terms? Exactly what you guessed. Help her take the throne. Only the monarch can access the Qixingdan. Right now, she can't even get close. Han Xiao nodded. Anyone could see he expected that. Lisa is the king's third daughter and his absolute favorite. He originally wanted her to be the next queen. But her wild private life has been splashed all over the foreign media, giving the king a massive headache. Suddenly, my desk phone rang. I picked up. President Yan, Princess Lisa's on the line. Should I patch her through? Zuo Lin asked. Put her through, I replied. The call came through and I put it on speaker. Lisa's broken Chinese filled the room. She'd been studying it since she was a kid. She was fluent enough for a basic chat. President Yan, she said, getting straight to the point. I hear you want the Kixingdan. Why should I help you? You used me for publicity because you want the throne, I said, cutting her off. You need a powerful ally. If your sisters take over, they won't let you live. My voice was deadly calm, leaving no room for doubt. Haha, typical President Yan. You've done your homework. Ever heard the Chinese proverb? Know yourself, know your enemy, and you'll never be defeated. Since you know the stakes, I won't beat around the bush. Help me become queen, and the Kixingdan is yours. Deal? What do you need me to do? My father loved you after our last collab. He's obsessed with your status and charm. There's a royal banquet in 2 days. Show up as my date. With you backing me, my father will finally trust me. He'll name me first heir. Then I can enter the royal vault, steal the Kixingdan, and hand it to you. I went dead silent. Knew what this meant. I'd have to play her boyfriend in public, acting as her key supporter to help her secure the crown. How do I know you'll keep your word? Please, President Yan. You're not the only one who can dig up dirt. I know your secret. You're poisoned, and you won't survive a month. Only my family's medicine can save you. You don't have a choice but to trust me. I clenched my fists in silence. I have no reason to lie, she continued. The Kixingdan is a sacred royal antidote. It cures everything. Kept our family alive for centuries. I want that crown and I need you. Plus, my father absolutely adores you. Honestly, you're my best shot. We're just using each other. She had a point, but I wasn't about to say yes just yet. I need to think. Fine. But the banquet is in 3 days. I'll give you 48 hours to make up your mind. Give me an answer soon. She hung up. I slumped back in my chair, my brow furrowed. I hated this proposal. I couldn't play along with Lisa. The last rumor almost ruined me, and I refused to let Wan get hurt or misunderstand us again. Han Xiao looked at me as if he was reading my mind. You're thinking about Wan again, aren't you? Look, I know you hate the drama, but you've got less than a month left. If you don't survive this, what's going to happen to her? Lu Hanxiao warned Liu Ruyan about Yan Mengyao. With Gu Ming still out there, it was obvious my husband only had a month left before the poison kicked in. Lu Hanxiao said Gu Ming wouldn't risk showing his face. But if my husband died, who would protect me once Liu Ruyan was gone? What if Gu Ming targeted me? Lu Hanxiao clearly knew exactly how to trigger Liu Ruyan. Threatening his own life meant nothing, but my safety? That changed everything. My husband was bound to take it seriously. Sure enough, after Lu Hanxiao spoke, Liu Ruyan went completely silent. Liu Ruyan didn't say a word. When Zuo Lin walked in with files, the heavy silence made Zuo Lin freeze, too scared to speak. Lu Hanxiao, being his usual reckless self, asked Zuo Lin, faking a scandal to survive, or dropping dead from poison, which one are you picking? Zuo Lin quickly guessed it was Princess Lisa's condition. Zuo Lin said he'd choose life, but admitted his boss wasn't normal, nervously glancing at Liu Ruyan. Then Zuo Lin had an idea. Zuo Lin remembered the king really liked Liu Ruyan during negotiations, suggesting they ask the royals for the formula directly. Lu Hanxiao just stared at Liu Ruyan. Lu Hanxiao asked my husband if it was finally time to fire Zuo Lin and find a better assistant. Liu Ruyan replied that he was considering it. Zuo Lin just scratched his head, leaving Lu Hanxiao completely speechless. Lu Hanxiao explained the king only showed polite appreciation. They wouldn't just hand over a royal formula. Both men looked at Zuo Lin, totally done. Lu Hanxiao told Zuo Lin to get out before Liu Ruyan fired him, saying Zuo Lin's only talent was business, and he should otherwise remain mute. Zuo Lin zipped his lips and left. Lu Hanxiao shook his head in disbelief, looking back at Liu Ruyan. Lu Hanxiao warned my husband to think it over. Until Gu Ming was dealt with, we couldn't let our guard down. He was bound to strike again. Then, my husband just nodded in thought. Meanwhile, I got home and spent forever trying to hide the ring, eventually deciding to just hold it. I wanted to slip it onto his finger the second he walked in. Waiting all afternoon with this secret made every single second feel like torture. When I picked up Meng Yao from preschool, she couldn't stop staring at the street vendor's quail eggs. Honestly, I love street food, but I'm always paranoid about germs. So I'd never bought her any. But those roasted eggs were my childhood favorite, and the cart looked super clean and brand new. Knowing I'd be stuck drinking bitter Chinese medicine soon, I wanted one last cheat day. I asked the little kid if she wanted some. Meng Yao's eyes lit up as she nodded eagerly. I bought us a few skewers, drowning hers in sweet ketchup. I loaded mine with extra hot sauce. After stuffing our faces, we strolled back home. Right after we got back, my husband walked through the door. I barely touched my dinner because my mind was racing. Must have looked miserable, and judging by his eyes, he definitely noticed. But he didn't call me out, choosing to just watch me instead. After dinner, he headed straight to his study to work like usual. I slipped into the bedroom, grabbed the ring, and squeezed it in my palm. I crept to his door, pressing my ear against the wood. The room was dead silent. Before I could hear a thing, he threw the door open, nearly sending me face planting onto the floor. I tumbled straight into his warm chest. He caught me instantly, raising an eyebrow. "Sneaking around, are we?" he teased. "Nothing," I squeaked, lifting the glass in my other hand. "Just brought you some water." From his smirk, he obviously didn't buy it. Stepped aside to let me in. I set the glass down, turned around to meet his gaze, and flashed him a cheeky grin. I grabbed his hand, trying to size up his finger. If the ring didn't fit, I'd have to exchange it first thing tomorrow. But as I felt his hand, the size seemed perfect, so I stealthily slipped the ring onto his finger. Froze as the cold metal slid onto his ring finger. Looking down, he stared at the band, completely speechless. He looked up at me, his eyes wide with shock. He couldn't say a word. I secretly let out a breath of relief. Thank goodness it fit. All that hand-holding finally paid off. "I figured you'd hate anything too flashy," I murmured, looking up. "So I chose this simple band. Do you like it?" He didn't answer, he just leaned down and kissed my forehead. Then he pulled me tight against his chest. "I love it, baby." "Thank you," he whispered, his voice thick with raw emotion. Finally wore matching wedding rings. It was our own quiet ritual, a real promise of forever. I could tell this meant the world to him. Been waiting for this moment forever. But judging by his intense gaze, he wanted more, a real wedding, a proper ceremony. Probably wanted to see me in a white dress. It felt so surreal, but seeing him this happy made my heart swell. His happiness was my happiness. Suddenly, a thought hit me, and I pulled back to look up at him. "Any updates on the antidote?" He nodded. "Almost. Just one ingredient left." I sighed. "Good. It's already been 2 weeks since you were poisoned. Are you feeling okay?" "I'm fine, don't worry." But honestly, anyone could see he was lying. He'd been waking up in agony every night lately. He'd wake up drenched in cold sweat, the intense pain lasting longer each time until he was practically on the verge of passing out. It took forever for him to recover. "But you look so exhausted lately, and you're losing weight," I said, my heart aching for him. He forced a smile. "You don't gain weight overnight, babe. I'll be fine." "Then you need to rest," I insisted. "Stop working. Zuo Lin can handle the office." He sighed. "Fine, let me just finish 2 urgent files, then I'm all yours, okay?" I frowned. She clearly wanted to say no, but that urgent file looked important. "Hurry up," she muttered, turning to leave. But at the door she hesitated. "Should I stay? No need Mungyao asleep?" "Oh right, I have to tuck her in." "I'm leaving, hurry up." "Got it. Don't forget your medicine." I had Nanny Chen heat it up. "She'll bring it up." Wanwan's face soured instantly. I laughed and patted her head. "Come on, drink it like a good girl." "Fine, fine," she whined, clinging to me. Once Wanwan left, I sat back down. I grabbed the pills Lu Hanxiao gave me and picked up my water. Suddenly, warm liquid gushed from my nose. I wiped it. My hand was covered in pure crimson, dripping down my jaw, pooled on the floor like blooming flowers. I tried wiping it with tissues, but it just kept gushing with no sign of stopping. Tossed the tissues, ran to the bathroom, and let the faucet run. It took forever to stop. The sink finally ran clear. I shut off the faucet, grabbed a towel, and wiped my face. Right on cue, that familiar sick feeling hit me, just like always. Blinding pain ripped through my chest, spreading like wildfire to every single nerve. I doubled over, my face turning completely white. Cold sweat poured down. My organs felt like they were being crushed by an invisible hand, twisting violently. This pain was way worse than ever. Like my body was literally ripping apart. I grabbed the sink, sliding to the floor. Nothing could stop this torture. Completely useless. I realized my attacks were hitting way more often and getting nastier. It used to only happen at night. Now they strike during the day too. I'm running out of time. Once the agony finally faded, I dragged myself to the study. I grabbed my phone, hesitated for a second, then dialed the number anyway. The line clicked open. Bought straight to the point. "I'll do it, but I need the 7-star prescription by month's end, or I expose everything. Good luck getting the throne then." Scoffed. "Fine. Nice doing business with you, President Yan. Pick me up at the office the day after tomorrow, in the afternoon. We'll go to the royal banquet together." "Fine," I snapped, hanging up. I immediately dialed Zuo Ming. "Book me a flight out of the country for Thursday morning." Zuo Guolin sounded excited. Anyone could see he was glad I'd come to my senses. He probably knew I loved Miss Jiang, but he didn't want me dead. From what I could tell, even if it's a trap, Mr. Yan can slip away. We have to grab this chance. "Got it, Mr. Yan." My assistant booked the flight, saying Lu would tag along if I agreed. Fine. I swallowed a pill, leaned back, and shut my eyes. Zuo Lin's intel traveled fast. Right after I hung up, Lu Hanxiao called. I answered with a smug, "Well, look who it is." "Finally agreed," Lu Hanxiao scoffed. "You have to survive to protect Jiang Wan. If you die and Gu Min comes, nobody else can save him." "I can go alone," I snapped. "You think I want to go?" Lu Hanxiao fired back. "I just don't want your poison acting up, leaving you to die alone." "Going to collect your corpse," Lu Hanxiao added. "Got it." I hung up, stared at my screen for a second, then dialed Lu Yu. "Hey, It's me, I said. Do me a favor, keep Jongwon away from the news the day after tomorrow. I quickly explained the situation to Liu Yu. Liu Yu went silent. No problem. I'll help, but you have to come back alive. Deal, I said, and ended the call. I shut my laptop and headed to the bedroom. Jongwon was staring at his medicine, clearly debating whether to dump it and lie to me. Chapter 124. Stay home and wait for me. Just smelling the pungent stuff made Jongwon gag. He hesitated, then prepared to sneakily dump it. I leaned against the doorframe, watching him with amusement. Just as Jongwon started heading to the bathroom with the bowl, I cleared my throat. Startled, Jongwon nearly dropped the bowl. He whipped around, glaring at me. Why do you walk so quietly? You scared the hell out of me. I walked in, grinning, just checking if a certain stubborn kid is actually taking his medicine. Jongwon looked guilty but shot back. Of course I am. I was literally just about to, Jongwon grumbled. I raised an eyebrow. Oh, let me watch then. But it's too hot, he protested. Can I wait? Jongwon pleaded. I grabbed the bowl, checked the temperature, and smirked. It's perfectly warm. Drink up. I handed the bowl back. Not hot at all, I tested it. Jongwon glared at me, absolutely fuming. He looked ready to murder me. Having no choice, he pinched his nose and downed the bitter sludge in one dramatic, agonizing gulp. Face puckered from the bitterness. I slipped something cool between his lips, and he immediately bit down, releasing a sweet, tangy burst of flavor. A lemon mint candy with a hard outer shell and a sweet liquid center. Instantly, his eyes lit up. I watched her take another bite. The sweet candy seemed to melt her bitterness away. She opened her eyes, catching me holding the empty wrapper. I smiled down. Is your favorite lemon mint candy still bitter? She shook her head blankly. I laughed, ruffled her hair, and headed to the shower. My wounds were healed, so I could wash up alone. Once the bathroom door shut, I bet she finally reacted, clutching her racing chest. No doubt she was trying to calm her racing heart. After all, she'd just opened her eyes to my face up close, smiling down at her. That sweet taste, she probably felt the whole room was magical. But judging by her look, she couldn't read my deep love and reluctance. And my regret. Married for years, yet my tiniest moves apparently still flustered her. Once I left, I heard her rolling around on the bed. I blushed, replaying that scene in my head. Hearing the shower stop, I patted my burning cheeks and quickly dove under the covers. Ruyan stepped out in a black robe, wet hair dripping. Water slid down his chest. Seeing that, I scrambled right off the bed. I grabbed the hairdryer and rushed over. Let me dry your hair. Ruyan didn't argue, sitting down on the couch like a good boy. Switched it on. Warm air drifted through Ruyan's hair as I gently ran my fingers through the damp strands. His hair felt thick and healthy, a little coarse. I couldn't resist running my hands through it a few more times before turning off the dryer. Ruyan took the dryer, put it away, and pulled me onto the bed. He paused, looking like he was choosing his words carefully. Wan, he started. I'm heading abroad the day after tomorrow. Why again? I snapped, rising anger taking over. You haven't even recovered yet. How can you go? Felt like he didn't care about his own body. In my gut, going abroad was cursed. Something terrible always happened. Last time he went, we almost lost each other forever. If I had my way, I'd never let Ruyan go, but he just smiled, curling his index finger. Tapped my nose. Don't worry, Hang Xiao said they found an antidote there. It cures all poisons, but it loses potency if it's shipped. Plus, they have special medical equipment there. I have to go try it. Han Xiao will be with me, so I'll be totally fine. That eased my mind a little, but I still pushed back. Then I'm coming with. Baby, the clinic is at their secret base, he replied. Only patients are allowed inside, no visitors, and the recovery phase is there too. So stay home and wait for me, okay, baby? Pointed. I hung my head, feeling totally bummed. How long will you be gone? I asked quietly. About a week, he said. A whole week? We just got back together, and I hated being apart. I had this bad feeling. I needed him right where I could see him. Only then could my mind be at peace. Ruyan seemed to sense my hesitation. Don't worry, once the treatment is done, I can recover back home. I gave a reluctant nod. We switched off the main lights, leaving only a dim nightlight. I lay flat on my back in bed. I didn't cling to him like I usually do. It was obvious Ruyan noticed I was down. He wrapped his arms around my waist, pulling me close. Don't be mad, baby. I'll be back as fast as I can. Huh? I said, totally confused. I'm not mad. You're getting cured. I actually want you to get better quickly. I thought you were giving me the silent treatment. No, just wondering what you need to pack. Take our bodyguards. Let them protect you. Don't worry, wifey. Zuo Lin has it under control. I rolled over, hugging him tight, but my gut won't quiet down. I have this horrible feeling. Ruyan went silent. If he didn't get that pill, would he even make it back to see me one last time? We both had too much on our minds to sleep. The next morning, we stumbled into the dining room, sporting matching dark circles. Our little one saw our bruised-looking eyes and gasped. Mom, Dad, did you sneak out to play without me? Look at those eyes. I sat beside her. No way. We just stayed up late talking. Now eat up, Mengyao, you have school soon. I had absolutely zero appetite. I yawned all through breakfast, which didn't escape Ruyan's notice. Afterwards, I tried to see them off to school and work like I always do. But Ruyan blocked my path. Go upstairs and rest. I'll drop Mengyao off. I wanted to argue, but he didn't give me a choice. Taking my hand, he marched me upstairs. I couldn't break free, so I had to throw in the towel. Fine, I get it. Before leaving, Ruyan practically forced me to take my meds. He popped a lemon mint in my mouth, and only then did he finally head out. I watched their car pull away before heading to the bedroom. Staring at the blank ceiling, I felt exhausted, but sleep just wouldn't come. Finally, I grabbed my phone and called Shu Qing. She was clearly still asleep, answering with a groggy rasp. Hello? What's up? Why the early call? I sighed deeply. Ruyan literally just got back, and now he's heading abroad again. Shu Qing already knew he was back since I'd told her right away. She was thrilled, especially after watching me suffer while he was missing. My bestie had literally watched me live like a zombie, completely hollowed out. Sounding more awake now, she asked, wait, why is he leaving again? He claims they have a cure and better medical tech, but it's a secret base. No guests allowed. Well then just wait at home. Getting him cured is the main thing, right? I sighed. I know I get the logic, but my chest feels so tight. I'm panicking. Every time he goes abroad, disaster strikes. He'll be fine. He survived the open ocean, and that place is way more dangerous. Trust your husband's skills. Nobody can mess with him. I nodded, feeling a tiny bit better. Yeah, I guess you're right. Pen Xiao is tag along too. He's going? Shu Qing was fully awake now. Wait, if family can't go, why the hell is he going? Ruyan said he's handling business at the branch office there, then they'll return together. I paused. Has he reached out to you lately? Me? No. We haven't spoken since you left the hospital. That's weird. I saw him in Ruyan's office and told him you guys have a misunderstanding and to go talk to you. I can't believe he hasn't. I won't spill the details to her. They need to solve it themselves. Such a stubborn blockhead, I snapped. Shu Qing laughed. Forget him. What's meant to be will find a way. And if it's not, you can't force it, I teased. Listen to you, pretending to be all chill. That is so not you. You climbed 108 steps for a protective amulet. Oh, you just reminded me. I need to slip that amulet into Ruyan's pocket. Then you have even less to worry about. With your amulet plus Ruyan and Xiao as double insurance, you're golden. Stop scaring yourself. I thought about it and realized I was totally overthinking. We chatted for a bit longer before hanging up. At the office, Ruyan locked all his files in a cabinet. I later found out he told Zuo Lin to give them to me if he never returned. Staring at the dress sketches Zuo Lin brought, Ruyan was clearly picturing me in it. Anyone could see he wanted to give me a wedding gown before leaving. He wanted to see me wear it, but feared never returning. It was obvious he worried a dress would haunt me, though he just wanted me to be okay. Friend. From what I could tell, he planned to throw a real wedding if he returned, just to see me in that dress and exchange rings. Ultimately, Ruyan locked the sketches in his drawer. Unlike his last sudden disappearance, he made sure I was taken care of this time, just in case he never returned. At least he would have peace of mind. By noon, I was worried he wasn't eating, so I packed lunch and headed to his office. I knocked and stepped inside. There was Ruyan, still buried in work. Lunchtime was almost over, and he clearly had no plans to eat. He didn't even notice me walking in. Setting the food down, I snapped, skipping lunch again? He finally dropped his pen and walked over to me. Ruyan wrapped his arms around my waist from behind. I forgot I was just about to eat. Honestly, it was clear he had zero appetite. He had been eating less and looking weaker lately, clearly dizzy at times. I ignored it and started setting up the food. Favorite. Go wash your hands and eat, I muttered. By the time Ruyan got back, I had everything laid out. I handed Ruyan his chopsticks. Eat up before it gets cold, but throughout the entire meal, he barely touched his food. Instead, he kept piling food onto my plate. Seeing me eat must have sparked some appetite, because he finally took a few bites. Afterward, I told him I would wait so we could head home together. Ruyan insisted I go nap in his lounge, even though he was clearly exhausted too. I couldn't stand seeing him suffer, so I dragged him with me. I couldn't sleep a wink at home, but lying next to him, I knocked out instantly. When I finally woke up, I felt totally lost. Staring blankly at the ceiling, it took me a second to remember where I was. Ruyan was gone. The huge lounge was completely empty. Panic set in. I wanted to find him, but the pitch-black room blinded me. The second my feet hit the floor, I tripped over my slippers. Ruyan must have heard the crash from his desk. He threw his papers down and rushed in. The door swung open, letting a flood of light bleed inside. A sharp line of light sliced across the floor. Ruyan stood there, silhouetted like a savior. Then he flipped the switch. The lights revealed my pathetic state. Messy hair, a bright red nose, sitting on the floor rubbing my bruised knee. Tears welled up in my eyes. The moment I saw Ruyan, I pouted, reached out my arms, and whimpered, "Hold me." sighing. He walked over, scooped me up, and supported my weight. "You are a grown-up," he murmured. "How did you manage to fall out of bed?" I glared at him. "Are you seriously blaming me? I literally just fell. I am hurting and you are lecturing me?" Realizing his mistake, Ruyan quickly backpedaled. "No, baby, of course I am not blaming you. I just want you to be careful. No more getting hurt." "Fine, whatever," I muttered as he gently set me back on the bed. He rolled up my sweatpants. My knee was a total disaster. The old bruise had not even healed, and now there was a nasty new one. Skin was a black and blue mess. Ruyan sighed, grabbing the first aid kit to bandage me up. "Stay home and heal while I am away. No more bruises." "Got it?" I nodded sheepishly. The second he finished tending to my leg and tried to stand, I buried myself right back in his chest. We held each other in silence until my racing heart finally slowed down. Ruyan kissed my forehead. I had them set up some fruit outside. "Go eat some, then we will head home as soon as I finish these files." I nodded against his chest. I let him lead me out. Sitting on the couch, I munched on the fruit and watched him work until he finally shut his laptop. Ruyan walked over and reached out. "Let's go home, wifey." I slipped my hand into his warm palm. We walked out together. That night, right before bed, I grabbed the protective amulet from under my pillow and slipped it into his jacket pocket. "Keep this on you," I warned him. "Don't lose it. It will keep you safe." Ruyan chuckled. I know. I will keep it with me, baby." I double-checked his bags one last time before crawling into bed. In his arms, sleep always came easy. The next morning, I woke up early. I checked his pocket 3 times to make sure the amulet was there before letting him leave. Stood at the door until his car vanished. He is only going to be gone for a week, but it already feels like eternity. The house felt dead silent. Even my breathing echoed in the empty rooms. Suddenly, my phone buzzed, cutting through the quiet. It was Liu Yu. I frowned. My brother and I barely ever talk, so why was he calling me out of the blue? I picked up. "It's Liu Yu," he said. "Yeah, I know. What's up?" I replied. "Mom wants you guys over for dinner tonight since it's been a while." "Sure. Ruyan is out of town, so I'll bring Mengyao." "All right, I'll let her know." After hanging up, sleep was out of the question. It really had been forever since I visited home. I drove straight to the mall, scored some high-end tea and skincare for tonight. Just as I was heading home, Ruyan texted. "Already boarded. Safe travels, baby. Text me when you land." I just replied with a dry okay and locked my phone. I killed time at a cafe, waiting to grab my little guy from school. The second Mengyao saw me, he bolted over, totally thrilled. "Mommy," I knelt to hug him tight. "We're eating at Grandma's tonight, okay? She misses you." "Yes." Once we got in the car, Mingyao noticed Ruyan was missing. "Where's Dad? Isn't he coming?" I sighed. "He's on a business trip. He'll be back in a few days." Face completely fell. "Why is he always leaving? He just got back." "Work emergency, baby. He'll make it up to you. Just forgive him this once, okay?" Mingyao pouted, looking totally unconvinced. "Fine. Only because you're asking, Mom." I smiled, starting the engine. When we arrived, my little guy ran inside, sweetly shouting, "Grandma! Grandpa!" My brother, Hangxiao, was already there. He took my bags and set them down. I muttered a quick thanks, and he just nodded. My mom teased, "You never visit. If I hadn't made your brother call, would you have forgotten me?" I laughed. "No way, Mom. I was literally planning to bring Meng Yao over." She snorted. "Sure, now get in the kitchen. I made all your favorites. I hadn't told them anything. I kept my miscarriage a secret. I couldn't bear to worry them. But being back here after all that drama, honestly, I wanted to sob." Turned away, hiding my burning eyes, and rushed to help in the kitchen. On the couch, Han Xiao sat watching us, completely unnoticed. Apparently, Han Xiao targeted the phone I left on the table, using a microscanner to block every news alert about Ruyan on my device. It was obvious he wanted to hide the truth from me. After finishing, he slipped his device back into his pocket like nothing happened. After dinner, my parents begged us to stay. They hadn't seen us in forever. "It's late," Mom insisted. "Don't leave tonight." But Han Xiao declined. "Mom, Dad, my driver's already outside. I've got an early meeting tomorrow, so I have to go." My parents looked so disappointed. Apparently, they love him like their own, but he is just always too busy for them now. So they just sighed and told him to go. Then Mom turned her eyes back to me. "Ruyan's out of town anyway, and you have no plans tomorrow. Why don't you and the little guy sleep here tonight?" I agreed. Meng Yao looked thrilled, running off to the playroom with my parents. But even after I washed up in my old room, I still hadn't heard a single word from Ruyan. I tried calling, but the line just rang and rang until it cut off. I checked the time. He should have landed. It was afternoon over there, so I figured maybe he was just crashed out with jet lag. I sighed and put my phone down. I had no idea that across the world, Ruyan was completely exhausted from the brutal flight. Apparently, he had collapsed right at the airport. Han Xiao and Zuo Lin rushed him to an apartment, calling in a medical team. I later learned that Dr. Jiang gave him a grim exam. He warned them Ruyan's liver was failing fast. Suspected Ruyan had been coughing up blood for a while. Without the antidote, he wouldn't survive the month. Han Xiao was incredibly tense, asking Zuo Lin if this was normal, but Zuo Lin just shook his head, completely clueless. Though Zuo Lin recalled seeing Ruyan slumped in his office chair a few times, looking deathly pale, he was clearly hiding it. Time was running out. They only had 4 hours before the royal banquet. If they missed it, no antidote. Han Xiao desperately asked Dr. Zhang when Ruyan would wake up. The doctor promised it wouldn't be long. Han Xiao nodded, clearing the room so only he and Zuo Lin remained. Is everything ready for tonight? Han Xiao asked. Zuo Lin confirmed Ruyan's suit and the gift for King Casso were set. Good. Princess Lisa already called demanding to know where he is. Tell everyone to shut their mouths. Nobody leaks a thing. If news of Ruyan's poisoning got out, their stocks would crash and their enemies would swarm them. Zuo Lin nodded and handled it. After setting up security, they both sat by Ruyan's side, waiting for him to open his eyes. Princess Lisa called repeatedly, but Zuo Lin brushed her off. With only 1 hour left before the banquet, Ruyan still hadn't stirred. Zuo Lin was actually panicking, wondering if he'd have to go in Ruyan's place. But then Ruyan finally opened his eyes. Zuo Lin rushed over, yelling, "Sir, you're awake!" Hearing the noise, Han Xiao quickly joined them. Staring at Ruyan's ghostly face, Han Xiao asked how he felt. Ruyan's voice was barely a gravelly whisper. "I'm okay." Han Xiao explained the doctor had pumped him with temporary blockers. It would keep him upright for the banquet. Ruyan barely nodded. Been coughing up blood, haven't you? Knowing his secret was out, Ruyan didn't bother lying anymore. Sometimes, he admitted. Any other symptoms? Han Xiao pressed. Ruyan winced. Sharp kidney pain. It's getting worse every single time. Han Xiao's face hardened. The doctor says your liver is failing. We need that antidote tonight, or you won't survive the month. Ruyan just gave a cold, empty shrug. I know. Anyone could see he knew he was running on borrowed time, just waiting to burn out. I rubbed my aching temples. What time is it? Already 5 p.m. The banquet was starting in exactly 1 hour. Zuo Lin answered. Sitting up, I let Zuo Lin help me to the bathroom to splash some water. I needed to look sharp and awake. Stepping out, I told Zuo Lin it was time. Lu Hanxiao promised to handle the company and told me to call if anything went sideways. I agreed, and we all set off. In the car, Zuo Lin handed over my phone. Boss, while you were out cold, your wife called. Want to call her back? I lit up the screen to check the time. It was the middle of the night in China. She had to be asleep. I didn't want to wake her, so I just texted. Sorry, baby. My phone died right after landing, so I missed your call. I'm at the apartment now. Don't worry. Take care of yourself, okay? I told her to rest. I knew she'd feel uneasy without my message, likely keeping her phone right on her pillow to catch my call instantly. She must have been sleeping lightly, waking up the second her phone buzzed. Seeing my text, she probably relaxed and sleepily replied, Okay. Get some rest too. When's the treatment? Seeing her text back instantly at that hour, I couldn't help but call her right away. She picked up on the first ring. Hey, why the sudden call? Her soft, sweet voice came through, scratching at my heart like a kitten. I could picture her snuggling up to me. I was ready to scold her for staying up, but hearing her voice completely melted my anger. My voice softened. Why are you still awake? Replying so fast. In the front seat, Zuo Lin heard my ridiculously gentle tone, clearly got goosebumps. He was used to my usual icy, emotionless voice, so this definitely creeped him out. You didn't answer before, so I was worried and waiting. Her words hit me with a wave of instant guilt. I apologized quickly. Sorry, baby, I missed it. Won't happen again. Now hurry up and get some sleep. She murmured in agreement. Okay, go do your work. I waited for her to hang up first before I could bring myself to end the call. Right then, the car stopped outside a high-end styling boutique. Zuo Lin turned around. Boss, we're here. Lisa is inside. I gave a cold glance, hummed in response, and just kept playing with my phone. I didn't move. Zuo Lin got out to bring her down. Soon Lisa strutted out, wearing a strapless dark green gown. She wore black gloves and a sparkling tiara. Behind her, a fleet of stylists held up her massive train as she walked. Zuo Lin opened the car door and Lisa climbed in elegantly. I had to admit she looked absolutely stunning today. But other than a cold, blank glance when she got in, like she was a total stranger, I just kept staring at my phone. I completely ignored her. But Lisa just smiled. Boss Yan, even if this is just an act, shouldn't we make it look real? With that scowl, nobody is going to believe we're a couple. I just sneered. The show hasn't started yet. Who am I pretending for? Lisa nodded as if in agreement. Well, once we get there, I hope you play the part. I didn't bother replying, just leaning back to close my eyes. Soon, the car stopped outside a massive glowing palace. The architecture was incredibly grand and unique. Boring spires, carved pillars, and colorful tiles screamed pure luxury. Armed guards stood tall at the heavy gates, checked every invitation. Inside, I could see guests drinking. Lisa stepped out first, waiting for me. As I caught up, she reached to grab my arm. I dodged instantly, leaving her hands clutching thin air. That clearly ticked her off. She hissed under her breath, "Boss Yan, we had a deal. Are you backing out now?" I looked down at her coldly. "It's an act. No physical touch needed. Then how do we convince them we're dating?" I pretended to think about it, then nodded. "Fair point. But if we're acting, let's really commit. Fake the arm hold, but don't actually touch me. My wife will get jealous if she sees." With that, I walked ahead. Behind me, Lisa's chest heaved with fury. She gritted her teeth, muttering, "Let's see if you're still laughing after these 2 days." She chased after me, but her 8-centimeter heels kept her slow. I just kept walking with my long strides. I didn't even bother slowing down. She had to lift her heavy gown and jog a few steps just to catch up. Hovering her hand near my arm without touching, she gave a fake smile. "You're walking way too fast. Can't you wait up?" Lisa whined. "You caught up, didn't you?" I replied. "Guess I'm not that fast." She looked totally speechless. She shut her mouth, clearly trying to keep her temper in check. We reached the gate, and the guards immediately recognized Princess Lisa. Didn't even look at me. Bowing deeply, they said, "Welcome, Princess Lisa." She nodded. "This is my date. He's with me." "Of course, Princess. Please enter." We stepped into the grand hall, which was packed with elite high society types. Locals and foreigners filled the room. The moment they saw Lisa walk in with me on her arm, the entire crowd went dead silent. Every eye locked onto us. After a tense beat, the whisper started. "Who's that guy with Princess Lisa?" They buzzed. "Seriously don't know him? He is the CEO of China's Yan Group. They have massive branches overseas. How do you not know him?" "Oh, that's him. I always see him on the financial news. Crazy young to be CEO, and he already conquered the global market. The guy is a beast. But why is Princess Lisa with him? A marriage alliance? No way. I heard he already has a wife back home. Elite players only care about power. Nobody cares about a wife. If the princess bagged him, she's definitely securing the crown. King Casso loves her, but her wild personal life held her back. Now, with a powerhouse like him backing her, the crown is hers. Is it real, though? Perfect timing to play boyfriend for the throne. Since the party hadn't officially started, King Casso wasn't down yet. So Lisa and I chatted with the elites first. Aaron, the XK CEO, toasted us, probing about wedding bells. The crowd held their breath, dying for gossip. I cut Lisa off, answering in fluent English. "If there's news, Aaron, you're invited." Cue the disappointed sighs. Still no direct answer. But Aaron knew when to back off. He just smiled and raised his glass, playing along. "I'll take your word for it, President Yan," Aaron said, draining his glass. More vultures swarmed to pry, but I shut them down effortlessly. Gave them nothing. No yes, no no. Plus, my health meant no alcohol, so Zuo Lin blocked every single drink coming my way. Watched, thoroughly impressed. She muttered that Zuo Lin was a mind reader, reacting to my slightest look. Meanwhile, the clock ticked on. Eventually, a smooth melody filled the hall. King Casso made his grand entrance, descending the stairs like actual royalty. He smiled, greeting the crowd, before taking the mic at the main stage. His booming voice echoed, welcoming everyone to the royal gala. "Tonight will be unforgettable," the king announced. "Rooms are ready upstairs if you need rest. But first, let the ball begin." "Have fun, everyone!" Scattered applause rippled through the room as the stage lights flared to life. Smooth jazz kicked in. As couples hit the floor, Lisa grabbed my arm, dragging me over to King Casso. He'd already spotted us earlier. He wasn't surprised to see me. He beamed, calling it an honor to have me as his daughter's date tonight. His eyes darted between Lisa and me. "Should I take this as official? Are you two dating?" Lisa threw me a quick look. Jumped in before I could speak. "Father, isn't it obvious? His power and status will be our family's biggest asset." Casso practically beamed. It was obvious he loved my influence. Landing me meant his reach expanded straight into China, securing a massive global economic chokehold. Power would explode. A marriage alliance with a business giant like me promised insane leverage and global influence. Plus, Lisa and I looked good together. Casso was ecstatic, laughing at how brilliantly his daughter had played her cards. "Your power is undeniable, President Yan," the king praised. "A union with Lisa is a win-win." I just smirked, playing it cool. I didn't confirm or deny. Ready to change the subject, I signaled Zuo Lin, then turned back to the king with a smile. "So I tracked down a Bob original for you. Hope you like it." Casso's eyes lit up. "Quickly, bring it out." "Bob is priceless," Casso gasped. Zuo Lin gestured, and as the dust cover was pulled back, the king froze. "The sunflowers." "Some mystery buyer dropped $8 million on this. It was you?" I nodded. "Guilty. Just a little party favor for you." King's grin stretched ear to ear. "Magnificent. You really outdid yourself, President Yan." He quickly had guards whisk the masterpiece to his private vault. Beside me, Lisa beamed, clearly thrilled by my gesture. She probably thought I was just acting aloof, but I had everything covered. It seemed she was proud of her taste in men. Suddenly, the second sister, Catherine, stepped up, refusing to be outshined. Father, she murmured. Casso smiled, welcoming her. Ah, Catherine, meet Lisa's boyfriend, President Liu Ruyan of Yan's group. Naturally, my reputation preceded me. Everyone knew what I was capable of. She gave me a stiff, polite nod, barely acknowledging my presence. She turned back to the king. Father, Chengfeng Group hit $40 million in revenue last quarter. Plus, we just signed a major global contract. 3-year exclusive deal. Casso looked stunned. He always favored Lisa for the crown, but this was hard to ignore. Catherine had serious business brains. He dumped a dying subsidiary on her to test her, but she turned it into a rocket ship. Hearing those cold, hard numbers clearly shocked him. In just 2 years, she had literally brought a dead brand back to life. I raised an eyebrow. Chengfeng had been making serious waves lately, so Catherine was the mastermind behind their success. It made me wonder, if she was this sharp, why was the king shutting her out of the throne? Casso's grin widened, patted her shoulder. Fantastic, what a day. Knowing Chengfeng is in your hands puts my mind at ease. Praised her, but it seemed his mind was made up. Lisa had my backing, which apparently trumped everything. He wanted Lisa on that throne. He'd just let Catherine run the business. Catherine looked crushed by his casual praise, as if her talent meant nothing. Apparently, she still couldn't beat Lisa. I saw the resentment burn in her eyes, while Lisa smugly smirked. Casso then nudged us forward. All right, go hit the dance floor. Don't waste your night here, the king urged, eager to show us off to the crowd. King Castle obviously wanted to publicize our alliance to milk it for profit. Lisa and I had no choice but to head to the dance floor. Nearby, Catherine watched King Castle smile at us. Realizing Castle wouldn't notice her, Catherine slipped away to the courtyard to drink alone. From what I knew, her oldest sister Wendy had zero interest in the crown. She preferred Catherine over their spoiled, bratty youngest sister Lisa. Lisa couldn't run a company to save her life, but their father adored her anyway. Catherine just gave Wendy a cold glance when Wendy approached. Honestly, Catherine, I want you on the throne, Wendy said. Lisa only has her men, and if her current guy isn't serious, then she's got zero leverage. Catherine stared at her sister, completely confused. What exactly are you trying to say? Wendy smirked, looking at us on the dance floor. You think President Yan actually loves her? I heard he has a wife and son back in China, devoted to them. A powerful guy like him knows about Lisa's messy past. He could have anyone. Why choose her? Are you saying there? Wendy stood up, heading back inside. Just connect the dots yourself, sister. Come find me when you're ready. Catherine stared at us dancing for a while, a slow, knowing smirk creeping onto her face. She downed her drink, set the glass down, and walked away. Meanwhile, I couldn't exactly back out of this dance. I had to bite the bullet. As Lisa and I stepped out, the crowd parted, leaving us right in the spotlight. I hovered my hand near Lisa's waist, refusing to actually touch her. She grabbed my sleeve, stepping forward as I took a step back. We kept a strict, safe distance. It was obvious the guests were confused. There was zero chemistry. If anything, I was actively dodging her. It looked like she was trying to cling to me while I constantly retreated. Once the song finally ended, I bailed, claiming I felt sick. I could tell Lisa was seething as she watched me walk away. I hadn't even let her touch me. My eyes hadn't wandered once. She glanced down at her curves, clearly confident she could wrap me around her finger eventually. Then, Zuo Lin approached. Zuo Lin quietly asked if I was okay. I shook my head and Zuo Lin backed off. Right then, King Castle spotted me leaving the floor. Castle came over, immediately pushing for an engagement date. He claimed Chinese custom required a pre-wedding party, trying to lock me down. No rush, I replied. Let's wait until Lisa settles down first. What do you think? That smoothly put the ball in his court. It made it look like she was the problem, not me. Castle went dead silent, likely knowing exactly what I meant. Lisa's wild reputation was common knowledge anyway. Castle swallowed his pride and forced a smile. Of course, you're absolutely right. Just young and loves to party. I'll make sure she cuts off those bad influences. I could tell Castle was incredibly frustrated with her. Lisa could play all she wanted, but she needed to lock me down first. Castle immediately dragged her away from some guy she was dancing with. Castle forced her to sit with me all night. As we discussed high-level business, Lisa sat there totally glazed over, completely out of her depth. She was struggling to hold back her yawns. From what I could see, Zuo Lin was secretly loving this, thrilled by my quiet revenge. Party dragged on. Eventually, Castle started losing steam. He was clearly exhausted after a few drinks. He excused himself and went upstairs, dragging Lisa with him. Since they were gone, I had zero interest in making fake small talk. I left early. Once we cleared out, the guests started gossiping. Lisa's definitely going to be the new queen, someone whispered. Castle hasn't said a word to the other sisters. Word is, whoever marries a high-value partner gets named the primary heir. Well, she found him. Exactly. If they wed, she wins. Meanwhile, Castle called Lisa into his study. Lisa, I like this guy, Castle sighed. But from what I saw, President Yan has absolutely no interest in you. I told you, marry him and the crown is yours. Lisa scoffed. Father, I already brought him to you, didn't I? Next, we let the media spin a story. A leaked photo of us in bed will force his hand. He'll have no choice. Castle nodded after a moment. Fine, play your hand. Just remember what I taught you. Leave absolutely no evidence behind. I won't, father. Meanwhile, having just woken up from a coma, dragging myself to this party had completely wiped me out. I could barely stand without Zuo Lin holding me up. In the car, Zuo Lin quickly got out my medicine and gave me a pill. Bed back to my apartment. My head was splitting and my vision was blurring. Zuo Lin had already briefed my team on the way. A medical team was waiting when we arrived. They ran a full checkup on me, and the head doctor pulled Zuo Lin aside. It's a reaction to the poison, the doctor sighed. The toxin is spreading. This will only get worse, but an IV will temporarily ease the symptoms. It's just a temporary fix. He needs the antidote, factor added. Hearing this, Zuo Lin's face fell. Tonight, Kaso didn't name Lisa as the heir either, leaving everyone anxious. After Dr. Zhang started my IV, only he and a nurse stayed with me. Zuo Lin and the others left. Meanwhile, Zhangwan waited until noon for my text. Apparently, he suspected I was in treatment, but expected me to tell him. I tentatively dialed her number. Nothing. I put the phone down, figuring Liu Ruyan was probably locked in some medical exam. No calls during exams, so I backed off. After lunch at my parents' place, I took Meng Yao to the park. Honestly, we only planned on one night anyway. I figured they thought going home would be too lonely. The house is empty with someone missing. So Zhang Wan stayed a few extra days with the kid. It was the perfect excuse to give Nanny Chen a break. At the park, the kid begged for everything. From what I heard, Zhang Wan bought her cotton candy, plus a balloon and a cute headband before Meng Yao was finally satisfied. But even after getting home, Zhang Wan still hadn't heard a single word from me. She seemed pretty bummed out. I guess she wanted to call, but worried she might disturb me. It was clear she was hesitating, so she just texted me. Are you in treatment now? Is your body feeling any better? She added, text me when you can. I woke up at noon next day with zero memory of getting home. I just remember barely surviving the banquet. I blacked out right outside the hall. Zuo Lin must have dragged me back. After that, total blank. I dragged myself out of bed. Lu Hanxiao was in the living room working. He looked up, tossing his files aside. Finally awake? Your body is trash. You're living on IV drips now. Are you even getting that 7-star pill? I slumped on the couch, rubbing my temples. No clue. He snapped. No clue means death. What did Lisa want? I frowned. I had passed out the second I got back yesterday. Ignoring my phone, I pulled it out, but the screen stayed completely dead. Must be dead. I plugged it in, booted it up, and saw missed calls from Zhang Wan. There was also a text from Lisa. Wind chime bar. 8 tonight. Chapter 131. Why you? Frowning, I called Zhang Wan first. She picked up instantly, sounding thrilled. Hello, Ruyan. I couldn't help but smile. I asked softly, what are you up to? Zhang Wan placed the last block for Meng Yao, switching hands. Nothing much, just playing after dinner. Stepping onto the balcony, I explained, no treatment yet. Waiting on physicals. My phone died yesterday, and I might not check it much these next few days. So replies will be slow, baby. Though she sounded disappointed, she said, it's fine. Just focus on your treatment. We can talk later. Did you pass the exam then? I paused. Don't know yet. Results are tonight. Suddenly a chill hit me, not sure if it was just the wind. Felt freezing. Wan, I whispered. She was obviously confused, but answered softly. What's wrong? After a long silence, I finally spoke, chuckling softly. Nothing. I just miss you. I could tell she was relieved when she laughed. I miss you too. Get better and get your butt back here quickly. I will, Wan. Hanging up, I stood on the balcony, my mind spinning with a million thoughts. I lit a cigarette, took a deep drag, and blew out a thick white cloud that drifted into the air. Blurred my face. I stood there in silence, chain smoking as ashes fell all over the ground. Only when the tightness in my chest eased did I step back inside. Lu Hanxiao immediately teased me. Yo, done flirting so fast? I figured you two would be lovey-dovey for an hour. Ignoring him, I grabbed my glass and took a slow sip. The warm water flowed down, soothing my throat, which was raw from smoking. Feeling slightly better, I spoke up. Lisa just texted. She wants me at Maple Bar tonight. Hanxiao shrugged. Go? Let's see what she's up to. I shook my head. Something feels off. Catherine is sharp, and Wendy doesn't want the throne. If she's pushing Lisa to rule, Lisa needs a powerful partner. I bet her end goal is marrying me. Tonight is definitely a trap. Hanxiao looked grim, thinking it over. You're right. We rushed into this and made things way too simple. No way a royal heir is chosen just through cheap rumors. I stared at the table, silent. Hanxiao sighed. Even if it's a trap, it's our last shot. We have to try. Zuolin and I will have guards at the door. Nothing will go wrong. I nodded, resolved. Okay. That night, Zuolin drove me to the bar, waiting outside with Hanxiao and guards. I found room 707. Suddenly, a figure lunged from the shadows. Dressed in all black with a mask and hat, they were a head shorter than me. I couldn't tell who it was. As I grabbed the doorknob, a dark shadow charged. I instantly reached out, pinning their shoulder. But they squirmed, breaking my grip, and yanked me into the dark. There was no way in hell I was going quietly. Threw a harsh blow, reaching for their mask with my other hand. But the attacker was lightning fast, ducking back. They dodged, then swept my knee. Caught off guard, I staggered back, losing my footing. They dragged me into an empty VIP room. The moment the door slammed, I spun and slammed them onto the floor. Before they could react, I pinned them, driving my knee into their back and locking them to the floor. I yanked their wrists behind their back, rendering them completely helpless. They thrashed wildly, but my grip was unbreakable. I glared down and reached to rip off their mask. The second my fingers touched it, the door burst open. Burly bodyguards surged in, attacking instantly. I lunged aside, aiming only for their most painful pressure points. They had numbers, but I held my own. Still, after one round, my energy tanked. I was just too weak. I was no match for them. As they regrouped to grab me, the door flew open yet again. Han Xiao barged in with backup, and I finally breathed. He'd been watching from the bar, ready to strike if things went south. But when the waiter served drinks, Han Xiao only saw Lisa inside. I was missing. He immediately knew something was dead wrong. I ordered an immediate search. But then fighting erupted next door, so I busted in with my crew. The guys in black panicked. Their leader stepped up, telling his guys to back off. He stared right at me. "Wait, let's talk." His voice sounded insanely familiar. I couldn't place it, so I stopped trying. Smirking, I stepped forward. "Is your version of negotiating just kidnapping people first?" The guy stayed quiet, staring at me. Then, giving up, he pulled off his mask. The second I saw his face, I froze. Pollute shock flashed in my eyes. "How is it you?" Chapter 132, Give Up on Him. Catherine took off her mask. "Sorry," she said. "I knew you wouldn't trust me, and you definitely wouldn't waste time hearing me out. So I resorted to this extreme." Lu Hanxiao and Zuo Lin were stunned to see her here. I just frowned, highly skeptical. I couldn't figure out her game. "Why look for me?" she replied. "President Yan, I know you have a wife in China you love deeply. You've heard Lisa's rumors. You barely touched her at the party. That's not how passionate lovers act." Catherine watched my face closely. She scanned my face. From what I could tell, she was desperately gambling. If Lisa took over, she was finished. Winning meant she got the crown. I kept my face blank, letting her stare. Suddenly, I mocked her with a laugh, stepped back, and crashed onto the sofa. Crossing my legs, I smirked. "You think one party makes you an expert on me?" I didn't trust her yet, so I kept my mouth shut. Catherine smiled. "No, but a man like you can get anyone. Why her woman with a messy past?" I shot back, leaving her completely speechless. She clearly didn't expect me to be this stubborn. Softening her voice, she tried again. "President Yan, I bet you don't actually love her. You must have a deal. She has something you desperately need." I just stared at her coldly, keeping my mouth shut. "Look at my track record. I am far better than Lisa," she pressed. "If our father was not biased, the throne would be mine already. She only shines because of you. Dump her, and the crown is mine. Then, whatever you want, I will make sure you get it. What do you say?" Standing nearby, Lu Hanxiao looked highly impressed with her. It had only taken this princess a single day to piece the entire truth together. I let out a harsh laugh. "Why think I would dump her for you? Even if I did, why should I trust you?" Catherine sat down across from me, her eyes narrowing. "President Yan, you cannot honestly be that naive. Rumors alone won't make her the heir. Last month, my father told her she must marry someone who benefits the crown to inherit. Her ultimate goal is marrying you. Can you really abandon your wife?" Lu Hanxiao raised an eyebrow. It confirmed everything we had suspected. That girl was bad news. Seeing my silence, Catherine sensed I was wavering and offered a peace offering. "I know you do not trust me yet." Placed a white pill on the table. My people caught her buying a black market aphrodisiac. Just a tiny dose makes you completely lose control. You will lose your mind. She called you here to drug you, and she already hired paparazzi to wait outside the door. Even if nothing happens, a photo of you two half-naked forces a marriage. Public pressure will ruin you. This is the antidote. Take it if she drugs you. Test it if you do not trust me. I stared at the pill, my eyes narrowing. I nodded to Zuo Lin, who grabbed the pill to test. Suddenly, Lisa texted me. "Where are you?" "I have been waiting forever." Annoyed, I shot back a one-word reply. "Traffic." She snapped back, telling me to hurry up. "I am waiting here." I tossed my phone aside, ignoring her. Thankfully, Lu Hanxiao had brought his medical team along. The results came back in minutes. Zuo Lin handed me the report. "President Yan, it is a clean antidote, no toxins." Catherine smiled. "Convinced yet, President Yan? You do not have to partner up now. Consider this a gesture of goodwill. Things play out like I said, decide then. That is why I came. My job here is done. Think it over. I will take my leave." She masked up and slipped out with her crew. Once they cleared out, Liu Hanxiao whistled. Catherine did her homework. Uncovering all this in a single day is insane, Zuolin chimed in. We ran background checks on the royals. Catherine kept a low profile, pouring everything into running the Chengfeng group. Zero scandals, only business news. She saved that company, but her biased father ignored her success. No wonder she is furious. Liu Hanxiao nodded. Catherine is way more reliable than gossip-obsessed Lisa. I stayed completely silent, lost in my own thoughts. Stared at that tiny white pill. I did not have time for mistakes. One wrong move and I was finished. I snatched the pill and stood up. I am going to test her theory. Liu Hanxiao stopped me, handing over a micro earpiece. Wear this, he said. If anything goes sideways, we will back you up instantly. I nodded. I popped it in and walked next door, pushing the entrance open. Lisa was sitting there, sipping wine and looking bored. When she saw me, her eyes lit up. She stood up, swaying her hips toward me. She was wearing next to nothing. A tight champagne satin slip dress. Her hair was pinned up, exposing her shoulders. The low-cut neck showed off serious cleavage. It looked like she was about to burst out of it. The waist cutouts hugged her frame, leaving absolutely nothing to the imagination. Bert barely covered her backside, fluttering with every move. Once I saw her outfit, I sneered. Pathetic. I figured Catherine was probably telling the truth. Every single guy Lisa wanted, she got. She never lost. I was her only failure. Today, she seemed fully prepared to lock me down. She swayed her hips and strutted over to me. She pressed her entire body against mine. I wasn't having any of it. I reached out and coldly pushed her away. I walked over and sat on the sofa, crossing my legs with a cold stare. But Lisa didn't back down, not even a bit. She slid right next to me on the couch. President Yan, she purred. We've known each other forever, yet we've never had a real dinner. Why don't we get wasted tonight? She reached to drape her arm over my shoulder. I grabbed her wrist, pure disgust in my eyes. Have some self-respect, Lisa, I snapped. Don't make yourself look so cheap. I flung her hand away, and her face instantly darkened. Judging by her face, she was screaming inside, but she held back. I could tell she wanted to see me break tonight. She quickly masked it, turning back with fake tears. You must know, she whimpered. I've always been deeply in love with you. Even though you used me for clout, I still agreed to get you the 7-star elixir. Why won't you look at me? I didn't buy it. I sneered. I admit I had my own motives. But you forgot, Lisa. You invited me to that hotel. I only showed up. And if I remember right, you spent the whole night there after I left. That set her off. Her pathetic victim act vanished. Her face twisted in pure malice. She took deep breaths, trying to chill. It was obvious she knew she couldn't ruin things with me yet. I'm helping you get that elixir. I have to be the heir first, she said. My dad promised me the title if you marry me. But he'll name me successor. I raised an eyebrow. So you're telling me this because you actually think I'd ever marry you? You won't? If you refuse, you'll die, she threatened. She looked completely confident. Anyone could see she thought I'd fold. No matter how much I loved my wife, she figured I wouldn't gamble with my life. She was my only hope. She seemed to think I had no choice. But I shook my head. You're wrong. Even if I'm betting my life, I will never marry you. Her face fell. She had clearly doubted the internet rumors about how much I loved my wife. But hearing it straight from my mouth shocked her. She was visibly shaken but didn't stop. Don't worry about that, she pushed. Under our law, you're only married if we sign the official papers. I only need you for the wedding ceremony. No way, I snapped. I knew she wouldn't stop there. The royals aren't that stupid. They had a bigger trap waiting for me. But if you refuse, I can't help you, she sneered. You won't even survive this month. I don't care. I shot back instantly. Her expression showed she didn't get it. If you're dead, what's the point of your love? She asked. Isn't that just torture for the living? You want her feeling guilty forever? That's different, I replied. The world keeps spinning without me. She'll move on eventually. It's just a matter of time, but I will never betray her. From what I could tell, my loyalty baffled her. She looked like someone who'd never waste time on one guy anyway. Lisa stood up, walked around the coffee table, and headed to the wine cabinet. Her slender fingers trailed over the bottles before picking an expensive vintage. I seized the moment, swiftly and silently swapping our wine glasses. Lisa poured me a glass and shrugged. Then our deal is off. Good luck out there. Here's to your future. She raised her glass. Didn't suspect a thing, downing her drink in one go. I raised an eyebrow, a smirk tugging at my lips. Then I wish you luck tonight, too, I murmured, draining my glass. Based on her blank stare, she didn't catch my drift at all. She'd heavily spiked my glass with aphrodisiacs. From the look on her face, she clearly expected me to be at her mercy in minutes. Moments later, Lisa's face flushed deep crimson. She started squirming, her body clearly burning up like she was on fire. Her eyes glazed over, losing focus. She swayed unsteadily, trapped in a heavy fog as the drug took a massive grip on her. She looked totally lost, staring blankly as if her brain had completely shut down. She had absolutely no clue what was happening to her. Driven by sudden raw desire, she began tugging wildly at her dress, desperate to escape the intense heat consuming her body. But the temporary relief vanished instantly, replaced by a heavier wave. Her breathing turned shallow, coming in hot, ragged gasps. Her eyes went wild and vacant. She'd completely lost her grip on reality. "President Yan," she whimpered, totally out of her mind. "Can you help me? I feel so hot, please." I just stood there, watching her spiral with cold, unsympathetic eyes. Before she stripped naked, I stepped forward, threw my suit jacket over her, and muttered, "Let's go, I'll take you upstairs." Her mind was completely gone. She kept trying to throw herself onto me to cool down, but she could only stumble along, clinging to my arm for support. Hoping for relief, she let me lead her upstairs to the room I'd had Zuo Lin book. Once on the bed, she started writhing, calling my name. "Please help me." When I didn't answer, she struggled up to find me in the pitch-black room. Blinded by the darkness, she started fumbling around the room. "President Yan, are you there?" she called out, taking a few shaky steps. Suddenly, she crashed right into a rock-solid chest. In the dark, she felt my tall frame and lean muscles, clinging to me as if she'd found her cure. My numbness finally eased. She instantly reached out, ripping my shirt open. "President Yan, I've loved you for so long. Please help me." "I'm burning up," she whimpered, stripping both of us bare. Pressing against me gave her some relief, but she wanted more, shoving me onto the bed. She lunged down, locking her lips onto mine. She seemed completely wild, wrapping her arms tight around my waist and pressing her mouth to mine. There was no skill in her kiss, just desperate raw hunger. I could feel her entire body trembling against mine. Her hands wandered across my back, tracing my muscles. Her breath hitched. From what I could tell, the fire inside her was burning out of control. Her heart raced, her blood boiling. It was obvious she only cared about her desire, desperately trying to cool the heat in her veins. But a second later, I flipped her over, taking total control. I cupped her face and kissed her back with everything I had. She seemed startled at first, but quickly melted into it, returning my kiss with frantic, ragged breaths. I didn't give her a single second to breathe. My kisses grew deeper, fiercer, completely consuming her. Anyone could see she was losing strength, desperately trying to match my pace as our breaths tangled together until my final move. She probably smirked, thinking no man could resist her trap. She was likely expecting to completely control me once the morning news broke. But the madness lasted until dawn. When she finally woke up late that afternoon, I was long gone, leaving only her ruined clothes on the floor. I was already gone. Judging by how she struggled to move, her entire body must have felt like it was totally broken. Staring at the bruises and red marks covering her skin, she was likely impressed by my relentless stamina. Compared to her past boyfriends, she probably realized I was in a different league, handsome and clearly dangerous in bed. She must have wondered if she could handle being married to me. Just then, her phone buzzed on the nightstand. "Done?" she rasped. Her lackey assured her that every photo of me carrying her into that room was captured perfectly. The article was written and ready. She smirked. "Perfect. Publish it right now. I'll wire the remaining $10 million." The caller immediately kissed her feet, promising to handle it instantly. They moved fast. The headline dropped. "President of Yan Group and Princess Lisa spend a wild night together after the royal banquet." Insiders claimed a wedding was near. The story immediately topped the international charts, and the comments absolutely exploded. People pointed out I was her date at the banquet. Everyone assumed we were official. "Congratulations, she is definitely the new queen. They are such a power couple. They have to announce the wedding now. Remember 3 months ago when they hit that hotel?" I knew their denial back then was fake. Finally, they are together. I called it from day one. "When is the official announcement?" Scrolling through, she smirked. I had no choice but to marry her now. Once we were wed, she'd decide if I got the antidote. She tossed her phone aside and tried to stand. Her legs buckled, sending her crashing down. She sat there forever, her hips aching so bad she could barely take a step. I looked so innocent usually, but she clearly found out how wild I could be. A long bath finally eased her pain. Her clothes were completely ruined, so she had her assistant bring a new outfit. Just as she was leaving, her phone buzzed again. I bet she hoped it was me, but her face fell when she saw her father's name. King Carso answered with a booming laugh. "Well done, Lisa. I saw the news. Now that you have such a powerful man, I can finally name you the first heir today. I will announce your relationship at the press conference." She could barely hide her thrill. "Thank you, father. I won't let you down." He told her he trusted her completely, and they hung up. She was practically glowing with pride. Who cared about the president of the Yan Group or the crown? In the end, it would all be hers. Her only confusion was why I hadn't called her yet. But with the news out, our night together was set in stone. She knew I couldn't escape this trap. She happily got into her car, waiting for the afternoon to claim everything. Meanwhile, I just walked out of my daily medical checkup. Liu Lin approached me with his phone. Sir, Lisa leaked the news. King Karso is holding a conference at 3 p.m. I took a quick glance, tossed the phone aside, sat on the couch and asked Zuo Lin, is the evidence ready? All ready, boss. Lu Hanxiao asked what I was up to. I took a sip of water. To crash the party, I said calmly. Lu Hanxiao burst out laughing. Lisa picked the absolute wrong guy to mess with. She was about to ruin her own life. Just then my phone rang. Zuo Lin handed it over, an unsaved number. But I had a feeling who it was. I answered without speaking. It's me, Catherine, the voice said. She wasn't surprised I knew. Now do you believe I want to cooperate, President Yan? I leaned back on the couch. What do you want? I asked lazily. She replied, my father is holding a press conference at 3 p.m. today. He is going to announce your wedding then. I need you there. The evidence is ready. You just have to play it on the big screen. I raised an eyebrow. That was actually my plan too. But what else? I was not naive enough to think Catherine would help me for nothing. Catherine paused, then continued. First, stop my father from making Lilisa the heir. Then you must publicly announce that Chengfeng is the most promising company around. And that Yan Group will partner with Chengfeng for the next 5 years, forming a strategic alliance to run businesses and share markets together. Share technology and channels. I let out a cold laugh. Princess Catherine, I am a capitalist, not a charity. Yan Group is a century-old empire. Why ally with a tiny startup like yours? Do not be delusional. Crushing your company is as easy as crushing an ant. I rejected her flatly, leaving no room for negotiation. Even if her company grew fast lately, they could not touch my commercial empire. Catherine was clearly willing to gamble. It was obvious she was not surprised by my rejection, but she stubbornly pushed on. But President Yan, I am the chairman of Chengfeng. I have royal resources and connections. You see our growth speed. If I become the new queen, Chengfeng's rise will be unstoppable. My risk report proves partnering with us poses zero risk. I crossed my legs, completely unbothered. I casually replied, but how are you so sure you will be queen even if Lisa is out? Besides, with Chengfeng's current size, if I want you bankrupt today, you will not survive tomorrow. Judging by her face, she knew I was telling the truth. She could not fight me. She was still too weak. From what I could tell, she realized it and backed down. Fine, what do you want? We can cooperate, but only under strict division of labor based on our strengths. If we lose money, Yan Group can cancel the deal instantly. Arrangement gave me total control. Anyone could see she desperately needed my backing, so she gritted her teeth and agreed. But President Yan, I have one condition. Speak. If there are no losses, Yan Group cannot terminate the partnership, or you pay a $1 billion penalty. Deal, I agreed instantly. She seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. I will have the contract drafted. Soon Catherine sent over the digital contract. After checking it and finding no issues, I signed my name. Then she asked, what is your deal with Lisa? What do you need from me? I took a sip of water before answering calmly. I want your royal 7-star pill. The 7-star pill? Are you poisoned? Miss Catherine, that is none of your business. She looked embarrassed, realizing she crossed a line. Sorry, the pill is in the royal secret chamber. Only the sovereign can enter. You will have access once you are the heir. Also, I need it this month. So soon, I ignored her. Catherine thought for a moment. I understand. I will get it as soon as possible. I nodded, done with this call, and hung up. Great, I sent the files. After I hung up, Lu Hanxiao gave me a thumbs up. Ruthless capitalist, dying yet still striking deals. I shot him a cold glare and stayed silent. Moments later, the files arrived. Zuo Lin copied everything onto a flash drive and handed it to me. Twirled the drive in my hand, a cold smile forming on my face. Standing up, I adjusted my suit. Let us go. Time to crash a party. Lu Hanxiao shook his head as he watched me walk out. A storm was coming. At the royal press conference, foreign reporters packed the room, setting up cameras and broadcasting live. Everyone was waiting for King Casso to show up. Everyone wanted the first scoop. Whispers rippled through the crowd. Did you see those leaked photos of President Yan and Miss Lisa? I did not believe it at first, but here we are waiting for a wedding announcement. Same. Honestly, I doubt President Yan even likes her. Seriously, at the banquet, they danced with a mile between them. No love in Yan's eyes. It is just damage control. There is no love in high society. It is all about business. Let us just do our job. Moments later, King Casso stepped out. Cameras flashed instantly. Casso smiled, took his seat and spoke. Thank you all for coming. Today, I have 2 major announcements. First, the wedding of my daughter Lisa and President Yan. Second, the confirmation of the first heir. He paused. You all saw this morning's news. Lisa and President Yan have dated for months. It is finally time to announce their upcoming wedding, planned for this year. We will share the date soon. A reporter yelled out, you never acknowledged this relationship until the leak. Is this a shotgun wedding, or is there another reason? The room gasped at the bold question. Casso's face briefly darkened before he forced a smile. No, my daughter is pure. The rumors are false. Please do not spread malicious rumors. Casso continued. As for the second matter, after Lisa marries President Yan, I will hold her succession ceremony. Expect the media to attend. The crowd erupted. While most had guessed Lisa would succeed, some reporters clearly felt Catherine was being robbed. What about your second daughter? A reporter asked. Princess Catherine's success with Chengfeng is unmatched. Why choose Lisa over her? Yes, Your Majesty. Does Lisa possess superior skills? Please explain. Casso cleared his throat before replying. Choosing an heir is a complex decision. We evaluated everything internally. Catherine is excellent at business, so she will run our companies. But Lisa possesses stronger overall leadership qualities. Plus, President Yan is an outstanding businessman. All things considered, I choose Lisa as the new queen. Right then, a disruption occurred. Lisa finally made her grand entrance. Judging by her tense expression, she had heard the criticism backstage and was absolutely furious. Snatching a microphone from a reporter, she shouted at the room, "No matter what anyone says, that throne is mine, capable or not. No one can ever take him from me. Don't you guys have your own lives, obsessing over our privacy? Do you really have nothing better to do? Just wait until Ruyan and I get married. Then you can attend my coronation," she shrieked into the mic, her voice blasting through the speakers, deafening everyone. Breach was brutal. The reporters winced. It was obvious they thought this spoiled princess was unfit to rule. But then, they spotted the hickeys on her bare neck. Naturally, they assumed last night's rumors were true. Before they could grill her further, my clapping from the entrance cut them off. Everyone spun around to look at me. Seeing me, Lisa smirked. Judging by her face, she thought that even though I'd ignored her all morning, I was still crawling right back to her. The cameras whipped toward me. I strolled in, clapping with an icy expression. Stopping at the stage, I asked coldly, "So apparently I'm getting engaged?" How come I, the groom, didn't know a thing about it? The press gasped. Nobody expected this twist. Cameras flashed like crazy, capturing our every move. Casso lost his mind. He slammed the table, jumped up, and glared at me. "What the hell are you talking about?" he roared. "Dare cross my Lisa, don't blame me for getting ugly," Casso threatened. Lisa's smug face crumbled. Anyone could see the sheer panic in her eyes. She lunged forward, grabbing my sleeve. "What are you doing?" she hissed. "We slept together. You can't deny it." Below us, the reporters started shouting questions. One reporter yelled, "President Yan, what about this morning's news? King Casso claims you and Lisa have dated for months and are marrying. Is that a lie?" I yanked my sleeve from her grip, giving her a cold stare. It was obvious she felt a wave of dread. I stepped up to the podium, shot a look at my assistant, Zuo Lin. She ran to the computer, plugged in a flash drive, and swapped the slideshow for a video. She hit play. Once the clip ended, I finally spoke. My deep, husky voice echoed through the microphone, capturing the room. "My friends from the press. This is last night's bar footage. Miss Lisa invited me, got drunk in 15 minutes, so I moved her to a lounge and left 2 minutes later. Nothing happened between Miss Lisa and me, but shortly after, another man entered her suite and didn't leave until the next morning. No one knows what went down. My point was crystal clear, and seeing the hickeys on Lisa's neck, everyone connected the dots instantly. Press went wild over this crazy twist. Lisa's face went white. Judging by her panic, she actually thought I was the one she slept with. Only now did she realize it wasn't me. Then a reporter yelled, "But you two were alone for 20 minutes. Who's to say nothing happened?" I scoffed. I fired back, "Who do you think you're insulting?" Anticipating this, I had Zuo Lin play my spy cam footage. That finally proved my innocence. "What about the hotel rumors from 2 months ago?" another asked. I turned to Lisa, drawling lazily, "Your turn to explain, or should I keep talking?" Lisa turned ghost white. She didn't dare let me speak, terrified of my next bombshell. "We just bumped into each other," she blurted out, desperate. "I just hitched a ride back to the hotel with him. Nothing happened." I raised an eyebrow. I knew damn well she was the one who set it up. But I let it slide. Looking back at the reporters, I said, "Now you know the truth. I trust you know how to write your headlines." The press sat in absolute shock. They just nodded dumbly at my words. From what I could tell, they'd all thought our marriage was a done deal. Nobody expected this twist. I smirked, adding, "For the next 5 years, my company, the Yan Group, is partnering with Chengfeng to back their growth. We will fund Chengfeng's expansion." The room erupted. I was publicly declaring war on Lisa, making it crystal clear that I backed Catherine for the throne. King Casso's face turned green with rage. He stormed out of the room. I watched him go, completely unfazed. I continued, "I've said my piece. I'll leave the reporting to you. Excuse me." With that, I walked out with Zuo Lin. Lisa scrambled to chase after me. Meanwhile, Catherine, who'd been watching from the shadows, saw the deal was sealed and slipped away with her team. Press tried to follow us, but security blocked them. Just as I was getting into my car, Lisa caught up and slammed the door shut. "Why are you doing this?" she demanded. "We had a deal. Why did you humiliate me in front of everyone?" She looked pathetic with tears streaming down her face, but my eyes stayed icy cold. I felt absolutely zero pity for her. My gaze was pure ice. Seriously, Lisa? You asked me to accompany you to a banquet, and now you're forcing me to marry you for your throne? Last night you spiked my drink and set up the press, hoping to force my hand once you had proof. And you announced our wedding behind my back? I scoffed. Nice try, Lisa. If I hadn't swapped our glasses, I'd be your puppet right now. You tried to play me, and now you're playing the victim? Her face drained of color. She couldn't utter a single word, because every word I said was a hard fact. Realizing I knew everything, and that she'd drugged herself by mistake, she trembled, whispering, "So you're really backing Catherine to ruin me?" Her purse slipped from her limp fingers, hitting the floor. Anyone could see she was utterly broken. I watched her coldly. If that's all, Miss Lisa, goodbye. Zuo Lin opened the door, waiting for me to step inside. She hopped in, and my Maybach rolled away. Catherine had told me she'd handle the rest, but I only realized this morning she'd invited Lisa's ex-boyfriend. That's how last night went down. Behind me, Lisa lost all strength and collapsed heavily onto the cold, hard ground. Tears flooded down her pale cheeks, but as she sat there, her despair curdled into pure, venomous rage. She blamed me for everything. In her mind, I ruined her. She knew she was cornered, with zero chance of saving her reputation. All her 6 schemes had gone up in smoke. She was utterly ruined, turned into a global laughingstock. From what I knew, even if her dad adored her, he'd never risk giving the family empire to a disgraced daughter. It was obvious that a chill ran down Lisa's spine. Everything she once had, status, power, and wealth, was about to vanish. Gone in an instant. When she dragged herself home, King Kaso was waiting with a grim face. Anyone could see she knew she was doomed. Red eyes, she choked out, "Father." Judging by his face, he felt bad. He sighed. "I told you to leave no evidence. Now they have everything. They left us 0 room." Lisa sobbed, "I'm sorry, Father. I had no idea Liu Ruyan knew everything. He even swapped the wine glasses." Her father shook his head and sighed. "For now, stay out of the public eye. I will say you are recovering at home. Once the scandal blows over, you'll be fine." Lisa stared at him, totally shocked. "Father, what about my inheritance?" King Kaso hesitated before replying, "Tomorrow, I will officially name your second sister as the heir." "No, Father. You love me the most. You promised me the inheritance. You cannot break your word." King Kaso snapped. "I didn't break my word. You ruined everything. How can I make you the heir now? We have to look at the big picture. Family always comes first." He patted her shoulder and walked away. Lisa grabbed his sleeve, desperate. "Father, please!" "You can't do this. I am your favorite, not her." He coldly brushed her hand away. He ordered, "Take Princess Lisa to her room now." Servants dragged her away, and he walked upstairs without even looking back. From what I could tell, Lisa knew she had lost everything. To her family, she was nothing but a useless pawn now. Meanwhile, I hadn't heard from Liu Ruyan in over 24 hours. He was probably cleared for his isolated treatment by now. I was dying for an update, but trusted he'd text me soon. After staying at my mom's, Sunday night rolled around. We headed back home. I sat packing her backpack for Monday while she played with Legos. Suddenly, she let out a heavy sigh. I had to laugh. "What's wrong, sweetie? Why the big sigh? Tell Mommy all about it." She dropped her toys, looking sad. "Mommy, when is Daddy coming back? The house feels so empty without him." So quiet. My smile faded. Honestly, I missed him terribly too and needed to know if he was okay. Pulled her onto my lap. "Daddy is probably busy, but let's try calling. If he doesn't pick up, we go to bed, okay?" Her eyes lit up. "Okay," I dialed his number, and both of us stared at the screen, holding our breath. Rang and rang, almost timing out, our faces fell. But just as I was about to give up and hang up, deep voice came through. "Wan Wan." Our eyes lit up instantly. Before I could even say a word, the kid yelled, "Daddy!" He chuckled. "Hey, sweetie, is Mommy there with you?" "She is." Silence followed, so he asked, "Wan Wan?" Once she pressed the phone to my lips, I froze. I didn't want to sound too needy, and I still suck at expressing my feelings. Thankfully, the kid couldn't hold it in. Blurted out, "Daddy, when are you coming home? It is boring without you." She asked exactly what I wanted to. I breathed a sigh of relief, waiting. He went quiet. It was clear he hadn't expected this trip to go so wrong. I had a feeling he didn't even know if he could get the antidote. Knowing I was listening, he carefully chose his words. "I'll be back soon, just some minor issues to handle first," he said. My heart instantly leaped into my throat. "What happened? Are you okay?" "I'm fine. They just switched my doctor last minute. We'll sort it out soon. Takes a few extra days." I relaxed, though a wave of disappointment washed over me. The kid chimed in. "Hurry back, Daddy. We miss you so much," he replied softly. "I will, baby. I'll head home the second I'm done." "Late. Give the phone to Mommy and go get ready for bed, or you'll be late for school tomorrow." "Okay." She handed me the phone and dashed to the bathroom. I was still struggling to find my words when he beat me to it. "What about you, Wanwan?" I blinked, totally confused. "What about me?" Do you miss me? My face burned like fire. I managed to squeak out a tiny, embarrassed, barely a whisper, but he definitely heard me. He let out a low, sexy chuckle. I miss you too, Wan Wan, he murmured. So much. I'm just terrified something will go wrong and I won't get back. I'm scared I'll never see you again. Then fight it, I pleaded. Just get better and come home to me. How are you feeling? Did the poison flare up? Can they make the antidote? His health was all I cared about. I'm fine. The cure is almost ready, he promised. Don't worry. Hearing that gave me a massive wave of relief. We talked a bit longer before hanging up. Finally, hearing his voice was exactly what I needed. I slept peacefully that night, unaware he was slumped back, staring at blood-soaked tissues in his trash. Ruyan frowned. From what I later found out, he was coughing up blood constantly. He felt weaker every day, barely leaving his bed. Spent most of his time unconscious, utterly terrified. It was obvious that hearing my voice made him crave my touch, desperate to just hold me. Just wanted one last look. The next morning, right after dropping my kid at daycare, my friend Shu Qing called me, sounding totally exhausted. She clearly just woke up. Wan Wan, did you see the news? Is Ruyan really overseas for rehab? Yeah, why? What's going on? Shu Qing sounded shocked. It's literally everywhere. How did you miss it? I was totally clueless. What are you even talking about? There's no big news today. I put her on speaker, unlocking my phone to scroll through every single social app I had. Nothing. Zero. I was convinced she was just messing with me. Qing Qing, are you even awake right now? Are you sleepwalking? From the silence, I knew she was rolling her eyes. Yeah, sure, she snapped. He lied to me. I'm sleepwalking. And yet I dialed your number. If you actually want to know what's happening, get your butt over to my place right now. Or don't, and never find out. She hung up before I could even blink. I stood there, completely stunned. I didn't buy it. I figured she lost a game of truth or dare. Still, just in case, I started my car and headed over. The second I buzzed her doorbell, the door swung open. Shu Qing stood there, arms crossed, looking intensely serious. She had this look like she'd been waiting forever. I scanned her place. Nothing seemed off, so I just crashed on her sofa. Bill, I said. Why'd you drag me here? She stared at me, completely baffled. She sat down right next to me. Girl, you seriously think I'm lying? I shrugged, but I literally saw zero news. I tossed my phone on the table. Maybe you got hacked? I swear there is nothing about Ruyan. No way she'd believe her phone was glitched. Determined to prove me wrong, she grabbed my phone and scrolled through every app. Her jaw dropped when she found absolutely nothing. She compared our screens side by side. Everything about Ruyan was completely blocked on mine. She stared at me, totally lost on who was actually hacked. Seeing her shocked face, I knew something was up. I leaned in to look at her screen. The massive headlines immediately caught my eye. My face went pale. The headline screamed, Yan Group Yan spotted at hotel with Princess Lisa. Royal wedding announced. Is Ruyan cheating on his wife? Ruyan's name took over the entire trending list. I clicked through them, my heart sinking. He hadn't called me once over the last few days. I thought he was in isolated rehab with no phone. I didn't want to bug him. I just wanted him home. I never expected this. While I thought he was detoxing, he was partying at a bar with another woman. Now there's a royal wedding, and I'm just the clueless wife. Shu Qing hadn't told me, I'd be completely in the dark. My hands shook with rage. Shu Qing saw me spiraling and panicked. She realized she'd messed up. It was clear to her I wasn't joking. She held her breath, looking terrified of what she'd just unleashed. She tried to laugh it off. Wanwan, chill. Maybe my phone is the one that's hacked, right? None of this is real. Ruyan loves you, he'd never cheat. Look, they even proved it with security footage. This Lisa girl set him up, it's all fake. Please don't be mad. She watched my face closely, but my expression only grew colder. I could tell her mind was racing for a way out. Before she could speak, I slammed the phone down. Do you have a backup phone? She nodded quickly. Yeah, give it to me. She handed it over. The trending page was exactly the same. Only my phone had been blocked, my last shred of hope shattered. I checked the time, he'd be asleep right now overseas. I didn't care anymore. I dialed his number. I wanted to give him one last shot to tell me the truth. Rang for ages before he finally picked up. His voice was raspy, laced with a sudden anxious edge. Wan Wan, what's wrong? Did something happen? It was the middle of the night over there. He'd been sound asleep until my caller ID lit up. Judging by his panicked voice, he was terrified. I never call him at this hour, so he probably thought there was an emergency. I paused, forcing my voice not to shake. I couldn't let him hear how broken I was. I'm fine. Were you sleeping? From what I could tell, his breathing eased once he heard my calm tone. He sat up, flicking on a lamp. Pitch black over here. Why the late call? Nothing. I just had a nightmare. I was worried about you. Just wanted to hear your voice. Ruyan gave a soft, gentle laugh. Dreams aren't real, Wan Wan. Yeah, they're not real. I swallowed hard before asking, so what have you been up to? Just blood work and exams before rehab. He was lying straight to my face. My eyes welled with tears, but I refused to let a single drop fall. Choked back a sob. Focus on your treatment then. I'll wait for you. Okay, I'll be home soon. The second he said that, I hung up. One more second and he would have heard me break down. Seeing me like this broke Shu Qing's heart. She handed me a tissue and tried to comfort me. Wan, don't cry. Everything was cleared up. Ruyan didn't betray you. I'm sure he has a really good reason for all this. She told me to wait and ask him to stop overthinking. But my tears kept spilling. I choked out, but he lied. He went to that gala with Lisa, let her hold his arm, and they even danced together. Nobody could force him if he didn't want to. Hearing this, my friend went silent. It was obvious I was right. Lisa only did that because he let her. But why? Why allow it then expose her? Even she couldn't figure it out. She gave up trying to think. Her main priority was figuring out how to comfort me. She looked completely eaten up by regret. She wouldn't have shown me if she knew. From what I could tell, she believed he'd never betray me. My hand fell limp. My phone slipped, bounced off the couch, and hit the floor with a loud crack. That sound instantly shattered my remaining restraint. I lost it and started sobbing. She quickly wiped my face, pleading, "He wouldn't betray you, Wan. There's got to be a reason. It must be a misunderstanding. Let's demand answers when he's back. If he did you dirty, I'll destroy him first." I cried until my head spun, my vision blurring. I wanted to believe him, but I couldn't find a single way to convince myself. Here I was, losing sleep over his health, his treatment, his poison. I barely even called because I was terrified of interrupting his recovery. And yet he was holding hands with another girl at a gala. His isolated treatment and no family rules? Absolute garbage lies. I had no clue why he lied, but he did. As she frantically dried my face, anyone could see she was cursing him to hell. She had actually trusted him, but he was just another trash boyfriend. She vowed never to defend him again. Suddenly, she froze. Grabbing her phone, she muttered, "I'll call Liu Hongxiao. He's his best friend, so he knows." Sobbing, I grabbed her hand. "Don't. They are too close. He won't talk. If I lied to him and he called you to ask, would you sell me out? Betray me? No way, exactly. So he won't say a word either." Her head slumped, totally defeated. "Yeah, you're right," she sighed. "So we just wait for him?" My eyes were red, but I gave her a firm nod. "I need to ask him myself. Why did he lie?" She nodded, pulling me into a tight, comforting hug. "If you're done with him, move in here. We'll raise your little boy together and ignore those trash men." I blinked back my tears and nodded. "But why can't you find any news about him? Did he block it?" Shook my head. "Probably blocked it so I wouldn't find out. He knew I'd be furious, yet he did it anyway." He knew, and he still chose to lie. She was speechless. Judging by her face, she knew my logic was flawless. He lied, but he had covered every single exit. It seemed like she was silently cursing him. Once I pulled myself together, I looked up at her. "I'm packing. I'll stay with you until he's back." "Fine, I'm going with you," she insisted. Even though I was furious, I was still terrified for his health. This foreign trip had to be about his uncured poison. I wanted him cured first before I settled our score. I couldn't bear losing the chance to ever confront him. I figured he was deeply restless after our call. He knew I wouldn't call late for no reason, yet I'd said nothing. Then, he ended up calling our housekeeper Chen Ma. She was cleaning when the living room phone rang, and she saw his name. She dried her hands and picked up. "Sir, is Wan home?" "No, she left after breakfast to drop off the young master. She isn't back yet." "Has she acted strange?" Chen Ma thought. "She took our boy to her parents for the weekend. Just returned." Nothing seemed off. "Is everything okay, sir?" "It's fine. Just watch her closely. Let me know if her mood shifts. Report to me immediately." "Yes, sir." He muttered a quick reply and hung up the phone. With the press conference all over the news, he was probably terrified I'd find out and start overthinking things. He had to be careful. Still anxious, he called Liu Yu. It rang twice before she picked up. "Hey." Why the sudden call? Her voice came through. "The media is going crazy over Lisa and me. Is my wife's feed blocked?" She sounded incredibly confident. "Relax, it's done. She won't see a thing. I even handled her parents." He nodded, looking completely panicked. "Good. Just keep a close eye on her. Tell me if anything is off." She chuckled. "What if she finds out?" He was silent before whispering, "I'll beg." I knew him well enough to know he'd do anything for my forgiveness. "Fine, I'll keep watch," she replied. "If she finds out, you'd better drop to your knees and beg." He grunted in agreement, and she hung up. Slowly walked out to his balcony. The freezing midnight air slashed at his face like a sharp knife. Pulled out a cigarette and lit it. The tiny flame flickered in the dark, trembling in the cold wind. Lost in the icy silence, his thoughts seemed to drift with the smoke. He had kept this whole mess from me, knowing no wife wouldn't be furious. But only that rare pill could cure his poison, and the doctor was still missing. Doesn't get that antidote and dies. Who's going to protect me when Gu Ming comes? He has to survive. He just has to. Chapter 141, Moving Out. Once I pulled myself together, Shuqing came back with me to pack. Nanny Chen rushed over the second we arrived. "Ma'am, you're back," she said. I gave a quick nod. Since Nanny Chen had never met Shuqing, she looked at her and asked, "And who is this?" From what I could tell, Nanny Chen was probably keeping tabs on me for Liu Ruyan. Acting natural, I said, "Nanny Chen, this is Shuqing, my bestie. Since Liu Ruyan is out of town and I'm totally bored, I'm grabbing some clothes to go stay with her for a few days. We'll be back in a few days." "Sure, need me to help you pack?" "No, I'm good, just grabbing a few things and heading out." "Okay, ma'am." I dragged Shuqing upstairs, grabbed my suitcase, and started packing. Shuqing whispered, "Packing this much? Nanny Chen is going to suspect something." "I'll just tell her I only need a few essentials." Shuqing nodded and helped me pack. By the time we finished and headed toward the door, Nanny Chen stopped us. "Ma'am, stay for lunch?" Dragging my suitcase toward the door, I didn't even look back. "No thanks, Nanny Chen. Don't bother cooking. We're eating out." Shuqing and I bolted, like we couldn't stand being in that house for even one more second. Nanny Chen looked confused, but probably figured I was just bored. She didn't call Liu Ruyan. Meanwhile, Shuqing and I shoved our bags into the trunk. Shuqing hopped in the driver's seat, and I took shotgun. Buckling up, she asked, "Where are we eating?" "Hot pot, Haidilao." I craved spicy, heavy flavors, especially hot pot. I'd been stuck on a boring recovery diet forever, chugging bone broth and choking down bland veggies. So bland I wanted to become a nun. But today, I was miserable. I needed to stuff my face. Shuqing started the engine. "On it, let's roll." We got there, went straight to a private room, and I ordered the spiciest hot pot broth on the menu. I was making up for lost time. Shuqing stared at my insane spice tray and gulped. One bite would kill her, but she didn't dare stop me. It had been a rough morning, and since I was finally smiling, she let me slide. I happily stuffed my face. But soon my nose was running and tears were streaming down my face. Shuqing panicked, shoving tissues at me. "What's wrong, babe?" "We're literally just fine." "Why are you crying?" Red-eyed, I snapped back stubbornly. "Who's crying?" "I'm not crying. It's just the chili." Shuqing raised her hands. Okay, whatever you say." I buried my face in my bowl, but the tears just wouldn't stop. Splashed onto the table, forming a little puddle. Suddenly, I slammed my chopsticks down and looked up. Ching, why is this food so spicy?" Making my eyes water so bad, Shuqing sighed. Having known me for years, she knew my worst breakdowns were always about Liu Ruyan. Honestly, whenever I cried this hard, it was always over him. From the look on her face, she probably thought marriage was a curse. She grabbed more tissues and wiped my face. "Why don't we just call him right now and clear this up? You'll feel way better." "No way," I sobbed. "His trip has to be about that antidote. He blocked me because he didn't want me to get mad. If I ruin his plans, everything is ruined. If he dies, I can't even get even. I'll just be crying at his grave." "Fine, then stop crying. We'll wait for him. Besides, your eyes look like swollen walnuts right now. So ugly," Shuqing teased. I glared at her. "I guess that's besties for you, always finding a moment to roast you. We ate so incredibly slowly." By the time we finished, it was almost time to pick up my kid, so we hit the mall to kill some time. I noticed my eyes were super red and puffy. To hide it from my kid, I splashed cold water on my face and put on some powder. Once I covered up the redness, Shuqing and I drove to the preschool. We stood by the gates, waiting for my daughter. Soon the kids marched out. The second she saw us, she squealed and ran over, hugging Shuqing's leg. "Auntie Ching! Why are you here with Mommy?" Shuqing squatted down to her level. "Your dad is away, and we didn't want Mommy to be lonely. So you guys are staying with me for a bit." My daughter loved her because Shuqing always brought gifts. Today was no exception. Shuqing had bought a remote control car at the mall. In her car seat, my daughter played with it quietly. Ching adored how quiet she was. "How do I get a sweet kid like her?" I glanced at the mirror. "Step 1, have my amazing genes." "Okay, rude," Shuqing scoffed. "I've got the genes. I just don't know who the father is going to be yet." "Well, Mr. Liu is still looking pretty good. That shut her up. She knew she couldn't beat me in an argument. Once we got home, dragged my bags upstairs. Shuqing set me up in the guest room, and my kid got the other one. Once we unpacked, I was absolutely exhausted, so we just ordered takeout. I wanted to crash right after, but I worried my daughter would struggle in a new room. So I went to sleep with her. She was tossing and turning, unable to settle down when she saw the door click open. She sat up, spotting my silhouette in the moonlight. "Mommy, is that you?" she whispered excitedly. The lights were off. Seeing her little shadow clutching her blanket made my heart absolutely melt. "Mommy, why are you here?" she asked, surprised. "I was worried you couldn't sleep, so I came to cuddle." "Yay!" She buried her face in my arms, holding me tight. Maybe my arms felt safe, but she drifted off almost instantly. Chapter 142, The Award Ceremony. Overseas, 8 a.m. Voices in the living room dragged me awake. I barely slept last night, stared at the ceiling after smoking on the balcony, and now my head is absolutely splitting. I pressed my temples and sat up. Took a minute to stop the spinning. After washing up and throwing on clean clothes, I finally opened the door. Guo Lin and Lu Hanxiao were already waiting. Lu Hanxiao looked like a total zombie on my couch, still in pajamas, obviously dragged here half asleep. Hearing the door, Zuo Lin turned to face me. I just gave a weak nod and a grunt, not having the energy for actual words. I crashed onto the sofa, crossed my legs, and leaned back. "What's the emergency?" I muttered. "Why are you guys invading my space this early?" Zuo Lin stepped forward, handing me a tablet. "President Yan, King Casso just announced Catherine as the first heir. The coronation is tomorrow." I glanced at the screen, completely unfazed. No surprises here. Everything was playing out exactly the way I planned. Did my part. Now I just had to wait for Catherine to call. Beside me, Lu Hangxiao suddenly snapped out of his sleepy daze, eyes wide. "No way," Lu Hanxiao swore. "King Casso is fast. The scandal literally broke yesterday, and they're already moving. The former heir really messed up. With the royal family's reputation in the toilet and stocks crashing, they had to act. Plus, Catherine was already the crowd favorite. Backed by my company, King Casso had no choice. Announcing a new heir was the only way to stop the bleeding and save face." Lu Hanxiao shook his head. "Lisa really threw away a winning hand. The king loved her. If she hadn't started drama, she'd be queen. Played herself," Lu Hanxiao added. Right then, my phone buzzed. Zuo Lin passed it to me and I picked up. "Hello? President Yan, it's Catherine." Her voice came through. "I assume you saw the news. Thank you for your help. After tomorrow's ceremony, I will deliver the 7-star elixir. Just make sure you do," I replied. "Of course, President Yan. You have my word." "You did a lot for me," Catherine said. "Without you, I'd never be the heir." I just let out a quiet chuckle and stayed silent. Honestly, she only approached me because she knew my act with Lisa was fake. We used each other. It was a win-win. "I'll have my assistant bring it tomorrow afternoon. Talk later." I hung up with a grunt. Lu Hanxiao immediately started tutting. "Catherine is way more reliable than Lisa," Lu Hanxiao noted. "She runs her company like a boss." I gave him a blank look. "Get out," I said. "I'm going back to sleep." Lu Hanxiao smirked. "Since when do you take naps?" I headed to my bedroom. "Headache." I tossed back without turning around, shutting the door. Behind me, Lu Hanxiao yawned and looked at Zuo Lin. I heard Lu Hanxiao yawn and pat Zuo Lin's shoulder. "Let's go, your boss is sleeping, take the day off." Then Lu Hanxiao left. Zuo Lin probably scratched his head in disbelief. A paid day off? No way Zuo Lin was going to turn that down. Zuo Lin packed up and got out of there. When I finally woke up again, it was almost noon. I checked my phone, no missed calls. No messages either. It was obvious Wanwan hadn't noticed anything yet. Once I get the 7-star elixir tomorrow afternoon, I can finally fly home. Just wanted to see Wanwan. The next morning, reporters absolutely swarmed the palace gates. Ever since Lisa's massive downfall, the media was relentless. The media tracked the royals' every move. Today's coronation was packed. I skipped the whole thing, claiming I was sick. No way I was going. Since I stayed back, the press focused entirely on Catherine. From what I heard, the second her car pulled up, chaos erupted. Reporters swarmed, shoving microphones in her face. "Princess Catherine, the internet says you only got this position because Lisa fell. Any comment? Would you even be here if Lisa hadn't ruined her own life? Did you orchestrate her downfall, Miss Catherine?" Her guards pushed the reporters back. Catherine ignored them completely, lifting her gown and rushing inside the palace doors to escape the madness. Safely inside, the noise faded. Honestly, whether Catherine set Lisa up didn't matter anymore. Lisa was ruined and the king had to stabilize things. King Casso had to make her the heir. Winner takes all. As Catherine walked into the grand hall, the crowd immediately swarmed her with toasts. Everyone was kissing her feet. Just days ago, they all ignored Catherine to suck up to Lisa. How quickly the tables turned. Now they were praying Catherine wouldn't hold a grudge. Knowing Catherine, she probably found their fake smiles pathetic. Back when her company was small, she used to beg them for meetings, waiting in lobbies all afternoon just to be told the boss was too busy to see her. "No time for you," they'd say. Now, seeing them beg for her attention must have been the ultimate sweet revenge for her. She rejected every single drink, making her disgust obvious. The crowd got the hint, felt the awkward vibe, and quickly scattered. When King Casso entered, the room went dead silent. A butler followed close behind, carefully carrying a velvet tray in his hands. On it sat an exquisite, pure gold crown. Its blinding shine demanded everyone's attention. You literally couldn't look away from it. Shimmered with heavy gold, encrusted with a galaxy of vibrant jewels. Right in the center sat a massive blood-red ruby. The ruby burned like a literal flame, wrapped in a halo of diamonds. It was the ultimate symbol of raw power and glory. Talk about a massive switch. A collective gasp echoed through the hall. Whoever wore that crown would rule as the next queen.